cultivation world, I begin by getting struck by lightning. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 426. You are all a scum in front of him. Su-fan used the blood escape to escape from the scene, but he also paid a heavy price. At least for a short period of time, the demonized body could not be relied on. The strange black sand in the hands of the demon sprinkled on him. Su-fan looked at the black robe on his body, which was covered with corroded holes. His arms and other parts were also injured by the strange black sand, and the surface of his skin had been corroded into pieces of festering wounds. It was because of his strong body that if it were someone else, he would have died there today. This robe was already useless, so he took out the netherworld demon-suppressing treasure clothes from his ring and put it on. When he first entered the Chunjin demon sect, the sect specially rewarded him with this top-grade spiritual robe in order to win him over. This was the first time he wore it. Su-fan took out a jade slip from his ring and placed it on his forehead. After looking at it for a while, he couldn't help but frown. This dense forest, which was sealed by the demon elites with secret methods, has become smaller and smaller in area, and now he is surrounded by demons on all sides. Su-fan took out a magic sword from the ring, then chose a direction and launched a blood escape to leave here. The only way now is to kill as many demons as possible before the seal area becomes smaller. Several demon elites are carefully approaching Su-fan's position. This human cultivator is too powerful. He has killed more than half of the top 100 demon elites on the killing list. If he continues to kill, there will be only a few demons left in the killing list. So at this time, every demon elite dare not be careless. At this time, a figure suddenly appeared in the middle of several demon elites. Su-fan swung the big sword in his hand fiercely, and swung it a full circle. Whirlwind slash, a terrifying storm eye suddenly formed in the center of the originally quiet forest, and countless gravel and dust were swept up. The violent rotation of the storm formed a vortex center of the airflow, and the air in the whole world seemed to be sucked dry. Then, a flash of swordlight flashed, carrying an extremely cold and terrifying murderous aura, and all the towering ancient trees within a radius of hundreds of meters were instantly cut off. After the swordlight swept through, the two demon elites closest to Su-fan were cut into two by this terrifying swordlight. Several demon elites at a farther distance were also chopped up by this swordlight, leaving deep wounds on their bodies. Su-fan teleported several times in succession, wielding the sword in his hand and slashing wildly, killing several demon elites who were chopped up on the spot. Ouch! A black-boned violent demon came out from behind a towering ancient tree nearby, waving a bone shield and a bone hammer and roaring at Su-fan. Su-fan's body flashed with lightning, and he had already appeared behind the black-boned violent demon. Almost at the same time, he held the sword tightly with both hands and slashed it fiercely. Infinite slash. As the swordlight flashed, the surrounding space was somewhat distorted wherever the sword passed, as if it was about to explode at any time. The several-meter-tall black-boned demon reacted very quickly and was not clumsy. He turned around and waved his bone shield to block himself. With a bang, the bone shield in the hand of the black-boned demon was instantly shattered by the magic sword, and it was also shocked and retreated more than 10 steps. Su-fan took advantage of the situation and did not show mercy. With lightning flashing on his body, he instantly appeared behind the black-boned demon and swept across with a whistling sword. A sword slashed the knee joint of the black-boned demon and cut off its calf. The flesh of the demons is very strong, especially the high-level melee races like the black-boned demon. Their own defense can even resist the best spiritual weapons without being hurt. Unfortunately, they encountered Su-fan, a pervert, whose physical strength is no less than that of the demons. Moreover, the power of this big sword in his hand against the demons is at least doubled. If the thunder and lightning and the positive pole are added, the demons with the best defense will be scum in front of him. The huge demon fell to the ground with a bang. Su-fan was about to go over and hide him with a sword, but he suddenly felt a sense of danger. He didn't even think about it. A flash of lightning flashed on his body and he disappeared from the spot. Boom boom, a scarlet blood ball fell down almost brushing against his afterimage, blasting a huge pit several meters deep in the ground. Scarlet blood beads splashed everywhere, and the towering ancient trees around were corroded and riddled with holes. The worst was the black-boned violent demon. The huge demon was not only blown up, but also covered with scarlet blood beads. The demon, which was several feet high, was like a rapidly burning candle, and it turned into a pool of blood with the naked eye. Cry, with a shrill cry, the huge figure of the filthy blood-winged demon whistled over the dense forest. The filthy blood-winged demon released its magical powers, flapped its flesh wings a few times, and the huge demon suddenly raised up, trying to rush into the sky. Swish! A breathtaking sword light swept across, and the whole world seemed to be split in half. The sword light with a fierce murderous aura passed through the weakest flesh wings of the filthy blood-winged demon, and instantly cut off its flesh wings. The filthy blood-winged demon without its flesh wings fell from a height of dozens of meters. With a bang, the huge demon fell heavily to the ground, stirring up countless smoke and dust. Su Fan would certainly not miss this opportunity to beat the fallen dog. A flash of lightning flashed on his body, and his figure instantly appeared beside the filthy blood-winged demon, and cut off its head with a sword. Awoo! Awoo! At this time, several demon elites emerged from the dense forest and roared towards Su Fan. Not only that, more demon elites appeared in the dense forest in the distance. Su Fan took out a palm-sized black flag from the ring and threw it into the air. The small flag grew in the wind and suddenly turned into a pitch-black ghost flag several feet in size. He pinched his fingers and chanted a spell, pointing in a direction. Boom! In an instant, the more than 10 demon elites in the distance were enveloped in a ghost den with a radius of dozens of feet, temporarily trapping them inside. At this time, several demon elites had already rushed over, and the golden bone thorn demon in the lead swung a huge bone stick and smashed it towards Su Fan. The huge bone stick cut through the air, making a piercing whistle. Boom! A deep pit was smashed out where Su Fan was just now, and at the moment when the bone stick fell, he activated the thunder ghost step and appeared behind the golden bone thorn demon. Swish! A breathtaking and sharp sword light, wrapped in manic thunder and lightning, slashed up from behind the demon. The golden bone thorn demon several feet high was chopped off by this sword, leaving a deep wound on its back. The sword scar was more than 2 feet long and several inches deep, and the lightning and thunder in the wound were still crackling. Even though the golden bone thorn demon was known as the most defensive race among the demons, it could not withstand such a fierce sword. It tried hard to support its body and wanted to get up from the ground, but after struggling for a few times, it collapsed on the ground again, and then a figure flashed past the demon. Gilulu, the huge head of the golden bone thorn demon rolled a long way, and it hid a tree trunk before it stopped shakily. At this time, several other demon elites also rushed up, and Su Fan turned around and swept with a sword. Against the wind, a sword light flashed, and the surrounding air seemed to be sucked out. With a violent murderous aura, it swept across the body of a demon elite, and instantly cut off half of the body of this demon elite. After Su Fan slashed this sword, his body disappeared again, and he had appeared on the shoulder of a demon. Infinite slash, he chopped off the head of the demon elite with one sword, and it flew into the sky. He was about to use the thunder ghost step, but a scarlet blood ball was already whistling towards him. It was too late to use the teleportation magic now. Su Fan could only turn over and get behind the demon and use the demon to block himself. Boom! With a loud noise that shook the earth, the huge demon corpse blocking Su Fan was instantly blown to pieces, and it was broken everywhere. Su Fan was also blown back dozens of meters by a huge force and hit a towering ancient tree that several people hugged. He fell to the ground and spit out a mouthful of blood. Even though Su Fan's body was strong, he was hit hard by this blow, and his whole body was in great pain. Fortunately, it was all external injuries. This guy is just a pervert. If it were someone else, he would have been broken to pieces long ago. Before Su Fan could catch his breath, he heard a hum and a thick bone stick had already smashed down. Su Fan rolled along and narrowly avoided the attack of the bone stick. He instantly bounced up from the ground and slashed out with his sword regardless of anything. Swish! Although the sword light was used very hastily, it also slashed the golden bone thorn demon and sent it flying backwards. Hua! Su Fan had just taken a breath when blood rained down from the sky again. It was the filthy blood-winged demon again, and dense scarlet raindrops fell from the sky. The towering ancient trees in the forest were corroded by this extremely terrifying blood rain and were riddled with holes. They fell down like candles. Su Fan was also anxious. He took out a small black tower from his ring and threw it over his head. The small tower grew in the wind and instantly turned into a giant tower several feet high and fell down, trapping Su Fan in the demon realm pagoda. Almost at the same time, The scarlet blood rain that was falling from the sky fell on the demon realm pagoda with a crackling sound. The terrifying scarlet raindrops fell on the tower, making a sizzling sound. Although this extremely terrifying blood rain was very cruel, it was a half-day weapon after all. The scarlet raindrops only left red holes on the tower, and then dissipated one after another. After the terrifying blood rain, Su Fan put away the demon realm pagoda, and saw that the corpses of the two demon elites around were also destroyed by the blood rain. The demons were too fierce. In order to kill him, they didn't even care about the life and death of their own kind. Ouch! With a shrill roar, a dark halo composed of demon mist rolled towards him. Fuck. It's this magical power again. He almost got into trouble last time. Su Fan didn't even think about it, and once again used the demon realm pagoda and locked himself under the demon tower. The dark halo composed of magic mist rolled past, and the huge tower shook slightly, and then nothing happened. A half-Deo weapon is also a Deo weapon. Facing such a fierce magic power of the demon clan, it still allowed him to resist it easily. After dealing with two powerful magic powers of the demon clan in succession, even though the demon realm pagoda had extremely strong defense, it was a little overwhelmed. The spiritual power of the small tower has been lost by more than half, and the surface of the tower body is slightly damaged. It is estimated that if it resists another magic power of the demon clan, even the demon realm pagoda of the half-Deo weapon will not be able to withstand it. Su Fan sighed and reluctantly put away the demon realm pagoda. A flash of blood appeared on his body, and he disappeared from the spot. At the moment when his figure disappeared, several magic powers of the demon clan fell almost at the same time, destroying the place where he was standing. Su Fan's figure escaped hundreds of meters and was bounced back by an invisible barrier. This is fucking. The seal set up by the demon elites is still shrinking, and now it is only 1,000 meters in radius. The area where Su Fan can move around is getting smaller and smaller. No, at this time, he still has to take the initiative to attack and try to kill the demon's living forces. Once the demons trap him to death, he will be screwed. Damn it, fight. Thinking of this, Su Fan took out 3 blood-red pills from the ring and stuffed them into his mouth without thinking. The pills melted in his mouth, and it was like a ball of fire was lit in his body. Boom, and it exploded. Countless tyrannical blood and magic power rushed in Su Fan's body, and his whole body was as red as a boiled crab. Then, his cultivation level rose up. Not only that, but his physical strength and mental strength also improved by more than 1 level. The power of the 3 scorching sun blood explosion pills is really too great. It made his strength more than doubled in a short period of time, but after an hour, the side effects of the pill will also appear. Su Fan's strength will drop by more than half in the next few days. But it has come to this point, how can he care so much? As long as he kills all the demon elites here within an hour, then he will be safe. Of course, just 3 scorching sun blood pills are definitely not enough. Su Fan's eyes condensed, and an inexplicable resentment suddenly rose in his heart. All the grievances and unwillingness he had endured in his 2 lives, like a movie, flashed through his mind frame by frame. The devil's thoughts have been born, and the inner demon has arisen. All the negative emotions suppressed in Su Fan's heart were magnified countless times at this moment. Su Fan roared a few times, venting his inner manic emotions. At this time, his eyes were red as blood, and his skin all over his body was like earthworms constantly wriggling, and his body was filled with thick demonic smoke. At this moment, he was like a demon from the underworld. Not enough. These are not enough. Su Fan waved his hand, took out a jar from the ring, and threw them on the ground. The surrounding ground was full of blood, and there was a strong bloody smell. These jars contained the essence of various wild beasts, which were all trophies harvested by Su Fan in the great wilderness. Su Fan opened his arms, and his whole body was steaming with a strong blood light. There was an evil breath in his eyes, like a demon descending. Then, strange blood lines, like ferocious venomous snakes, swirled up from the blood river on the ground and gathered towards Su Fan. Su Fan took out a heavenly demon blood transformation pill from the ring and stuffed it into his mouth without hesitation. The strange bloodlines swirling around him were like gluttons who smelled the delicious food of the world. They attached to Su Fan's body and were swallowed into his body. Su Fan roared to the sky, and the severe pain was like purgatory. His breath surged again, and the blood in his body was boiling like a pot, and the violent blood was like being ignited, flowing freely and freely in his veins. This is almost done. If not, He is not sure to face the siege of so many demon elites. Su Fan took out a magic sword from the ring, held the hilt tightly with both hands, then took a deep breath and stepped forward. "You bastards of the demon clan, come here and die." Chapter 427. He's going a little big this time. Chapter 426. This time he's playing a little too big. Su Fan didn't use the teleportation magic because the demon elites had surrounded him from all directions. The forest sealed by the demons is so big. Now no matter where he teleports, he can't escape the siege of the demons. Su Fan looked coldly at the dozens of demon elites scattered around, and endless resentment surged in his chest. The extremely terrifying aura spread all around, and the fierce and violent momentum suddenly soared into the sky. A mighty force that could destroy the world was slowly brewing. Su Fan's eyes were red like blood, and he roared fiercely towards the sky. Boom! A thick blood mist exploded. Endless blood mist spun wildly around Su Fan, gradually forming a blood-colored storm like a tidal wave. The demons in the entire forest felt this terrifying and monstrous momentum, which made them a little breathless. Even these demon elites could clearly feel an indescribable sadness, and were instantly put into the atmosphere of Su Fan's demonic thoughts. The endless momentum accumulated by Su Fan had resonated with the heaven and earth. Boom! The gravel and stones within 1,000 feet around him were swept up and flew all over the forest. The scarlet storm roared wildly, and the towering ancient trees in the forest were blown to the ground by the wildly swept red storm. At this time, the leader, a gold bone thorn demon several feet tall, holding a huge bone stick in his hand, roared and rushed towards Su Fan. Su Fan's eyes condensed, and a strong bloodlight filled his body. Boom! The boundless blood-colored breath rushed into the sky. He held the hilt of the sword with both hands, and slashed it fiercely. Rage slash, an extremely resentful and oppressive breath instantly spread around, and the time of the whole world seemed to have stopped. The extremely oppressive breath spread all around, and the temperature around dropped sharply. Swish! A sharp sword light flashed, carrying a majestic murderous aura, whistling through the body of the Golden Bone Thorn Demon. Although the Golden Bone Thorn Demon had a strong body, it still couldn't withstand this sharp sword light. The huge beast body was actually cut in half by this sword light, and turned into two corpses that fell to the sides. Seeing that the Golden Bone Thorn Demon was cut in half by Su Fan, the surrounding demon elites all subconsciously stopped. A huge wave of waves was set off in their hearts. The Golden Bone Thorn Demon was the top of the demon killing list and was notorious throughout the demon clan. In the past, even when facing several human cultivators, he would not be at a disadvantage. But today, he was actually cut in half by the human cultivator. This sword not only shocked all the demon elites in the arena, but even under the light curtains of various human planes, there was a sound of inhalation. The one that was just split in half was the Golden Bone Thorn Demon, right? Well, among the high-level demons, it is also the race with the strongest physical defense. What is the origin of the sword that this kid just used? His swordsmanship is not very advanced, it is just the way of the ancient body. All the human cultivators under the light curtain were silently looking at the person on the light curtain. They were all shocked and stunned. Not only these low-level cultivators, but even the Yuanying cultivators of various planes were stunned by Su Fan's sword. This kid is so strong in the Jinden realm. If he breaks through the Yuanying realm, there will be no way for them to survive. At this moment, Su Fan pointed his magic sword at the ground and walked towards the demons on the opposite side with an expressionless face. Although he walked very slowly, every step was as heavy as a landslide, which frightened the demons on the opposite side. Wua! A black-boned violent demon let out a fierce howl, and the huge demon driver rose up with a puff of magic smoke, and its body swelled a little bit in an instant. The black-boned demon, who had activated his berserk magic power, rushed over with a bone shield and a bone hammer, roaring. The other demons around also roared, and clouds of magic smoke rose from the demons one by one. All the demon elites went berserk. Awoo! Awoo! The berserk demon elites rushed towards Su Fan one after another, and several flying demons in the air also swooped down almost at the same time. The various magical powers of the demons were like free, overwhelming and smashing towards Su Fan. Su Fan slowly raised the sword above his head, and the boundless blood color that permeated his body instantly rushed into the sky. He turned around and swung the sword in a full circle. Whirlwind slash, boom! The whole sky suddenly became gray. Suddenly, a terrifying hurricane was aroused, blowing the towering ancient trees in the entire forest to the east and west. Broken branches and leaves were swept up and flew everywhere in the air. The entire forest was like the end of the world. The chaotic branches and leaves, as well as the dust and gravel blown up by the storm, were scattered everywhere, blocking the vision of all the demons around. Swish, with a flash of sword light, the hurricane that was originally raging came to an abrupt end. The overwhelming magical powers launched by the demon elites seemed to have never appeared, and all disappeared. The towering ancient trees in the entire forest were also cut in half and fell to the ground in a mess. There were no demon elites standing around, and this sword actually wiped out all the demon elites in one day. The dancing branches and leaves, as well as the dust and gravel, fell down like fluttering snowflakes. When everything fell into silence, Su Fan was panting heavily. The sword that just destroyed the world almost exhausted all his energy, but the power was beyond his imagination. And the side effects are also extremely serious. Su Fan's eyes condensed and he frowned immediately. With such a fierce and domineering sword, there are still a few dying fish that escaped. Su Fan came to Golden Bone Thorn Demon with a magic sword. At this moment, a deep wound had been cut on its magic drive, almost cutting off half of its body. Even so, the Golden Bone Thorn Demon was still not completely dead. Seeing Su Fan, it struggled to support its body and wanted to get up, and said something incomprehensible in its mouth. But this Golden Bone Thorn Demon struggled several times and failed. It looked at Su Fan coldly, with hatred and sadness in its eyes. Su Fan looked at it expressionlessly for a while, and with a light wave of the magic sword in his hand, he cut off its head. Next, he killed all the nearby demons who were lucky enough to survive. Of course, he did not let go of any of the corpses of these high-level demon elites, and put them all into the King Nang treasure bag. Only then did Su Fan breathe a sigh of relief. The 3 scorching sun blood explosion pills almost overdrew all his physical strength, and the heavenly demon blood transformation pill forced a large amount of wild beast's heart essence and blood to fuse in a very short time. Now Su Fan's condition is very bad, whether it is blood, physical strength, magic power, or mental strength, they are almost exhausted. The most troublesome thing is that the evil thoughts in his body are becoming more and more difficult to suppress. Su Fan took out a 7 absolute soul calming pill from the ring and stuffed it into his mouth. The pill melted in his mouth, and a cool breath spread in his body, which suppressed the evil thoughts that had been stirring in his body. Su Fan knew that he had played a little too big this time. Although he was able to perform the devastating sword and wiped out the remaining demon elites in the arena in one day, his strength also dropped sharply. Now his strength is probably not even half of what it used to be. What's more terrible is that Su Fan's physical condition is declining in all aspects. Fortunately, the elite demons in the arena had been killed by him, or even a demon of the lowest level could kill him. It might be that all the demons had died, and the invisible barrier that originally sealed the forest had also disappeared. Su Fan looked around and found nothing missing, so he turned and left. At this moment, the light curtain of all the human planes in the King Kwang Star region was already in an uproar. Did you see that sword clearly just now? My god, this guy actually killed dozens of demons with one sword. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it even if I killed him. His sword actually came from the ancient physical inheritance. How embarrassing for the sword cultivators. It was indeed as this person said, and the sword cultivators under the light curtain turned green. This is. You call this physical swordsmanship? When did the swordsmanship of those barbarians become so fierce? Others may not be able to see it, but any sword cultivator can understand the doorway and know very well what this sword is about. The sword light that just destroyed the heaven and earth was the sword intent that all sword cultivators dreamed of. What made them most frustrated was that a barbarian who cultivated a body could perform something that most sword cultivators could not do. This sword caused the resonance of heaven and earth, raising the forest of thousands of meters to the ground. Looking at the entire King Kwang Star region, there are not many people who can perform such a sword. These people are all disciples of famous families from the Big Plains, and their realms are all gold and elixir great perfection sword cultivators without exception. At this moment, the King Kwang Star region Centennial Space-Time Arena is located in the void of the original wasteland world. There is a secret space where dozens of old monsters of the human and demon races are sitting. More than a dozen human cultivators who have reached the state of transformation are so happy that their faces are wrinkled. The dozens of old monsters at the level of demon kings on the opposite side are all gloomy. When they saw Su Fan kill dozens of demon elites with one sword, they left angrily. Seeing the old monster of the demon clan leave the table in anger, more than a dozen human beings waved their hands and took the things on a huge stone platform. Fellow Taoist of Poison Fang, can this boy be used? At this time, a great man of the immortal sect looked at the old demon clan beside him, pointed at Su Fan on the light screen and asked, Although his aptitude is a little worse, his strength is still okay. Another old monster of the demon sect beside him nodded after hearing what venomous Fang Xianzhen said. Although his strength is a little worse, there is plenty of time anyway, so let's count him in. The old monsters of the immortal sect and the demon sect around also nodded. The great man of the immortal sect saw that everyone had no objection and laughed. That's it, he said with a smile. Fellow Taoists, everyone has gained a lot today. Why don't you have a drink? Everyone was also excited after hearing this. After all, this time in the top 100 fighting arena of the killing list, they beat the demon clan hard once. Everyone made a lot of money, and they were so excited. A great man from the immortal sect waved his hand, and a low table appeared in front of everyone, and then it was filled with all kinds of rare spiritual food. Next, more than a dozen great men from the human race began to drink heartily, and the scene was very lively. These great old monsters from the human race won both the inside and the face, but Su Fan was in a miserable state at this time. Because his physical abilities in all aspects have been declining until now, and now they have dropped to the extreme, and even his realm has dropped to the foundation building stage. Su Fan staggered out of the dense forest, and just when he was about to find a hidden place to settle down, he heard someone calling him from behind. Devours, are you okay? Su Fan turned around and saw a human cultivator poking his head out of the bushes next to him. Seeing this person, he almost laughed out loud. He knew this guy, the immortal cultivator he met when he first entered the arena. This guy didn't go to the arena to join the human cultivators, but hid in this place. He is also a coward. Su Fan was wondering how this guy managed to get into the top 100 of the human race's killing list. Li Dong also recognized Su Fan, but he didn't expect to meet this demon cultivator again. Seeing that Su Fan was in a very bad state, he quickly ran out of the bushes and reached out to support the shaky Su Fan. Devours, you need to heal your injuries now, or go to my place first. Su Fan glanced at Li Dong, then nodded, and was supported by him to a nearby cave. When he saw that there were several formations arranged outside the cave, he couldn't help but smile. This guy is just like himself, an old cunning man. Su Fan followed Li Dong into the cave, sat cross-legged on the ground, took out a few 3 ancient causal magic pills from the ring and stuffed them into his mouth, and then began to refine the pills. After all, it is the healing holy medicine of the demon race, and the healing effect of the 3 ancient causal magic pills is indeed extraordinary. Although it did not make Su Fan's injuries recover as before, it also stabilized his injuries, and his physical data in all aspects no longer declined. After an unknown amount of time, Su Fan slowly opened his eyes. He saw Li Dong sitting cross-legged beside him, his eyes showing an excited emotion. Seeing Su Fan open his eyes, he said excitedly, Devours, good news. The demon elites in the arena are gone. Damn, I almost lost half of my life in order to kill all these demon elites. Really? Do you know why? Li Dong shook his head and said, I don't know about this. Anyway, the map on the jade slip shows that the red light spots representing the demons are gone. They are all dead, so how can there be red light spots? But Su Fan didn't want to mention it, so he said, that's great, we are safe. After he said that, he thought for a while and said, why don't you go and meet up with others? After hearing what Su Fan said, Li Dong immediately frowned. Brother, I want to go too, but I don't know what's wrong with this group of demons. They are just wandering around nearby. I don't know who they are fighting with. I'm alone, how dare I go there? Su Fan almost laughed out loud. This guy is so unlucky. Since all the demons in the arena are gone, we can go and meet up with others now. Li Dong laughed and said, I've been waiting for you to heal your wounds. Let's go. We'll go there now. The two walked out of the cave, and Li Dong collected the several formations arranged outside the cave one by one. Su Fan finally knew why he could break into the top 100 of the killing list, because this guy is so fucking rich. Among the several formations he arranged outside the cave, 2 were super fairy formations with 81 formation flags, and the worst one was a large formation with 64 formation flags. The super formation with 81 formation flags is amazing. Even if a Yuanying cultivator comes, he can help you resist for a while. This kind of super formation is a rare existence, and no matter how many spirit stones you have, you can't buy it. Su Fan has been in the world of cultivation for so long, but he has never found a super large formation with 81 formation flags. But this guy actually has 2 in his hand. It took Li Dong half an hour to put away several formations. The 2 of them left the cave and walked towards the gathering place of human cultivators on the map. Which plane are you from? After hearing Su Fan's words, Li Dong smiled and said, my name is Li Dong, a disciple of Kunlun Yonlink Su Fairy Palace, and you? No wonder, it turned out to be a famous disciple of a super plane. So you are a famous disciple. I'm sorry. Li Dong was a little embarrassed by what Su Fan said, and smiled and said, no, it's just a small sect. My name is Su Fan, from Kungsutyong Chunjin Demon Sect. Li Dong frowned immediately after hearing this, and asked in confusion, Dao, why have I never heard of Kungsutyong? That's a small plane. It can't be compared with your Kunlun Yon. Li Dong finally understood that it was an inconspicuous small plane. He glanced at Su Fan, and couldn't help but look down on him. The 2 walked and talked, and before they had walked a few miles, they felt the restlessness of the jade slip in their rings. They took out the jade slip from the ring and placed it on their foreheads. At this time, the map in the arena had disappeared, replaced by a line of blood-red characters. The 2 groups of the human race's top 100 killing list arena will be automatically closed after 1 hour because one side has died. Li Dong looked at the line of blood-red characters in the jade slip map and was stunned. Are the human cultivators so powerful that they have killed all the top 100 elites of the demon race? This was absolutely impossible in the past. In such a cruel arena, even if all the demons were killed, there would be few human cultivators left. At this time, 2 lines of blood-red characters appeared again in the jade slip map. In the battle arena of the top 100 of the killing list of the human and demon races, the human race won completely, with a record of 100-0. The top of the battle arena record list, Su Fan, is from Kungsutyong Chunjin Demon Sect, with a record of 100. Chapter 428 I won't play with you guys anyway. Li Dong put down the jade slip, his eyes wide open. The few messages just now shocked him so much that he couldn't speak. He turned around and looked at Su Fan, and said excitedly, Dao, did you hear? Our human race won. Li Dong was so excited that he shouted at the top of his lungs. That top brother is too fierce. He killed all the top 100 demons on the killing list. Su Fan looked at this guy, with a look of caring for the fool in his eyes. Su Fan regretted seeing the message just now. He shouldn't have introduced his plane and sect to this guy, but this guy was so excited that he didn't think of this. This guy is really generous. He just asked him where Kungsutyong was. Su Fan was also happy about this, hoping that no one would know that he was the top of the fighting arena record list. If it were someone else, he would have publicized it everywhere after achieving such a record, for fear that others would not know that he was the top. But these false names are a burden to Su Fan, far less real than spirit stones. Isn't it nice to make a fortune in silence? At this time, Li Dong next to him was still bragging, as excited as anything. If you don't know, you would think that all the demons were killed by him. That senior brother at the top of the list is so amazing. By the way, fellow Taoist, which sect is this senior brother at the top of the list from? Su Fan almost laughed out loud when he heard it. What else could he say? He just shook his head. This idiot is really amazing. Li Dong took out a jade slip from the secret in the ring and put it on his forehead. Kungsutyong Chunjin Demon Sect, Su Fan. At this point, he realized something and stopped subconsciously. Su Fan walked a few steps and found that Li Dong didn't catch up. He turned around and saw this guy staring at him blankly. Why are you standing there? Let's go. Hearing Su Fan's words, Li Dong couldn't help but shudder and ran over quickly. Dao. No, senior brother, Li Dong's attitude was obviously much more humble than before, and he couldn't even speak clearly. Su Fan smiled at him and waved his hand at him. Okay, let's go. The fighting field is about to close. At this moment, the human cultivators of the top 100 fighting field of the human and demon killing list were gathered in a valley. The valley was silent, and everyone stood there blankly. For these proud sons of heaven from the major planes, the few pieces of information just now were too much of a blow to them. The human cultivators who could make it to the top 100 of the killing list were almost all disciples of famous families in the major planes. Any one of them would have a great reputation in the King Star region. But who knew that after entering the fighting field, the demons were killed before they even had a record of victory? What they couldn't accept the most was that the top 100 elites of the demon killing list were all killed by one person. And the person who achieved such a record was a disciple from an unknown small plane. If it were in the past, these proud sons of heaven from the big plains, even those unimaginable cultivators from the small plains, would not even look at them. This is absolutely unacceptable to all the proud sons of heaven in the arena. It is simply a great shame. Senior brother Qin Sheng from Kunlunshan couldn't help but sigh. He glanced at senior brother Mu Feng beside him, smiled bitterly and said, "Devours. What do you think about this matter?" After hearing what senior brother Qin Sheng said, senior brother Mu Feng shook his head. "What can I think? The other person's strength is there. Even if you are given a chance, can you kill such a record? As a sword cultivator who is famous in the Qingquan Star region, senior brother Qin Sheng can't accept this fact at all. He has always believed that he has no rivals among the cultivators of the same level in the entire Qingquan Star region, but unfortunately today he let this kid teach him a lesson. Especially when he saw the other party, he teased him a few words. But who would have thought that the other person would do such a feat alone the next day, and he felt like he was slapped in the face a few times. Senior brother Qin Sheng took a deep breath. He felt that he was too arrogant before. After experiencing such an unforgettable humiliation, it was like a demon in his heart. His swordsmanship might even be a little flawed. Of course, this is not a bad thing. Once he gets through this calamity, his future achievements will be limitless. That's the truth, but I just can't accept it. After listening to senior brother Qin Sheng's words, senior brother Mu Feng looked at the sword cultivator with a face full of reluctance and couldn't help but sneer secretly. He hated this group of sword madmen. They were arrogant and domineering on weekdays, but now they are like eggplants hit by frost. Where did your previous arrogance go? Although senior brother Mu Feng was also very depressed, as a demon cultivator, he was much more realistic. Demon cultivators respect strength and worship the strong. Although this time in the top 100 fighting field of the killing list, he also lost face. But he achieved such a brilliant record with his strength, and senior brother Mu Feng still admired him very much. Because this kid's strength is simply too strong. He killed the top 100 elites on the demon killing list alone. Such a heaven-defying combat power is unique even in the major demon sects of Jiaoshan. If it were him, it would be very difficult to face a golden bone thorn demon alone, let alone kill it. But he killed the top 100 elites on the demon killing list alone. This is something a human would do. Anyway, senior brother Mu Feng couldn't figure out how this kid killed all the top 100 elites on the demon killing list. Zhu Gu, who was standing in the crowd, held the jade slip with a dull face, and his body did not move for a long time. Even if he exhausted all his imagination, he did not expect Su Fan to reach this point today. Now this kid is no longer the inconspicuous foundation-building cultivator he was back then. It is estimated that the old monsters in Tuangaoshan are regretting it now. If the elders of the sect where Zhu Gu was located had known the strength of this kid earlier, they would have wanted to hit their heads against the wall and die. If they had been quicker and didn't let Conceals intercept him, then this kid would have been their Tuangaoshan's disciple. This is a merit of creation, and it is also a supreme honor for Tuangaoshan. It's a pity that there is no if in this world, and Conceals, an inconspicuous little plane, actually took such a big advantage. At that time, the sect learned that this kid was intercepted by someone, but they didn't take it too seriously. If they had known that he was so powerful, the old demons in Tuangaoshan would have rushed into Conceals to get this kid back, even if they didn't hesitate to start a plain war. At this moment, under the light curtains of various places in Conceals, it has already become a sea of joy. Especially the disciples of Chunjin demon sect, they were so excited that they were almost crazy. They were all shouting at the top of their lungs. We, the human race of the Qingquan Star region, are mighty. We, the cultivators of Conceals, are mighty. We, the cultivators of Chunjin demon sect, are mighty. Waves of earth-shaking shouts rose and fell in all parts of Conceals, shaking the four fields. Many people's voices had long been hoarse, and some people were already in tears of excitement, but no one cared about these things at all. It took almost a whole day for the shouting to stop. Today, Conceals and Chunjin demon sect are both famous throughout the Qingquan Star region. What a great honor this is. For Conceals and Chunjin demon sect, it is absolutely unprecedented and will never be repeated. Su Fan and Li Dong came to the outside of the valley. He turned his head and looked at the guy behind him. Since this guy knew his identity, he has been walking behind him like a follower. In order to break the awkward atmosphere, he chatted with him for a few words. Who knew that when this guy talked to him, he was so nervous that he didn't even dare to breathe. Su Fan was somewhat envious of Li Dong's several super formations, so he tried to ask if he could buy a similar formation from him. Unexpectedly, this guy took out a super fairy formation with 9,981 formation flags without even thinking about it, and stuffed it directly into Su Fan's hand. Of course, Su Fan would not take it for nothing, as he had no shortage of good things. But the other party did not want to trade with him at all, and only wanted to give the formation to Su Fan, as if he would be in a hurry if you gave me money. Su Fan was dumbfounded, and he still had to make friends with the rich in the future. The Super Fairy formation with 9,981 formation flags was given away without blinking an eye. How rich must he be? Su Fan still couldn't make such a good thing for nothing. In the end, Su Fan still forced the other party to give him some materials from the high-level demons, including the essence of the heart and blood of the demon assassins, such as the Shadow Ghost clan. This thing is not easy to make, and Li Dong certainly couldn't refuse it. Later, he gave Su Fan a fairy formation with 8,864 formation flags. There was no way, not accepting it would mean looking down on him. Su Fan was also very worried. Isn't it just killing some demons? Why do you have to be so bad? How could he know that the amazing record he achieved was absolutely amazing in Li Dong's eyes, and it had shattered his previous worldview? Li Dong was born in a famous family, and he was considered to have seen the world. But he had never heard of anyone who could do such a stunning feat in the past, not even one. In the world of cultivation, strength is respected, and it is not shameful to worship the strong. The results of the 3 races in the space-time arena have not been announced yet, so Su Fan turned the tide and created an unprecedented feat, but the human cultivators in the arena didn't know about it. If Li Dong knew that Su Fan saved the human cultivators in the space-time arena, this guy might kowtow to him. Seeing this guy always looking cautious in front of him, Su Fan was also helpless. This is why he doesn't want to be famous. He is always in trouble all day long, and he never stops. Brother, please wait a moment, I'll go in and tell them first. Li Dong ran a few steps after saying that, and he had already entered the valley first. What the hell? Tell them a fart, is it that important? Su Fan shook his head. These disciples of the immortal sect have so many things to do all day long. He stepped forward and walked into the valley. But when he walked into the valley, he was shocked by the scene in front of him. He saw that all the human cultivators in the valley were standing at the entrance of the valley and lined up. Brother Qin Cheng and Brother Mu Feng, who were standing at the front, bowed at the same time. Welcome Brother Su Fan. After the two finished speaking, they bowed deeply to Su Fan. Welcome Brother Su Fan. Then, all the human cultivators behind them also shouted loudly, and then bowed deeply. Su Fan only felt a buzzing in his head, and a surge of blood rushed into his brain. He felt that the blood in his body was hot. The feeling of being respected is so fucking good. Damn, it seems that my state of mind has not been cultivated to the point. Facing such a scene, it is impossible to be calm. Not to mention that the Taishan mountain collapsed in front of me and I did not change my expression, and the elk rose on my left and I did not blink. After a long while, he finally clasped his hands. Brothers, why do you have to do this? Brother Qin Cheng heard it and laughed. It should be, brother, you have set such an amazing record, and everyone respects you. Brother Mu Feng did not have so much nonsense, but raised his hand. Brother, please. Su Fan smiled and nodded, and walked into the valley. Brother Qin Cheng and Brother Mu Feng followed him, and then there were other human cultivators. At the end of the valley, there were several low tables placed by a pond, filled with all kinds of spiritual wine and spiritual food. There were only 10 people attending this banquet, all of whom were the top 10 cultivators in the top 100 of the human race's killing list. The others did not even have the qualifications to sit at the table. Su Fan naturally sat at the top, Senior Brother Qin Cheng and Senior Brother Mu Feng sat next to him, and the others sat at the bottom. Facing a group of proud sons of noble families, Su Fan really had no intention of socializing with them. He himself was not good at socializing, and Senior Brother Qin Cheng and other sword cultivators had low emotional intelligence. Fortunately, Senior Brother Mu Feng was a community leader, and the atmosphere of the banquet was acceptable with him. The banquet did not last long, and the jade slips of Su Fan and others began to vibrate. He took out the jade slip from his ring and placed it on his forehead. The top 100 fighting arena of the killing list of the human and demon races is closed. As a voice came, the figures of the hundreds of human cultivators in the valley began to slowly fade. Su Fan once again felt the feeling of being lost, as if he had fallen into a deep abyss, falling down. With a bang, Su Fan fell to the ground. He climbed up, and found that this was the place he left at the beginning. He took out the jade slip from the ring and put it on his forehead again, and found that the situation in the time and space arena had not changed. The war between the demon elite and the golden insect race had no intention of stopping, and the killing was still fierce. Both sides were angry, and they had the momentum to not give up until they killed each other. The human cultivators in the time and space arena finally had a chance to catch their breath, and gathered in dozens of strongholds to accumulate strength. They were waiting for the result of the war between the demon elite and the golden insect race. No matter which side won, the human cultivators would concentrate their strength to take advantage of the fire. Every human cultivator in the time and space arena was holding back a ball of fire in their hearts. In the first few days after entering the arena, tens of thousands of human cultivators died under the siege of the demons and insects. This revenge could not be ignored. But how the human cultivators in the time and space arena fought had nothing to do with him. He alone saved the human race from the crisis. Not only did he kill all the elite assassins of the demons, but he also slaughtered all the top 100 elites on the demon killing list. The achievements he made saved at least tens of thousands of human elites in the time and space arena. Su Fan has done enough. What else do you want him to do? In the next few months, Su Fan plans to find a beautiful place and spend the rest of his days leisurely. You guys fight your own battles. Anyway, I won't play with you anymore. Chapter 429. Who made him look so ugly? Su Fan came to the outside of a valley, which was the gathering point of the team. Brother Su Fan is back. Hearing someone shouting, Zhou Liang, Li Shuo and others, along with all the members of the team, all came up excitedly. The two saw that Su Fan was in a very weak state, and their faces changed immediately. Brother, you are injured. Li Shuo took out a few bottles of pills from his ring and handed them to Su Fan. I have a bottle of snow ginseng jade pill here, which was specially given to me by my master before I came here. Zhou Liang was also a little anxious, and he even took out the pills that saved his life. Su Fan smiled and said, no need for the pills, my injuries have stabilized. Su Fan had been away for 9 days, and now the team he formed has nearly 100 people, all of whom are human cultivators who have no chance to go to the human gathering place nearby. He nodded to everyone, encouraged them a few words, and then followed Zhou Liang and Li Shuo to a cave in the valley. After the three of them sat cross-legged, Zhou Liang and Li Shuo reported the situation of the team to each other. The team now has 96 members, including 2 sword cultivators, 32 demon cultivators, and 61 immortal cultivators. After Li Shuo introduced the team situation, Zhou Liang added, the team's members are now more and more diverse. There are more than a dozen formation cultivators and puppet cultivators combined. Others like. Before Zhou Liang finished speaking, Su Fan interrupted him with a wave of his hand. Okay. You two can discuss these things. I'm at ease with you doing things. At this point, Su Fan thought for a while. During this period, the team will try to replenish its strength. When the battle between the demon elites and the golden insects is over, you will find a way to contact the human stronghold and try to join them with a team. Zhou Liang and Li Shuo looked at each other after listening to Su Fan's words. They both heard something from his words and felt that Su Fan was going to give up. How could that be possible? The team still depends on him. The two of them were immediately anxious, but Su Fan didn't give them a chance to speak. I'm a bit injured this time. I need to find a quiet place to heal. I'll leave the team's affairs to you. Hearing Su Fan say this, the two could only agree reluctantly. After all, a cultivator is seriously injured. That's a big deal. If the injury is not treated in time, it will leave hidden dangers, and it may even damage the cultivation foundation of the cultivator. In fact, Su Fan was not injured at all, but the cost of taking 3 Liangzuden made him weak, and he can recover after a few days of rest. It was the time when we just entered the time and space arena. Because of the situation, we formed this team. Now the situation of the human cultivators in the time and space arena is very good. The war between the demon elites and the golden insects is very tragic, and both sides have been fighting red-eyed. Even if the war ends, both sides will suffer. In this way, the human cultivators will definitely have a certain advantage in the next few months. The worst result is also a three-way situation. Anyway, Su Fan is not going to get involved, he just wants to find a quiet place to stay. Since he entered the time and space arena, he has been fighting constantly. So for the next 6 months, he just wanted to take it easy and live a few days of peace and quiet. After Su Fan explained the team's affairs, he left the valley and flew deep into the mountains on the Ghost Crow. After flying for more than an hour, he took out the jade slip from the ring and placed it on his forehead. After a while, Su Fan put down the jade slip and sent a thought to the Ghost Crow. The Ghost Crow chirped happily and swooped down with a flap of its wings. The area Su Fan chose was very far away from the battlefield of the demons and the insects. There were no traces of human monks around. The elites of various races that were originally scattered in this area had already gathered together. Su Fan circled in the air with the Ghost Crow for a while, and then found a solitary peak and landed. Standing on the top of the peak, the view suddenly became clear, and an endless sea of clouds unfolded in front of Su Fan. This steep peak is surrounded by misty clouds, high and low. The layers of clouds are shining in the sunlight, and the light is golden and ever-changing. Looking down, there is a cliff separated by thick clouds, and the fog is hidden and visible. A hidden valley is naturally formed below the cliff, surrounded by mountains. The end of the valley is the cliff. A stream falls from the edge of the cliff to form a waterfall, and hides a small pool in the valley. Su Fan came to the valley and saw a stream flowing. The source is the pool under the waterfall. There are not only trees and ancient vines on both sides, but also fallen flowers on the grass, and fruit trees on the hillside are full of fruits. This place is really nice. He arranged 2 immortal formations outside the valley, both of which were traded from the immortal sect cultivator named Li Dong. Rather than saying it is a trade, it is actually a half sale and half giveaway by the other party. Although the materials on the high-level demons in his hands are very rare, they are also rare cultivation materials in the major human planes. But it is not so valuable in the time and space arena. After all, there are corpses of demons everywhere in the demon elites and golden insects. One of them is the Tei Liangai hiding trace and concealing heaven immortal array with 9,981 array flags. This is the super immortal sect array that Su Fan has always dreamed of. Not only can it hide its whereabouts, but it can also conceal the world and avoid various divination secrets. It can even change the surrounding space of heaven and earth. Even if the unimaginable cultivator comes, he can't see through the mystery of this array. The other is the 6 Stings and 6 Giants demon, subduing immortal array, with 8,864 array flags. This is a purely defensive immortal array. Not only is the defense extremely strong, it can block the attack of the unimaginable cultivator, but it also naturally restrains yin creatures such as Yin Guizi Chong, especially the demon clan. If these 2 sets of arrays are obtained by some small sects, they can become the treasures of the sect. After arranging 2 super immortal arrays in succession, Su Fan still felt uneasy. He took out 2 sets of demon sect arrays from the ring. They are 7 absolute life-destroying soul-locking array and 9 evils mysterious yin confusion array. The demon sex array attainments are inferior to the immortal sex array, but the functions of the demon sex array are often surprising and very eerie. It took Su Fan half a day to set up 4 arrays in succession. Seeing that the 4 arrays completely wrapped up the ancients, Su Fan was relieved. After all, he would stay in this valley for several months, and the safety of the valley became very important. With his temperament, he couldn't sleep well at night without the protection of these arrays. After arranging the 4 arrays, Su Fan came to the pool under the cliff at the end of the valley and set up a tent there. Su Fan took out a recliner from the ring, and he didn't want to get up anymore. He fell asleep in a short while. He slept for 2 full days before Su Fan woke up. For nearly a month, Su Fan had been non-stop, constantly killing monsters. Even if he was an Iron Man, he couldn't bear it anymore. He slept refreshed and energetic this time. Even the side effects of the 3 scorching sun blood explosion pills were relieved a little. Su Fan sat on the recliner, rubbed his face, then walked out of the tent and washed up by the pool. Gurgle. Gurgle. At this time, his stomach growled, and it was only then that a strong feeling of hunger suddenly hied him, almost making him faint from hunger. Su Fan hurriedly took out a dozen basin-sized potcakes from the ring and stuffed them into his mouth desperately. He could finish the basin-sized potcakes in a few bites. In a short while, he had eaten up a dozen basin-sized potcakes. But the strong hunger in Su Fan's stomach was only slightly relieved. There was nothing he could do about it. He was too hungry at this time. Su Fan took out a dozen Rao Jiamo from his ring and stuffed them into his stomach. This was enough to satisfy his hunger. He set up the grill on the open space beside the pond, and then took out various ingredients and grilled them. For the next month, Su Fan lived a godlike life in this valley. These days, apart from the fundamental method Hunhuiki's henging that he practiced every day, he did not practice other things like boxing, swordsmanship, and magic. Most of the time, he was lying on the recliner in a daze. Only when it was time for the 3 meals a day, Su Fan could get down and move around, and cook various kinds of food in different ways. On this day, Su Fan was sitting in front of the grill by the pond, eating skewers, and suddenly felt a slight vibration in his waist. He slapped the ghost weapon on his waist, and heard a whoosh. A black smoke jumped out from his waist and flew back and forth excitedly beside Su Fan. Unexpectedly, Yaksha broke through so quickly. It is said that the process of a ghost cultivator suddenly becoming a ghost king takes at least several years. It is normal for some ghost cultivators with poor qualifications to spend 10 or 20 years. It seems that the black crystal core of Yin Yang Ghost Demon is indeed extraordinary. Yaksha's talent in the ghost way is too good. Su Fan only gave him one, but he broke through the ghost king realm in less than a month. Now the ghost shadow of Yaksha, floating in front of Su Fan, is so thick that it is almost real. The ghost general can finally condense a ghost body, which is almost the same as a real person. Moreover, Su Fan will no longer need to use his mind to communicate with him in the future. He can just say whatever he wants. Maybe it will take a few years for it to cultivate its true ghost body. At that time, Su Fan will have a powerful and good helper. Ghost slaves have to follow the cultivator for life, and they are absolutely obedient. If Su Fan dies, the ghost bodies of Sister Zhen and Yaksha are destined to be destroyed with him. So there is no need to worry about the loyalty of the 2 ghost slaves. They are definitely the existence that makes him most assured. Su Fan waved his hand and drove the Yaksha, who is like a chicken with blood, to the entrance of the valley to be on guard. After the Yaksha left, Su Fan took off the top-grade ghost weapon Netherworld seal from his waist and couldn't help but sigh. Ever since Sister Zhen swallowed the crystal core of Yin Yang Ghost Demon, she has been sleeping in the Netherworld seal. I don't know when she can break through to the ghost general realm. Sister Zhen's talent in the ghost way is really not good. When he thought about this, he was worried and his head hurt. If Su Fan hadn't forced her to feed her, she would never have broken through to the ghost general realm in her life. Su Fan had already thought about it. Most of the remaining dozen crystal cores of Yin Yang Ghost Demon would be piled on Sister Zhen. He didn't believe that with so many rare ghost resources, Sister Zhen couldn't break through to the Ghost King realm. There was no way. He was nostalgic. At this time, the Netherworld seal in Su Fan's hand suddenly vibrated a few times. Master, I have broken through. Then, a familiar thought came, and Sister Zhen finally broke through. With a whoosh, a black shadow jumped out of the Netherworld seal and circled around Su Fan. Be quiet, okay? You've made me dizzy. Master, am I happy? You still have the nerve to say that? It took you so long to break through a ghost. Look at Yaksha, who broke through the Ghost King realm faster than you. There's nothing I can do. This is also a waste of money. Sister Zhen's current strength has increased several times, and she can already exert the full power of the Netherworld seal. When her cultivation stabilizes, let her continue to devour the crystal core of the Yin Yang Ghost Demon. Anyway, Sister Zhen can't be relied on in the next few years, so Yaksha can only work harder. Su Fan is really partial to the 2 ghost slaves. Anyway, good things are all Sister Zhen's, and bad things are all Yaksha, who comes out to take the blame. It's what he deserves. Who made him look so ugly? Okay, go and have fun by yourself. Sister Zhen received Su Fan's thoughts and looked around. Perhaps she felt a breath of Yaksha and instantly turned into a black shadow and floated away. Su Fan looked at the black smoke that Sister Zhen turned into and couldn't help but smile. It seems that this time when I go back, I have to find a way to get some top-quality ghost magic weapons for Yaksha. In the future, when fighting, the ghost generals can still help. Sister Zhen and Yaksha came out of retreat one after another, and the valley was finally not so cold anymore. Although there was a ghost crow in the past, this guy was wandering around outside every day and never went home. Now that Sister Zhen and Yaksha have come out of retreat one after another, Su Fan finally has someone to talk to. Su Fan picked up a kidney from the grill and took a bite. He suddenly remembered something and took out a few array plates from the ring. He activated a few array plates and found that Su Miaoxian's position had appeared on one array plate. This woman didn't know how she did it. And now she has gone to the human stronghold that was closest to him. Su Fan was thinking about whether to bring her here, but later he thought about it and decided not to. He didn't want to cause any trouble in the next few months. Now he's staying here comfortably, so don't bother her. This woman can live until now, and she shouldn't be in any danger in the future. After all, he is practicing the psychedelic way that mainly plays auxiliary, so there is no need to rush to the front. In the following days, Su Fan continued to stay in the tent in the valley and live his life comfortably. At night, a crescent moon in the void casts a cold light. The moon is bright and the stars are sparse. A bright moon hangs high in the night sky, and the moonlight seems to cover the whole earth with a layer of bright gauze. At this moment, Su Fan is lying on a reclining chair by the pool, drinking spiritual tea happily. Suddenly, his body bounced up from the reclining chair, and when he stood up, the big sword appeared in his hand. Su Fan held the sword in both hands and stared at a place in the valley. Although there was nothing there, his intuition told him that something had come into the valley. Both Zhenji and Yaksha were on guard around, but no one noticed, which meant that the thing that came in was not simple. Chapter 430 It's worth it if he dies in this life. At this time, a shadow of a person slowly appeared in the air, and gradually became real. Seeing this person, Su Fan was relieved. The other party was none other than the clone projection of the great human race. Greetings, Senior. Su Fan put away the magic sword and bowed respectfully to the other party. The man smiled and waved at him. Just as he was about to come over, his brows suddenly frowned. He found that a stubborn evil thought had been deeply rooted in Su Fan's body. What's the matter, you have the nerve to ask? I almost lost half of my life in order to kill all the top 100 elites on the demon killing list. Although several months have passed, he still hasn't recovered his original peak state. Especially the evil thought hidden in his body, after so long, it has not been completely eliminated. Junior is not good at learning skills. In order to deal with those demons in the arena, I have no choice but to pay some price. The other party's face softened after hearing this, and a trace of guilt rose in his heart. In fact, in order to let the demons take out those things, these old monsters of the human race had to make some compromises, and finally they could only sacrifice Su Fan. This also made Su Fan face an extremely unfavorable situation as soon as he entered the arena, and he had to fight all the elites of the demons alone. As soon as the other party waved his hand, Su Fan instinctively shuddered all over, and then there was no more. He felt that his mind was unprecedentedly transparent, and all the negative emotions that had continued in his heart disappeared. The great human race extinguished Su Fan's evil thoughts with a wave of his hand, and then walked to the low table by the pool and sat cross-legged. Su Fan hurriedly sat down, poured him a cup of spiritual tea, held the teacup with both hands, and respectfully placed it in front of the other party. Senior, please drink tea. The man took a sip of the teacup, and a look of satisfaction appeared on his face. Well, the tea is not bad. Su Fan did not speak, and sat aside respectfully. He knew in his heart that although the other party did not show any spiritual energy and looked very young, this great man must be at least an old monster in the realm of transformation. Your performance in the top 100 fighting arena this time has even amazed me. I wasn't as fierce as you back then. Su Fan didn't say anything, but picked up the teapot and filled the other person's cup of tea. Senior, you are too kind. The other person laughed and said, your performance in the fighting arena not only scared me, but also the great celestial masters of our human race praised you. Su Fan looked flattered and bowed respectfully to the sky. Seeing Su Fan's behavior, the man laughed. Okay, let's talk business. After he finished speaking, he picked up the teacup and took a sip, then said, I said before that I promised you one thing, and I will keep my word. Su Fan didn't even think about it, and said, I want to go back to Zuanlo realm. What the hell? After hearing Su Fan's words, the great man was stunned. Where is Zuanlo realm, and why is this kid going there? Seeing the other party's confused face, Su Fan hurriedly explained. I came from Zuanlo realm, and I want to go back to pick up a few people. The other party finally understood, but then he felt a little annoyed. Is the promise of Liuzi, a cultivator of the divine transformation realm, so worthless? But the other party didn't say anything. Since he had already promised this kid, let him go. This powerful man was quite disapproving of Su Fan's behavior. This world of cultivation emphasizes strength, and most cultivators are very realistic. They can even give up everything for the sake of the Tao. From the day a cultivator stepped into the world of cultivation, the first thing he did was to cut off all worldly ties. Most cultivators never return to their hometowns in the secular world throughout their lives. Once a cultivator has a step forward, he will abandon his original sect and family without hesitation. As for Taoist partners, children, masters, and fellow disciples, that's even less of a thing. It can be said that almost every cultivator is a scumbag. Even many powerful cultivators have countless Taoist partners in their lives. It's like buying a melon. Anyway, no matter whether it's sweet or not, you just call it out to see if it can raise sand. Moreover, the inferior seeds were scattered everywhere, and there were countless children. But for the sake of his own path, he was ruthless and abandoned the orphans and widows, saying that he would not care about them. Although he was somewhat dissatisfied with Su Fan's behavior, the great man was quite satisfied with him. After all, there were really not many people in the world of cultivation who were as nostalgic as Su Fan. Because the more snobbish and realistic people are, the less they want people around them to be like him. I promise this matter, I will help you arrange it. After hearing the other party's words, Su Fan breathed a sigh of relief. He and the three mothers have been separated for many years, and now he finally has the opportunity to reunite again, which also makes him a little fascinated. At this time, the great man took out a ring and threw it to Su Fan. You kid performed well in the time and space arena and made great contributions to our human race. The things in it are your reward. Su Fan slaughtered all the top 100 elites of the demon race alone in the top 100 killing list of the human race, and the great man of the human race made a fortune. So the old monsters were very satisfied with Su Fan, and the reward was naturally generous. Su Fan took the ring, but he didn't dare to look at the things inside, and carefully put it away. Too polite, how embarrassing. Those old monsters are the most powerful beings of the human race, and their rewards are certainly not that simple. If the rewards are not good, will you feel embarrassed? Su Fan quickly stood up and bowed to the other party respectfully. Thank you, senior. This time he was really grateful, and his words were also very sincere. The man looked at Su Fan and laughed. Now let's talk about another thing. After hearing what the other party said, Su Fan suddenly became nervous. He regretted that he shouldn't have made such a big splash in the time and space arena. Now, he is remembered by these old monsters. These old monsters must have no good intentions, and they don't know what they will let him do. Senior, before Su Fan finished speaking, the man waved his hand and interrupted him. Don't worry, it will take at least 100 years before I can use you. He took a sip from the teacup, then glanced at Su Fan with a smile. Now if you have any requests, just tell me. Damn it, can't I just live a peaceful life? But he knew in his heart that there was no point in talking to these old monsters. Instead of complaining here, why not take the opportunity to gain some benefits for yourself? Thinking of this, Su Fan thought for a while, then took a deep breath. Senior, when I come back from Zuanlo realm, I want to change my identity. The man was stunned when he heard it. He thought Su Fan would definitely take the opportunity to propose some better conditions. For example, some long-standing Taoist veins, or a bunch of natural treasures, or even to worship under some powerful person. It would not be an excessive thing. Who would have thought that Su Fan just wanted to change his identity? You know, this kid has been in the limelight in the time and space arena. With his amazing achievements, the super sects in the large plains of the King Kong Star domain all want to recruit him. Even if he does nothing, it is a huge profit to place him in the sect as a mascot. But after all, he is an old monster who has lived for thousands of years. This great man immediately understood Su Fan's thoughts and couldn't help but look at him differently. This kid's character is really good. With his amazing achievements, he has created a great reputation in the entire King Kong Star region, but he said he would give up. This is too rare. I promise you. What else? Su Fan thought for a while and said, help me arrange a place. I don't want to do anything in the next 100 years. I just want to practice with peace of mind. The other party nodded with approval and said, okay. I promise, no matter where you want to go, I will help you arrange it properly, giving up those vanity, willing to hide his identity, and calm down to practice with peace of mind. It is really no accident that this kid can achieve such success. In fact, this great man thought too much. Su Fan didn't have so many thoughts. His biggest wish in his previous life was to find a quiet place to lie down and die. After traveling to this world of cultivation, this wish has not changed. But now he is no longer alone. He also has his senior sister, Gu Qinghuan, and his precious daughter. Su Fan just wants to live a shameless life with a mother and the three of them. And, hearing that Su Fan still had something to say, the other party suddenly became a little impatient and looked at Su Fan with a smile. Just this one look made him feel cold all over. Damn, it's too scary to negotiate with this old monster. But Su Fan still made up his mind and gritted his teeth and said, the people I brought from Zuanluo realm must also be arranged for me. Humph. The other party snorted coldly, and Su Fan felt that his eyes went dark, his soul trembled a few times, and his mind was buzzing. Okay. I agree. After the other party finished speaking, he looked at Su Fan with a smile, and there was a hint of teasing in his eyes. Su Fan hurriedly bowed and bowed again. Thank you, senior, no more, it's really gone this time. The other party snorted coldly. You are smart, kid. You really think that I, a cultivator of the divine transformation realm, am easy to talk to? Su Fan had been bending over. When he raised his head, he found that the other party was gone. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and let out a long breath. Fortunately, this opportunity was not wasted. Su Fan put forward all the requirements that should be put forward and bought himself 100 years of time. If he could find a quiet place and live 100 years in peace with a mother and the three of them, it would be worth it for him to die in this life. Su Fan brewed a pot of spiritual tea for himself again, picked up the teacup and took a sip. When he thought about reuniting with his senior sister and Gu Qinghuan, his heart couldn't help but ripple. Su Fan shook his head and drove out the messy and beautiful pictures in his mind. He didn't want to toss and turn in the middle of the night and couldn't sleep. The harvest this time was not bad. Apart from other things, the fact that a great man helped him to remove the evil thought that remained in his body was enough. Those old monsters who had transformed into gods would not easily attack. In addition, the few requests he made basically achieved his goal, and bought 100 years of quiet life for himself and the third mother. With the other party's status and position, he would definitely not go back on his word. Moreover, the requests he made were not a big deal in the eyes of the other party. Oh, I almost forgot about this. At this time, Su Fan suddenly remembered something and quickly took out the ring. He took a deep breath, his eyes focused, and his consciousness swept over the ring. Fuck. He is a great god after all. This ring alone has a volume of 1,000 cubic meters. Although rings are the most common things in the world of cultivation, the volume of ordinary rings is already the limit of 100 cubic meters. Not to mention 500 cubic rings, even 200 cubic rings are extremely rare. But compared with the things in the ring, this 1,000 cubic ring is nothing. There are only 4 boxes in the ring, and in one of the boxes, 10 transparent crystal cores the size of a fingernail are neatly stacked, but the spiritual energy contained in it has overflowed. Could this be the legendary spiritual crystal? It is said that the spiritual energy contained in one is almost catching up with the spiritual veins of some small sects. If a spiritual crystal is placed in a place without spirits, it will take less than a few decades to give birth to a miniature spiritual vein. The value of these 10 spirit crystals can be seen. Moreover, these things are in short supply. Let alone buying them, you can't even see them. Even those unique cultivators who have practiced for a lifetime may not have a rare spirit crystal in their hands. For Su Fan, a giant cultivator, he is not qualified to use them now. If someone knew that he had these 10 spirit crystals, those unique old monsters would definitely have evil intentions and kill people for the goods. Even some old monsters who have transformed into gods would have to trade with him without mercy. Anyway, Su Fan has made up his mind not to tell anyone about these 10 spirit crystals, even his Taoist partner and children. He has to hide this matter. Another box contains 5 pills, each of which is an extremely rare Taoist pill, including the Creation Lingayan treasure pill for the best healing, the Taibao Chongxiandan for high-level breakthrough, the Ziyangshan treasure pill for repairing the soul, the Taishang induction Tao pill that can improve understanding, and the Rebellion origin Tao pill for improving qualifications. These 5 pills are rare and precious pills that are hard to find even in the entire King Kwang Star region. Especially the high-level Taibao Chongxiandan that can break through the realm, even a unique cultivator would be jealous when seeing it. And the rebellious origin Dao pill may not be of much use to those gifted genius disciples, but it is of great use to Su Fan, who has a rubbish qualification. These old monsters are really well-intentioned, and even took out such a heaven-defying pill. Su Fan opened the third box again, which only contained 2 inconspicuous yellow paper talismans, but Su Fan was born as a talisman master, and he could tell the origin of this talisman after a quick look. Fuck. These 2 talismans are extraordinary. One is called Dushin Liangai Shanguang Xianfu, and the other is called Jiushin Jinjia Lishi Xianfu. These are 2 5th-level talismans equivalent to Bla from a Shenhe cultivator, one for attack and the other for defense. With these 2 5th-level immortal talismans, Su Fan can easily escape even if he is surrounded by several Yuanying cultivators. If he is lucky, he can even take away a few Yuanying cultivators. Su Fan took a deep breath, opened the last box, and found a key-shaped jade inside. He picked up the jade and looked at it carefully. After studying it for a while and looking up a lot of information, he finally understood this thing. Su Fan held a key-shaped jade, his eyes were red as blood, and a huge wave was set off in his heart. My buddy is rich now. Chapter 431. What are you going for? The more than 1-inch long jade key in Su Fan's hand turned out to be the key to enter and exit a small secret realm. The so-called small secret realm is actually a scattered space that was refined by a cultivator using a secret method. In the past, the secret realms of the sect or the flying boat were fixed in a certain place and needed to be blessed by spiritual veins or formations all year round. But the secret realm in his hand was extraordinary, and he could actually carry it with him. Su Fan activated the jade key, and he felt a black screen in front of his eyes. The whole person seemed to fall into an endless abyss and kept falling. Fortunately, this feeling ended in a moment. When Su Fan opened his eyes again, he found that he was already in an unfamiliar space. The spiritual energy in the secret realm is extremely abundant, and the moist breath that hits the face is almost sticky together. The first thing that comes into view is a 100-foot-long waterfall hanging at the foot of a solitary peak, and the water vapor of the waterfall diffuses upward. There is also a small lake in front of the mountain. The mist appears from time to time, the springs and waterfalls are running, the clouds are around the fairy mountain, the light is bright and the moon is clear. What a blessed land. Su Fan's eyes condensed, and his spiritual sense was completely released, and all the scenes within a few miles were in sight. But his spiritual sense was exhausted and he still couldn't find the end of this secret realm. He slapped the top-grade ghost weapon on his waist, summoned Sister Zhen and Yaksha, and asked them to explore the depths of the secret realm. What a good place. This place is much better than the cave he lived in before. The key is that this is his private territory. No one comes to disturb him at all. He can do whatever he wants. After a while, Sister Zhen and Yaksha came back. According to them, the secret realm is about 10 miles in radius, and its shape is like an inverted big wrist, with a layer of thick fog on the outside. Such a large place is enough for him to toss in the future. Although this secret realm is good, Su Fan is still ready to make a thorough transformation. This will be his home in the future. Su Fan came out of the secret realm as soon as he thought of it. The process of entering and exiting the secret realm is a little slow. If you want to rely on the secret realm to avoid the opponent's attack in the fight, it may be too late. So when entering and exiting the secret realm, you must be cautious and never let others find out. Su Fan glanced at the jade key in his hand, nodded with satisfaction, and then put it into the ring. This treasure is extraordinary. Even Yuanying and Huishan cultivators may not have it, so you must not let others know about it. After all, it is a reward from the great human beings. Compared with the things that the sect gave him in the past, it is simply heaven and earth. Su Fan didn't know that he was so powerful in the fight of the top 100 on the killing list, and he slaughtered all the elites of the demon race alone, winning the bet for the great human beings. These old monsters won a lot of money, and everyone made a small fortune, so they were also generous with their rewards to Su Fan. Although these rewards made Su Fan excited, in the eyes of those old monsters of the human race, they were nothing at all. Compared with what they won in the bet, it was a drop in the bucket. For the next few months, Su Fan stayed here comfortably and didn't even step out of the valley. In this short period of time, he lived a very enjoyable life, just like a vacation. As for the time and space arena, their fight to the death had nothing to do with him. Su Fan was looking forward to the end of the time and space arena, and then returning to Zuanluo realm as soon as possible to reunite with the three mothers. He missed his children so much that he was almost crazy. In the early morning, the rising red sun shone on it. The clouds were thousands of feet high, as brilliant as brocade. Several mountain peaks were slightly exposed, and they appeared and disappeared in the clouds, like a fairyland. Su Fan finished practicing the fundamental law in the secret realm. After breakfast, he lay on a lounge chair by the pool, drinking spiritual tea leisurely. Su Fan took out a jade slip from the ring and placed it on his forehead. Since the great man left, Su Fan has never taken out this jade slip again, and he has no idea what the situation in the space-time arena is like. After a while, Su Fan put down the jade slip and a smile appeared on his face. 2 months ago, the war between the demon elite and the golden insect race finally ended. As he expected, both sides ended up losing. In this war, almost half of the elites of the two races were consumed, and the cruelty of the war can be seen. The human cultivators in the space-time arena took advantage of the war between the two sides to accumulate strength. Now tens of thousands of human cultivators and dozens of human strongholds have completed their assembly and formed 3 large human settlements. Although the number of human cultivators is not dominant among the 3 races, only the human race has the strongest organizational ability. Once the human race is organized, the sword cultivators, magic cultivators and immortal sect cultivators are effectively organized, and they can still face several times the number of demon elites and golden insects. Now the number of insects and demons in the space-time arena has been consumed by more than half, and even if they join forces, they cannot defeat the human race. Moreover, the two races have already formed an irreconcilable blood feud. So in the past few months, the human cultivators have continuously organized forces and launched attacks on the Zergan demon in the space-time arena. The elites of the two races, who have long been seriously injured, can't withstand the human cultivators who are waiting for them. The current situation in the space-time arena is that the human race is chasing the demon and Zerg, and the two races can only passively resist and retreat. Su Fan shook his head. It seems that the human race is reckless again. Now it is less than a month before the end of the space-time arena, and it is time to go out and take a look. Thinking of this, Su Fan simply packed up, drove the ghost crow out of the valley, and flew to the nearest human settlement. The human settlement that Su Fan went to was the nearby human stronghold. Now this human stronghold is no longer what it used to be. There are tens of thousands of human cultivators gathered here, just like a bustling market. Su Fan drove the ghost crow to the outside of the gathering place, and from time to time he would encounter human monks driving magic weapons in the air. A defense line has been established here, and a series of defensive formations have supported a colorful aura shield. In the sky above the gathering place, there are still many combat flying boats constantly patrolling back and forth in the nearby airspace. Su Fan jumped off the back of the ghost crow and walked into the gathering place with a flow of people. Su Fan passed through a series of defensive formations and finally entered the interior of the gathering place. He passed through the last aura shield and a huge noise suddenly hit him. There are temporary caves of various shapes everywhere. Some people just set up a tent as a cave, and those who are more particular build a thatched hut or a wooden house. The rich local tyrants are awesome and directly take out a miniature cave. The internal management of the gathering place is not bad. It is neatly planned, and there are 3 horizontal and 3 vertical main streets. The street was very lively, with stalls on both sides. The flow of cultivators on the street was very dense, but a little chaotic. Su Fan had already changed his body shape and appearance, so he was not afraid of being recognized by others. He walked around the street for a few rounds, but he lost interest at all. The items sold and traded here were mostly various materials from the demons and insects. Su Fan had at least hundreds of corpses of various demons and insects in his hands. How could he look down on these rags? Moreover, since he received the rewards from those human masters, there are not many cultivation resources that can catch his eye. Su Fan walked around and came to a small square. There were various signs hanging everywhere, and the information recorded on the signs was also varied. There were various tasks issued by cultivators, some were various materials offered by cultivators, and some were recruiting members for the human team. Anyway, there were all kinds of things. Su Fan looked at the gathering place again and started to walk out. This broken place was too noisy. Anyway, there's still less than a month before the end of the time and space arena, so he might as well find a place outside to stay comfortably. When Su Fan walked to the door of the gathering place, he stopped and thought for a while, and then took out 2 array plates from the ring. The time and space arena is about to end, so he should contact Lao Chu and Su Mailan. After all, both parties are quite familiar with each other, and one is a friend. Su Fan activated the 2 array plates, but found that the 2 were both in this gathering place, not far from him. He hesitated for a while, and finally felt that he should go over to take a look. After all, everyone came here together, so they had to meet each other anyway. Su Fan followed the direction shown by the array plate and came to the outside of a small courtyard. This small courtyard is a miniature cave house at first glance, which means that the owner of the cave house is worth a lot of money. Although the small courtyard is only a few feet square, it is also worth a lot of spirit stones. In fact, Su Fan also has a miniature cave house, which is much more luxurious than this one. It is a luxurious cave house of dozens of feet square, with pavilions, towers, garden quarters and so on. However, Su Fan had never used it once. He preferred a simpler cave and did not like the extravagant style. He walked to the door of the courtyard and knocked on it a few times. After a while, a cultivator opened the door and saw him, and immediately frowned. "Who are you looking for?" Although the other party's attitude was extremely bad, Su Fan still arched his hands to the other party and smiled. "Devours, I want to find senior brother Chiu Daoquan. He's not here." The other party was about to close the door after speaking, and Su Fan hurriedly said, "Senior sister Su Mailan, are you there?" The cultivator's eyes suddenly condensed after hearing this. "What's your relationship with her?" "Damn. What's my relationship with her? It's none of your business. Senior brother Daoquan and senior sister Mailan, I all come from the same plane." After hearing Su Fan's words, the man's face finally looked better, and he glanced at Su Fan again. "Wait here." After a while, a burst of hurried footsteps came from the courtyard. A female cultivator in a red robe ran out of the yard. When she saw Su Fan, she rushed over excitedly. Su Fan thought he was in trouble. He could tell from the cultivator's face that many people here were bewitched by this woman. He didn't want to cause trouble at this time. Su Fan stretched out his hand and supported Su Mailan, who was flying over, so that she didn't fall into his arms. "Su Fan, it's great that you are still alive." Su Mailan's tears flowed down as she spoke. It was estimated that she had experienced a thrilling experience when she first entered the time and space arena. "Where are Lao Chu and the others?" Su Mailan sighed and said, "There are only more than 100 people from our Cultivation who survived, and the others." After hearing her words, Su Fan was not as sentimental as her. "Let them die. Anyway, I am not familiar with them. As long as you and Lao Chu are fine, it's fine." Su Mailan wiped her eyes again and said, "Come on. I'll take you to see Lao Chu. He was still talking about you yesterday." Su Fan followed Su Mailan all the way to a tent next to him. He saw Lao Chu lying in the tent. His face looked very bad, and he looked like he had been seriously injured. "Lao Chu, look who's here," Su Mailan shouted outside the tent. Lao Chu grinned and propped himself up, sitting up from the ground. "Haha. I knew you were fine." Su Fan hurried over, helped him lie down, and then asked, "Lao Chu, what's wrong with you?" Chiu Daoquan smiled bitterly and said, "Mailan and I just met recently. She's luckier than me. She joined a team of super sect disciples in Ocean. I'm more miserable." At this point, he glanced at Su Mailan. "Later, I came here, and thanks to Mailan, I joined this team. But for those of us who come from small planes, if we want to stay in this team, we can only work harder." Su Fan understood. It seems that there are a lot of tricks among the human cultivators in the time and space arena. Superplanes like Ocean and Kunluncheon must dominate the leadership of the battlefield. As for the cultivators from other small planes, they can only stand in the front as cannon fodder. Su Fan thinks this is good. If the human cultivators want to unite, someone must organize and reasonably allocate resources. If not, the human cultivators will definitely be a mess. As for letting small plane cultivators like them rush to the front as cannon fodder, there is nothing we can do. If the human cultivators are a mess, there will definitely be more deaths than now. "Where have you been, kid? I haven't seen your position on the array." Su Fan smiled and said, "I was injured when I first entered the space-time arena, and I have been hiding somewhere to recover until recently." "Then you have never joined the team?" Su Fan shook his head and said, "Well, I have always been alone." Old Chu laughed and said, "It's a good thing that you are here. Why don't you join our team?" After he finished speaking, he looked at Su Mailan and said, "Mailan, go ask Brother Fangs how to take Su Fan into the team." Su Fan almost laughed out loud when he heard this. The current situation in the space-time arena is very favorable to the human race. "Old Chu, you are still fighting so hard. What are you trying to achieve?" Old Chu, the space-time arena is about to end, you two might as well quit the team, and we will find a place to stay quietly until the space-time arena ends. Chu Daoquan shook his head after hearing this. Junior brother, let me tell you the truth. If you join this team and perform well, you will have the opportunity to go to Jiwaoshan. Sumailin, who is next to him, also persuaded him. Senior brother Feng Zhou has promised that after the time and space arena is over, he will arrange for the two of us to go to the lower sect of his sect. From now on, we will be people of Jiwaoshan. Su Fan sneered in his heart. There are not many good people in these super sects in the big plains. In order to make the human cultivators in the time and space arena fight desperately, I don't know how many big cakes they have drawn. After the time and space arena is over, they will be placed in a lower sect at will. But even so, cultivators from small plains like Chu Daoquan and Sumailin, who know the tricks, will still fight hard. For Chu Daoquan and Sumailin, who came from Conceals, entering Jiwaoshan is definitely very beneficial to their future development. Even if they join the lower sect of a super sect, they will not hesitate. Su Fan knew that the two had good intentions, but he didn't want to join any team. It would be better to find a place to stay comfortably. Not to mention Jiwaoshan, he could choose any human plane in Kingkong Star region at will, and go wherever he wanted. Su Fan, wait here, I'll go and ask Brother Feng Zhao. After Sumailin finished speaking, she turned around and ran out of the tent. Su Fan didn't even call her. Brother Feng Zhao has always been good to Mailin. I guess it shouldn't be a big problem if she goes to ask in person. After hearing what Lao Chu said, Su Fan didn't say anything. Although the two were just friends, he still felt a little uncomfortable. Lao Chu glanced at Su Fan and laughed. Brother, don't worry, Mailin didn't let you down. She fascinated Brother Feng Zhao so much that he didn't even touch her. Su Fan felt better after hearing this. This woman is really good. After a while, Sumailin led a few people to the outside of Chu Daoquan's tent. Su Fan, go quickly. Senior brother Feng Zhou is here. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 432 Everyone has their own opportunity. Su Fan and Chu Daoquan walked out of the tent and saw Sumailin leading a few people. The leader looked about 30 years old, wearing a royal blue robe, with an ebony hairpin in his hair, and his hair and beard were meticulously groomed, looking chic and dignified. Su Fan walked over and bowed. Meet Brother Feng Zhou. Brother Feng Zhou nodded slightly, as a greeting. I heard about your situation from Mailin. She said that you majored in physical cultivation and are very powerful, but our team already has enough people. When he said this, he looked at Su Fan with a smile. With your strength, you won't have to worry about not finding a place to settle down. Su Fan breathed a sigh of relief. He was thinking about how to refuse, but he didn't expect that the other party didn't like him at all. He didn't take the other party's slow treatment to heart. Now the killing list of human cultivators in the space-time arena has not been announced, and the only people who know that he is the top of the list are those human cultivators who have participated in the top 100 arena. But these people will definitely not mention Su Fan's name all the time when they come back. Why? Because it's embarrassing. This is absolutely a great shame for them. In fact, this is the best. If he refuses, it will definitely make it difficult for Sumailin and Chu Daoquan. Although Su Fan didn't care, Chu Daoquan was anxious. Brother Feng Zhou, I have seen the strength of junior brother Su Fan. Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by someone behind Brother Feng Zhou. Is this your place to speak? There are no rules. Chu Daoquan showed a trace of anger on his face, but in the end he opened his mouth and still didn't say anything. There was no way. These disciples of Jiwaoshan looked down on people like him from a small plane, and he was often humiliated by him on weekdays. But Chu Daoquan could only endure it because he didn't want to give up this opportunity. Sumailin also turned around and begged, Brother Feng Zhou, junior brother Su Fan. Brother Feng Zhou waved his hand and said, Mailin, let's talk about this later. Brother Mu Feng from our Jiwaoshan Shiansha Demon Palace will be here in a while. You accompany me to greet him. Hearing what Brother Feng Zhou said, Sumailin stopped talking immediately. She had heard Brother Mu Feng mentioned more than once. He was a powerful man with a great reputation in the King Star region. If Brother Mu Feng liked her, it would only take a word for her to stay in the Xianxia demon sect. Of course, Su Mailin was unwilling to give up such an opportunity. Seeing that both of them were silent, Brother Feng Zhou looked at Su Fan jokingly again, turned around and left with his men. Su Fan looked at Brother Feng Zhou's back and a smile appeared on his face. The Brother Mu Feng from the Xianxia Demon Palace that the other party mentioned had a drink with him a few months ago, and he was very polite to him. Unlike this idiot, he was so arrogant to him. He knew that the other party deliberately treated him so badly because of Su Mailin. A famous disciple of Jia Huaoshan was actually attracted to a female cultivator of Huandao. He was a loser. Brother, don't worry. I will ask Brother Feng Zhao in 2 days to let you stay in the team. After hearing what Su Mailin said, Su Fan smiled and shook his head. Forget it. She doesn't like me. Why should I stick to her cold butt? Although she was just a dating friend, Su Mailin's performance still made him feel a little uncomfortable. Of course, Su Fan also understood Su Mailin's choice. She was not a child, but a giant and cultivator who had lived for more than 100 years and knew how to make choices. Anyway, she was just a dating friend, and he didn't expect her to fall in love with him. But Su Fan believed that if Zhang Junpu, the funny guy, was here, he would definitely follow him and leave without hesitation. But there are probably not many outliers like him in the entire world of cultivation. Chu Daoquan, who was standing next to him, also advised, "Junior brother, don't say angry words at this time. Don't leave for the next few days. Just squeeze in my tent." Su Fan patted Chu Daoquan on the shoulder and laughed. "Old Chu, you know me. Are you still worried about not finding a place?" After he finished speaking, he glanced at Su Mailin and smiled. "Okay, it's time for me to go." Su Mailin and Chu Daoquan wanted to persuade him again, but Su Fan had already turned and left. They could only look at his back with complicated expressions. Su Fan stopped after walking a few steps. "Forget it, we have known each other for a while, so give them another chance." Thinking of this, Su Fan turned around. He said very solemnly, "You should still come with me." Su Fan, promise that I will let you go to Jia Huaoshan and glory in the future." Su Fan said so much, but at this time the two did not believe it at all, and they thought he was just talking in anger. "Junior brother, listen to me. I will ask Brother Feng Zhou again, just listen to my advice, let Mailin find a way for you to stay in the team." After hearing what the two said, Su Fan smiled bitterly. "In this case, forget it. Everyone has their own opportunities. Who can you blame if you can't catch them?" Su Fan waved at them, smiled again, and then turned and left. Looking at Su Fan's back, Chu Daoquan sighed. "Junior brother Su Fan is too impulsive. This is such a good opportunity. Junior sister, go ask Brother Feng Zhou again." After hearing what Chu Daoquan said, Su Mailin shook her head. "Forget it, you don't know him yet. He looks humble and easygoing, but he is actually proud. How can he stand such a slow treatment? I don't know why." Looking at the lonely back that was going away, Su Mailin's heart was pinched. Her eyes began to turn red, and tears could not help but flow down. Maybe after this separation, the two will never have the chance to meet again in this life. Despite this, Su Mailin could not give up such a God-given opportunity for Su Fan. "Mailin, it's time to go." At this time, Brother Feng Zhou called her from a distance. Su Mailin wiped her eyes, turned around and ran over. Brother Feng Zhou glanced at her face and couldn't help but secretly rejoice in his heart. He clearly felt the position of that boy in Su Mailin's heart. Now that the other party had been driven away, he was relieved. Brother Feng Zhou was really attracted to Su Mailin and had been a dog licker for a while. "Mailin, let's go. Brother Mu Feng is almost here." The two came to the valley in the center of the gathering place. At this moment, the Xianxia demon sect here, as well as more than a dozen disciples of the sect, almost all came. After a few months, several super sects in the Big Plains have already seized the leadership of the time and space arena. A team of human cultivators. The captain and the backbone are all disciples of several super sects in the Big Plains. There is no way, the world of cultivation also emphasizes origin. Just like the Brother Feng Zhou, as long as he explained his identity, countless people would follow him immediately. At this moment, hundreds of disciples of the Xianxia demon sect stood there respectfully, patiently waiting for the arrival of Brother Mu Feng. At this time, Brother Mu Feng walked into the valley, and the people who had been waiting for a long time bowed and saluted. "Hello, Brother Mu Feng." Brother Mu Feng smiled and waved his hand, and then, surrounded by several elite disciples in the sect, he walked into a cave in the valley. As for the other disciples of the lower sect, they did not even have the qualifications to enter the door, and could only stand outside the cave in an orderly manner. Su Mailin followed him in, but it was because Brother Feng Zhou abused his power for personal gain that she had the opportunity to follow him into the cave. Brother Feng Zhou was definitely in love, and he was determined to bring Su Mailin back to the sect, so he took this opportunity today to let her leave an impression on Brother Mu Feng, so that he could speak for this matter in the future. Senior Brother Mu Feng sat cross-legged at the head of the group. He smiled and said, "My fellow disciples, you have worked hard." The elite disciples in the sect responded respectfully. At this time, Senior Brother Mu Feng saw Su Mailin behind Feng Zhou and laughed. "Feng Zhou, this junior sister looks unfamiliar. Why don't you introduce her to us?" His words made the elite disciples of the Xiansha demon sect all laugh. Su Mailin stood up gracefully and bowed to Senior Brother Mu Feng. "Cultivation, I am Su Mailin, a disciple of the Heart Demon Temple. I am honored to meet Senior Brother Mu Feng." After hearing Su Mailin's words, Senior Brother Mu Feng's eyes lit up. "You are from Cultivation. Do you know Senior Brother Su Fan?" Hearing the name Su Fan, Su Mailin was stunned at the time. How did Senior Brother Mu Feng know this guy? And when the other party called Su Fan, he called him Senior Brother. In this world of cultivation, strength is respected, and the titles between cultivators are all the same. There is no order of learning, and the one who is more accomplished is the teacher. There may not be many people who can call a strong man like Senior Brother Mu Feng Senior Brother. She suddenly realized something and remembered what Su Fan said before he left. It was like someone suddenly poured a basin of cold water on her head. She was stunned and lost her soul. Not only her, but Feng Zhou next to her also changed his face. Who is Senior Brother Mu Feng? Even in the entire King Kuang Star region, he's a well-known figure. How could he know this disciple from a small plane? He couldn't help but feel a little scared. He just drove him away. Several elite disciples in the sect next to him were also confused. Senior Brother Mu Feng, who is this Su Fan? Senior Brother Mu Feng smiled bitterly. Although it was quite embarrassing, he was talking behind closed doors with his fellow disciples, so he didn't hide it. This guy is incredible. His strength is unfathomable. Even I can't tell his depth. Several elite disciples of the Xiansha demon sect next to him obviously didn't believe it and thought that Senior Brother Mu Feng was teasing him. Senior Brother Mu Feng glanced at several of his fellow disciples and knew that they did not believe him. In this 100 years of space-time arena in the King Kuang Star region, the top of our human cultivators killing list is him. What? Impossible. Senior Brother, stop joking. Senior Brother Mu Feng waved his hand, interrupting the exclamations of several of his fellow disciples, and sighed slightly. A few months ago, the space-time arena opened a separate arena for the top 100 elites on the killing list of the human and demon races. The people in the room were all shocked when they heard this. This matter had not been spread at all, because all the human cultivators who participated in the arena did not mention it much after returning from the arena. Therefore, most of the human cultivators in the space-time arena did not know about it at all. This time, in the top 100 of the killing list of the human and demon races, our human race won completely, with a record of 100-0. After hearing what Senior Brother Mu Feng said, the people in the room did not feel excited at all, because they found that Senior Brother Mu Feng's face was not good, and he did not feel the joy of winning the arena at all. The room was very quiet. After a long while, Senior Brother Mu Feng finally spoke. The top 100 of the killing list of the human and demon races, Su Fan, the top of the record list, has a record of 100. After hearing this, the people in the room all had black eyes and almost fainted. This kid slaughtered all the top 100 elites of the demon race killing list by himself. It turned out that Senior Brother Mu Feng and his people were just there to stir up trouble. So many people, but he didn't even get a hair. They all subconsciously didn't believe it. This was too exaggerated. Even if it was bragging, no one dared to brag like this. Let alone the top 100 elites of the demon race killing list. Just find 100 demons in the time and space arena, and they wouldn't be so bad. They have seen Senior Brother Mu Feng's strength. And there is more than one strong player in the arena. Any disciple who can enter the top 100 of the human race killing list has a great reputation in the King Kuang Star region. especially in the chaotic situation in the fighting arena. If you want to kill all the strong men in the demon race, it would be good if half of the human cultivators can survive. Now tell them that this kid killed all the demon elites in the fighting arena by himself. No normal person would believe it. But Brother Mufang said it so confidently that they couldn't help but believe it. This time I know what it means that there are people beyond people and there are heavens beyond heavens. This time in the killing list top 100 fighting arena, it was a big blow to Brother Mufang. Not only him, but every human cultivator who entered the fighting arena was the same, which made them have an unforgettable painful memory. Of course, this is not a bad thing. At least it makes these proud sons of heaven, who usually look down on others, have a little awe. It will definitely be more beneficial than harmful to their future path. Brother Mufang sighed. He had been holding this matter in his heart for a long time. Today he finally said it out, and he felt relieved. He turned his head and looked at Su Mailan, who was standing opposite. Junior sister Mailan, you know senior brother Su Fan, right? Su Mailan, who had been dazed, shuddered when she heard what senior brother Mufang said. Just now, senior brother Su Fan came to see me. Hearing her words, Feng Zhou, who was standing next to her, felt dizzy and almost fainted. He quickly took over the conversation from Su Mailan and said with a smile, just now, senior brother Su Fan came, and I met him. Senior brother Mufang had lived for more than 200 years and had seen everything. He roughly guessed the whole story from the expressions on the faces of the two. But he had to save some face for his fellow disciples, so he didn't reveal anything. Senior brother Mufang smiled and said, Feng Zhou, go and invite senior brother Su Fan over now, and tell him that I want to invite him to drink. Feng Zhou bowed and turned away in a hurry. Su Mailan was stunned for a moment, and ran out too. Chapter 433 This guy is so annoying. After Su Fan came out of Chiu Daoquan's tent, he found a place and changed his appearance and aura. He turned his head and looked at the small courtyard in the distance, then turned and left. Su Fan was walking around in the gathering place. Before he had walked for a while, he saw several people running past him in a hurry. He frowned immediately. Aren't these people Feng Zhou's lackeys? I was driven away by you, are you still going to do it? But he immediately gave up this idea because he saw Su Mailan running over. She was looking around with an anxious face holding the array plate. Feng Zhou followed her and kept asking her something like an ant on a hot stove. Although Su Fan's location can be seen on the array plate, it only knows that he is here. It would be fine if he was in a place with fewer people. At this moment, Su Fan was in the most crowded place in the gathering place. He also changed his height, appearance and aura. Where can they find him? Moreover, since entering the time and space arena, all the communication arrays have been invalidated. It is not so easy to find Su Fan. Su Fan smiled. It seems that they have met Brother Mufang. Maybe seeing Su Mailan also came from Kungsa Heaven, he should have asked about his situation. He did not leave, but found a place to sit down in nearby and watch the show patiently. If it were not for Chiu Daoquan and Su Mailan, he would not stay here for long. Since the two of them have their own destinations, he should leave. Anyway, they have been given a chance, and Su Fan has nothing to feel guilty about. At this time, Su Mailan ran past him. She looked lost and tears were flowing. Su Fan didn't know what she was thinking at this time, but she regretted it for sure. If she had known that Su Fan was so awesome, why would she hold Feng Zhou's thigh tightly in order to enter Jiu Iao Heaven, and even did something that chilled Su Fan's heart? Now Su Fan was obviously avoiding her, and Su Mailan felt like a fool. She walked down the street in a daze, like a walking corpse without energy, as if everyone on the street was laughing at her. Looking at the miserable Su Mailan, Su Fan sighed. He stood up from the ground, looked at the woman who had been given the red pill by him, and turned away. At midnight, the moon was bright and the stars were sparse. The moon was bright and clear, like a night lamp hanging in the sky, casting a clear silver glow, and the bright moonlight poured down, clear and flawless, cold and luxurious. Senior brother Mufang sat cross-legged outside the abode alone, with a small red clay stove and tea sets beside him, enjoying this lonely and quiet night alone. At this time, he suddenly stood up, his eyes fixed, and his consciousness spread in the valley. Although he didn't find anything, his intuition told him that there was someone hiding nearby and staring at him. Senior brother Mufang suddenly became nervous. He boasted that his mental strength was very strong. At least under the nascent soul cultivator, few people could be stronger than him. Suddenly, A thin layer of mist outside the house suddenly came alive and began to condense. Senior brother Mu Feng did not move. The other party had no hostility towards him. If he wanted to kill him, he would have done it just now. What scared him was that the other party actually touched him silently without him noticing. This also made him a little creepy, and cold sweat flowed down his back. The mist outside the house finally condensed together, gradually turning into a human-shaped phantom, and finally slowly turning into a substance. Su Fan released his mist body and bowed to senior brother Mu Feng opposite him. Junior brother Mu Feng, please don't mind my presumptuous coming here today. Senior brother Mu Feng took a deep breath, and he smiled and waved his hand to his side. So it's you, come, try my purple heart jade rose. To be honest, senior brother Mu Feng was still a little unconvinced by Su Fan, but now he is completely convinced. The trick this guy showed just now really frightened senior brother Mu Feng. If Su Fan wanted to kill him, it would be easy. This guy is obviously just a cultivator from a small plane. How could he have so many cunning methods? Su Fan was not polite. He walked over and sat cross-legged, taking the teacup handed over by the other party. He put the teacup between his lips, and the fragrant aroma came to him, making people feel refreshed. He picked up the teacup and took a sip. The fragrance overflowed, and a vortex of spiritual power kept swirling in his mouth, making people unable to swallow it. The tea went into his throat, sweet and mellow, and there was a cool feeling that penetrated his internal organs. Well, this tea is not bad. Senior brother Mu Feng smiled and refilled Su Fan with another cup. If you like it, I'll pack some for you later. Su Fan laughed and said, that's great, I just like this. Senior brother Mu Feng thought for a while and said, I've already talked about Feng Zhou, I'll apologize to you on his behalf, don't bother with him. Su Fan didn't take it seriously at first, and they were all from the same sect, so how could they scold him for an outsider? In fact, the other party said so, just to put down his posture and show his attitude, which is the minimum respect for a strong man. It doesn't matter. Su Fan waved his hand after speaking, and picked up the teacup and took a sip. By the way, I came here this time to ask you for a favor. Senior brother Mu Feng heard it and said seriously, if you have something, just tell me. Su Fan thought for a while and said, I want you to help me settle two friends. After hearing what he said, senior brother Mu Feng immediately understood. Brother, don't worry. Just leave this matter to me. I will definitely help you get it done. He had already understood the whole story of what happened during the day. Feng Zhou's behavior made him feel ashamed. It couldn't be better for the other party to ask him for help at this time. It's nothing more than arranging two people. It's not a big deal for him at all. Su Fan smiled and nodded, raised his teacup and toasted. Then I'll trouble you, brother. When Su Fan saw Su Mailan's lost look on the street during the day, he finally softened his heart. Senior brother Mu Feng laughed and said, brother, don't worry. As long as I'm here, no one dares to take advantage of junior sister Mailan. What the hell is going on? I'm just a friend. But at this time, he couldn't say anything else. Okay, do whatever you want. Anyway, it's probably unlikely to meet again in the future, so help her one last time. Senior brother Mu Feng picked up the teapot and poured a cup of tea for Su Fan. Brother, why don't you join my Xianxia demon sect so that you guys can take care of each other in the future? Su Fan took a sip of the teacup, then smiled. After leaving the time and space arena, I may not be able to control myself. I can't go wherever I want. He said this deliberately. In the future, Su Fan plans to change his identity, find a place to hide his identity, and live comfortably with a mother and the three of them for 100 years. There must be an explanation for disappearing for decades. If it is because of those old monsters, no one will investigate this matter anymore, and a lot of unnecessary trouble can be saved. As expected, after listening to Su Fan's words, brother Mu Feng subconsciously sat up straight. He heard something from Su Fan's words just now, and someone must have conveyed something to this guy. Now, those who can enter the time and space arena must be at least old monsters of the transformation of gods. Thinking of this, brother Mu Feng couldn't help but feel a deep jealousy in his heart. The old monster of the transformation of gods actually met Su Fan in person. What a great honor it is. Although senior brother Mu Feng was born in a super sect in a large plane, he had never met even the several masters of the sect, let alone the old ancestor Liang Su. This guy who was born in a small plane has reached the sky in one step this time, and he has attracted the attention of these old monsters. But who can blame him for being so powerful and having achieved such a great record? Senior brother Mu Fen took a deep breath and suppressed his jealousy. Congratulations, senior brother, you will surely be successful in the future. Damn it, those old guys didn't have any good intentions at all. If he had a choice, he would rather hide in the vast sea of people and find a quiet place to die. Su Fan waved his hand and smiled bitterly. Being targeted by those old monsters, I am afraid that I will have to be cautious in my every move in the future. Senior brother Mu Fen was so angry that he almost spit out blood. This guy is too infuriating. Su Fan's words sounded like pure Versailles to him. He couldn't get such a good thing even if he burned incense and prayed to Buddha. If you don't want to, let's switch. Brother, if possible, you should join our Shyansha demon sect. Su Fan smiled and said, let's see. Who knows what will happen in the future? The two drank tea for most of the night, and Su Fan said goodbye and left until the sky was slightly bright. Before leaving, brother Mu Fen packed several large bags of his family's unique purple heart jade rose for Su Fan, which weighed more than 10 kilograms in total. It would be a waste if you don't take it. If you don't want such a good spiritual tea, you must be stupid. So Su Fan certainly wouldn't be polite to him. He took it without thinking and put it in his stored ring. A month later, everyone in the time and space arena received a thought. The time and space arena, which lasted for half a year, finally ended. The figures of the human race, demon race and insect race in the time and space arena gradually faded, and then disappeared from every corner of the original wasteland. When Su Fan opened his eyes again, he was already in the cabin of a magic boat, with a jade card and a jade slip beside him. He picked up the jade card and found that it was his identity jade card, with 4 ancient characters Yaodu Shenzong written on it. Su Fan put the jade slip on his forehead again and found that it recorded his new identity. Now his identity is an elite disciple of Dongyi Wanshin Yaodu Shenzong. And his name is also the Sudam Fan Su he used before. Seeing this name, Su Fan was terrified. The methods of this gang of old monsters are really weird and unpredictable, and it makes him shudder just thinking about it. He stood up from the ground, pushed open the door of the cabin and walked out. This time and space magic boat is not big, only a dozen feet long, and the doors of other cabins are closed. He walked to the end of the magic boat, and a cabin door opposite opened, and a giant and late monk in a black robe walked out. Su Fan immediately raised his hand and said, "Brother, where are we going?" The other party glanced at him and said, "I don't know either. Master asked me to come and take you to Jiwaoshan." After the giant and cultivator finished speaking, he did not intend to continue to greet him and turned back to the cabin. It seems that this person does not know who he is, but is simply following orders. From here to Jiwaoshan, even if there is a time and space point, the entire journey will take at least several months, so it is better to wait patiently in the cabin. Okay, stay here with peace of mind. In the next few months, Su Fan stayed in the cabin and hardly left the house. Every day, he would enter the small secret realm filled with spiritual energy to practice twice, so the progress of the practice was not delayed. In his spare time, he simply sorted out the gains from this time and space arena. This trip to the time and space arena was worthwhile for Su Fan. Not to mention anything else, the more than 1,000 corpses of insects and demons alone were enough to make him pay for his investment. The demon elites who entered the King Kwang Star Domain's 100 years of space-time arena were all high-ranking races among the demons, and the Zerg elites were all golden species. Any corpse brought back to the human plane could be sold at a sky-high price. This did not include the corpses of more than 10 illusionary ghost demons and more than 10 yin-yang ghost demons crystal cores, which were rare in the demons. In particular, the corpse of a confusing mist demon was incredible, and it could not be sold no matter how much money was offered. What surprised him most was the rewards given to him by those human monsters. Although there were not many things in it, each one was a rare treasure. After being in the world of cultivation for so long, Su Fan finally had something to hold back. In addition to these gains, Su Fan also merged the blood essence of the confusing mist demon, inherited its magical powers, and had an atomized body that was hard to defend against. This also greatly improved his strength, and he truly became an elite assassin that people were terrified of. I dare not say anything else, but in the future, he will be able to walk around freely in the King Kwang Star region below the nascent soul stage. In addition, his 2 ghost slaves also reaped a wave of dividends. A dozen crystal cores of yin-yang ghost demon are the most excellent ghost resources in this world of cultivation. Even if a nascent soul cultivator knows about this rare treasure, he will be tempted to steal it. Now with a dozen crystal cores of yin-yang ghost demon, Yaksha has been promoted to Ghost King. In less than a few decades, he will definitely be a good helper in the future. Although Sister Zhen's ghost talent is extremely poor, she has successfully broken through the ghost general realm with a crystal core of yin-yang ghost demon. Now she has swallowed a second crystal core and is sleeping in the ghost weapon magic weapon. Su Fan does not seek anything else. As long as the remaining dozen crystal cores of yin-yang ghost demon can help Sister Zhen break through to the Ghost King, he will be satisfied. Even if he gives her all of them, it is worth it. As for Yaksha, it is good enough for this guy to get one crystal core. A few months later, one morning, the magic boat finally arrived at Ocean and landed at a busy airport. As soon as Su Fan stepped off the magic boat, the hatch behind him slammed shut. He turned around and took a look at the magic boat that had already taken off, and couldn't help but smile bitterly. It seems that the mission this giant and cultivator received was to send him here, and other people didn't care about anything. But he didn't even know where this place was. Su Fan sighed and looked around. Except for the crowds of people, no one came to pick him up. Just when he was at a loss, he saw a man coming out of the crowd and running to him panting. This man was not tall and a little fat, but his skin was white and clean, and he always had a smile on his face. He was a person with a good temper. "You are Fan Su from Dongyuanshan Xiaodu Shenzong." Seeing Su Fan nod, the other party was obviously relieved. "My name is Chen Ming. Sorry, junior brother. I drank too much last night and got up a little late in the morning. I almost delayed the things the old man told me to do." He waved his hand and laughed. "Let's go. I'll take you to see the master." Su Fan was confused, but he also knew that he should talk as little as possible at this time and just follow him obediently. The old monster of the human race really did not break his promise. This new identity is not bad. He is a disciple who came to Ocean from an unknown small plane. At least in the new sect in the future, his identity will not be exposed. Su Fan followed the other party into a nearby fairy city and came to a quiet courtyard. As soon as he entered the yard, Chen Ming shouted loudly, "Old man, I brought people to you." At this time, an old man in a black robe came out of the main room. There was a smile on his wrinkled face, his back was slightly hunched, and his eyes were particularly bright, like two sharp blades piercing people's eyes, making people dare not look directly. "Junior Fan Su, I pay my respects to the nascent soul demon lord." The old man smiled and nodded, then looked at Chen Ming with disgust and waved his hand at him. "Okay, why are you making such a fuss so early in the morning? Get out of here." Chen Ming curled his lips, turned around and walked out of the yard. Looking at the behavior of the master and disciple, Su Fan almost laughed out loud. These two were really unruly. "Come into the house." The old man led Su Fan into the house and sat down cross-legged. Seeing that Su Fan was still standing there, he pointed to the opposite side. "Sit down." Su Fan listened and hurriedly sat cross-legged opposite the old man. The old man looked at Su Fan and smiled. "Oh. You are quite strong and energetic." At this point, he sighed. "What a pity. Your aptitude is a little lacking." What else could Su Fan say, but he just sat there respectfully. "Who is Venerable Dongming to you?" Su Fan shook his head and said. "My disciple does not know that, senior." After hearing his words, the old man nodded and said, "My master owed Venerable Dongming a favor, so he assigned you to me and hoped that you would join my sect. Do you have any objections?" After hearing what he said, what else could Su Fan say? He stood up from the ground, knelt down, and kowtowed respectfully. Disciple Fan Su, hello to master. Chapter 434, What matters is a closeness to nature. Su Fan couldn't help but smile bitterly in his heart after worshipping a master without knowing what he was doing. Until now, he didn't know which sect he had joined, nor did he know the name of this master. "I am the only one who knows about your relationship with Master Dongming. When you enter the sect in the future, you must remember not to spread the news everywhere." How idle must the old man be to spread such a trivial matter everywhere? Disciple will remember the master's teachings. After hearing Su Fan's words, the old man waved his hand and said, "Okay, you go." Su Fan withdrew from the abode. He came to the yard and looked around, not knowing what to do next. Just when he was at a loss, Chen Ming walked in from outside the yard. "It's done." Seeing Su Fan nod, he waved his hand and said, "Let's go. I'll help you settle down first, and take you to the mountain gate tomorrow." The next morning, He followed Chen Ming to control the magic weapon, and flew all the way to the endless mountains in the distance. It was not until he entered the mountain gate that Su Fan realized that he had joined the Blood Demon Palace, and his master was called Dark Moon Demon Lord. Because of Chen Ming, an elite disciple, all matters concerning Su Fan's joining the sect went very smoothly, and it was done in less than an hour. Su Fan also officially became an elite disciple of the Blood Demon Palace, and also gained a new identity, which reduced a lot of troubles from then on. Chen Ming seemed to be a sloppy person, but in fact, he was quite reliable in doing things, but he just didn't seem to be in tune. Junior brother, from today on, we are brothers from the same sect. If you have any problems in the sect in the future, just come to me. After hearing what Chen Ming said, Su Fan hurriedly bowed his hands to thank him. Then thank you, senior brother. Chen Ming waved his hand and laughed. Although you have become the disciple of that old man, don't expect him to teach you anything. You can't even see the shadow of this old man in the sect. After he finished speaking, he patted Su Fan on the shoulder and said, okay, I'm leaving. Remember to go to the sect affairs hall to choose a cave. Looking at Chen Ming's back, Su Fan took a deep breath. He knew in his heart that this cheap master he worshipped might not necessarily regard him as a real disciple. It was probably just a name on his head. If he expected others to teach him anything, he must be thinking too much. In any case, after so much trouble, he finally had a place to stay in Jiaoyashan. The next step is to rush back to Zuanluo realm as soon as possible and take the mother and 3 over. I don't know how the great human being will arrange it. Su Fan is not worried that the great man will break his promise. He is such a big figure, so he won't fool him, a small giant and cultivator. No matter what happens, let's settle down first. Blood Demon Palace is also a super demon sect in Jiaoyashan, but its strength is average, and it can only be ranked in the middle and lower among many super demon sects. Su Fan didn't care about this at all, he just wanted to find a quiet place to stay comfortably. He came to the sect hall of Blood Demon Palace and, under the leadership of a disciple on duty, chose a cave at the mountain gate. This cave is in a valley, with abundant spiritual energy and beautiful scenery. The only problem is that the location is a bit remote. There are not many people within a radius of dozens of miles, and it is farther away from the main peak of the mountain gate than you. This was originally the cave of an elite disciple. Later, when the deadline was approaching, he failed to break through the nascent soul realm by force and passed away in the mountain gate. Because of the remote location, it has been idle for a long time and no disciples have chosen this place. Su Fan walked into the valley, which was about a mile wide and several miles deep. The slope on one side of the valley was slowly descending, with green grass and various flowers blooming. Several small streams meandered in the grass and disappeared without a beginning or an end on the grass. The shady slope on the other side is steeper, with dense trees like a tropical rainforest. Various trees are crowded, with branches and leaves covering the sky, and vines covering every gap. At the end of the valley is a cliff, and the cave below is where the cave is located. Although the cave is naturally formed, the previous owner of the cave has completely transformed it, and there are obvious traces of knife and axe on the cave wall. The cave is designed very neatly, with more than a dozen rooms such as practice room, study, bedroom, talisman making room, instrument making room, pet room, etc. Moreover, there is a spiritual spring in the low-lying area at the end of the cave, bubbling with water. The surrounding cave walls are inlaid with moonstones, and the dim light perfectly reflects the various scenes into the pool, just like the fairyland of Yaochi. Su Fan originally wanted to build a few thatched cottages outside, but now it seems that there is no need. He is very satisfied with this cave. This is the kind of fine decoration house in the previous life, which can be moved in with a bag. Of course, simple transformation is still inevitable. Moreover, in Su Fan's opinion, this cave house lacks the most important thing, that is, the kitchen and the dining room. In fact, when the monks reach the Golden Core realm, daily food is dispensable for them. But Su Fan can't stand it. You let a foodie chew the fasting pill every day, what's the difference between that and killing him? Su Fan decided to set up the kitchen outside the cave. Anyway, it was covered by the mountain gate formation. There was no wind or rain in the cave house, and it was like spring all year round. He arranged the kitchen and the dining room in an open-air style, that is, he built an outdoor skylight to suit the scene. He made a reasonable plan for facilities including non-pit, ground stove, grill, ground stove, chopping board and dining room. He also made an open-air tea house, where drinking tea under the moonlight is unique. In addition, Su Fan also plans to build an open-air hot spring bath outside, equipped with various facilities such as sauna and sweat steaming room. Su Fan will find a spiritual spring in the valley as a water source, and connect the water pipes to the kitchen, dining room and open-air hot spring bath. Everything is about being close to nature. Then he would open up a few plots of arable land, plant various vegetables and crops such as soybeans, and build a fruit forest to meet Su Fan's daily needs. Su Fan also planned to release a large number of monsters into the small secret realm, and usually raise them in the secret realm. When he wanted to eat, he would catch one, and the emphasis was on freshness. Anyway, it was probably the only one in the entire world of cultivation to use the precious small secret realm as a pasture, and only a foodie like Su Fan could do it. The previous owner of the cave house did not develop the valley at all, so the valley was overgrown with weeds. Su Fan activated the magical power of purifying the world Red Lotus and swept away the weeds in the valley. He also released several puppets and demon zombies, and let them open up wasteland in the valley and level the land everywhere. Even the Yaksha, who had just been promoted to the Ghost King not long ago, was used by him. These people were all equivalent to the strength of the human giant in realm cultivators, but he actually used them to do these things. Anyway, no one else could do it. After half a month of hard work, Su Fan finally finished the transformation of the cave. He arranged 4 magic gate formations outside the cave, namely, the Great Array of Soul-Destroying Evil Key, the Great Array of 7 Killings Heart-Destroying Soul-Locking, the Great Array of Gathering Evils and Turning Bones, and the Great Array of 9 Evils Mysterious Yin Confusion. This also made the outside of Su Fan's cave look sinister and murderous. Anyway, anyone who dared to break in rashly would be tortured to death, which would be a shame to these super formations. The transformed cave looked brand new. The land in the valley had been leveled and sown with grass seeds. It would not take long for it to become a green land. Several flower beds full of various flowers were also built, and a winding gravel path was paved, leading to the end of the valley. Yaksha's future job is to be responsible for trimming the lawns and flowers and plants in the valley. As for Sister Zhen, she is a girl, of course she can't do these rough jobs. Let her wander around in the cave when she has nothing to do, and do whatever she wants. The ghost crow is also a person who can't sit still. Su Fan has always let it roam free. In the past, it liked to fly around. Su Fan was afraid that it would cause trouble in the sect in the future. He would lock it up in a small secret realm and let it be responsible for grazing. Outside the cave at the end of the valley, it has completely changed compared to the past. The open-air kitchen, restaurant, tea house and hot spring bath have all been built. Looking at the results in front of him, Su Fan was very pleased. This will be his home in the future. When he takes the mother and 3 girls here in the future, he will live comfortably with them here and spend 100 years of comfortable time. Su Fan couldn't help getting excited when he thought of the shameless days in the future. What if their master Luo Guiyan wants to follow him at that time? He can't refuse. Su Fan is very disgusted with the old witch. If she hadn't messed around at the beginning, they wouldn't have been separated for 10 years. But if someone shamelessly follows him, Su Fan really can't refuse. Then let her take care of the child. It seems not bad to have a nascent soul demon lord as a nanny. Since joining the Blood Demon Palace, Su Fan has not shown his face in the sect for many times. I don't know what job the chief master has arranged for him. Su Fan drove the ghost crow to the main peak of the sect. He took out the communication array from the ring and contacted his senior brother Chen Ming. Senior brother, I have settled in the sect and want to meet the master. Why are you looking at him? The old man usually doesn't stay at the mountain gate. Even I can't see him. After hearing Chen Ming's words, Su Fan almost laughed. I have been a disciple for so long. The master will never let me stay idle like this, then you can stay here with peace of mind. Anyway, the elite disciples in the sect don't have to do chores. If the sect has a task, they will naturally find you when the time comes. After hearing Chen Ming's explanation, Su Fan was relieved. The disciples of the various super demon sects in Jiwai Ocean, although they will go to various planes for training after breaking through the foundation building period, the sects do not have any mandatory tasks. But even so, disciples like Su Fan who stay in the sect every day are almost rare. After all, the disciples who can enter the Blood Demon Palace are carefully selected from countless geniuses, and there are almost no people who are not enterprising. If it were not for the relationship of Master Dongming, Su Fan, a rubbish qualification with 4 spiritual roots, would not even be qualified to enter Ocean, let alone join the Blood Demon Palace. Now Su Fan has long stopped caring about his rubbish qualifications. Since he came to this world of cultivation, he has been constantly treated with contempt and neglect. Even if he is a 3 spiritual root, he would not be despised like this. It is incredible that a rubbish qualification like him can become an elite disciple of the Blood Demon Palace. As long as he shows up, he will inevitably attract the attention of the disciples in the sect. It is better to keep a low profile in the future. If you can stay in the cave, don't leave the cave, and live your life comfortably. Fortunately, the so-called Dongming Venerable should have given an explanation, and he can live a carefree life in the Blood Demon Palace for the next 100 years. Su Fan cut off the communication array and wandered around the main peak of the sect. The Blood Demon Palace is almost the same as the sects he joined before. The main peak is full of various institutions in the sect. To be honest, there is nothing to visit. Su Fan stayed in the Tibetan Dharma Hall for a while, and then went to the sect affairs hall to learn about the various benefits of elite disciples. It must be said that the benefits of elite disciples in the Blood Demon Palace are still very generous. Not only that, there are many exchange activities with the major sects of Ocean, and they often participate in some cross-dimensional exchanges. Su Fan knew very well that the elite disciples in the sect had come through countless hardships and killed themselves out little by little from countless disciples. And he was just an outsider cultivator in a small plane. Even if he became an elite disciple, he would not be recognized by them. Su Fan had this self-knowledge, and of course he would not use his hot face to stick to other people's cold buttocks. So he should just enjoy the generous benefits of being an elite disciple and quietly spend his days idling around. In fact, when Su Fan joined the Blood Demon Palace, except for a few elders on duty in the sect's main hall, almost no one in the sect knew of his existence. Moreover, his chief master may have specifically instructed that the several elders on duty in the sect's main hall would keep their mouths shut and would not spread the news at all. It is estimated that in the eyes of the high-level officials of the Blood Demon Palace, after all, he was arranged by the Dongming Venerable, and he was just an idle person raised by the sect. No one dared to explore the relationship between him and the Dongming Venerable, so the attitude towards him was to ignore it and let him fend for himself. Su Fan didn't stay in the main peak for long before he went to the nearby fairy city and bought a large number of daily necessities. Next, he was going to close himself in seclusion, and would never come out unless it was absolutely necessary, and patiently wait for the day when he would return to the Zuanluo realm. In the nearby fairy city, he bought a large amount of top-grade spiritual rice and spiritual noodles, and also purchased a batch of spiritual seeds. The resources in Ocean are so abundant that there are cultivators who specialize in growing spiritual fruits, vegetables and other crops. For example, spiritual planters who grow crops and spiritual priests who are responsible for raising monsters are mostly cultivators with rubbish qualifications like Su Fan. Su Fan bought a lot of spiritual seeds, a large number of raised monsters, and all kinds of pots, pans, and seasonings. He is not short of cultivation materials. He has accumulated a lot over the years and has not used them up until now, so there is no need to replenish them. In the next few months, Su Fan hardly left his house and stayed in the cave every day to practice hard. In the huge Blood Demon Palace, Su Fan's arrival was like a drop of water falling into the Yangtze River, without even a bubble. Chapter 435. Why I mention him for no reason. In the early morning, the world was breaking dawn. The mist and dew of last night had not completely dissipated. There was a moist and fresh air in the air, and everything in the world was shrouded in mist. As the golden sunlight sprinkled from the east, the mist slowly dissipated. In the golden morning glow, the world broke the chaos and ushered in a new life. Who? Su Fan was bare-chested, waving the sword with both hands, performing the 9 extremes continuous slash over and over again. He didn't stop until he was exhausted. He leaned on the sword with both hands and panted heavily. A trace of hot air was steaming all over his body, and sweat was pouring down. After a long time, Su Fan's physical strength was restored. He put the sword into the ring, and then went to the open-air bath next to it to soak. His body was wrapped in warm spiritual spring water, which was extremely comfortable. Su Fan had been in the Blood Demon Palace for almost a year, but the Dongming Venerable had never arranged for him to return to Zuanluo realm. This also made him extremely depressed. Especially in recent times, he had been a little impatient waiting. Su Fan soaked in the hot spring bath for a long time before coming out. Just as he was about to prepare breakfast, the communication array disc on his waist vibrated slightly. He took off the communication array disc from his waist and found that it was a message from his senior brother Chen Ming. Junior brother, that old man wants to summon you. Su Fan frowned immediately after hearing this. Since he became a disciple of this cheap master, he has never seen him again. Not to mention teaching him, he can't even see his shadow. No matter what, he is his master after all. Since he summoned him, he should go and take a look. In the morning, Su Fan came to the square of the Zhongwu Hall on the main peak of the Blood Demon Palace. Chen Ming had been waiting here for a long time. Junior brother, you are finally here, let's go. The old man has been waiting for a long time. After he finished speaking, he didn't wait for Su Fan to speak, pulled him up and walked away, taking him all the way to a monastery on the back mountain of the Zhongwu Hall. Master, Su Fan is here. Chen Ming stood outside the door and reported in a proper manner, not showing any respect as usual. Let him in. Hearing the words of Dark Moon Demon Lord, Su Fan pushed the door open and walked in, and saw two nascent soul demon lords sitting in the room. One was his cheap master, and the other he didn't know. Disciple Fan Su, hello to master, hello to demon lord. Seeing the two, Su Fan respectfully bowed to them. Sit down. Su Fan sat down cross-legged and secretly looked at the nascent soul demon lord next to his master. This man looked to be in his 30s, not handsome, but gave people a calm feeling. He was wearing a black robe without any texture decoration on the clothes. It looked ordinary, but you could see some extraordinary from the unknown material. This is the evil bone demon lord. This time he came here to take you to do something. Su Fan was ecstatic when he heard it, and he quickly stood up from the ground. Junior greets the demon lord of evil bone. The demon lord of evil bone glanced at him expressionlessly, ignored him, and just nodded. The dark moon demon lord next to him chuckled and said, fellow Taoist of evil bone, I will leave this disciple to you. If he doesn't listen to you, just kill him. Your mother criticized. This old man really doesn't consider himself a disciple. The demon lord of evil bone chuckled and said, there is no time to lose, I will take him away now. After he finished speaking, he bowed his hand, stood up from the ground, and walked straight out of the abode. Su Fan quickly stood up, saluted to his master, and then turned around and followed him. The demon lord of evil bone walked in front, ignoring Su Fan's intentions at all, so he could only follow him silently. The two of them left the mountain gate of the Blood Demon Palace, and the demon lord of evil bone stopped and waved his hand. Before Su Fan could react, he felt that his eyes went dark, and he had appeared in the cabin of a magic ship. At this time, a deep voice came from his ears. From now on, don't ask anything. Su Fan smiled bitterly. He originally wanted to get close to the other party. Now it seems that this evil bone demon king is also a difficult person to deal with. He should not go over and make himself uncomfortable. Anyway, it doesn't matter. As long as this gentleman can send him back to Zuanlo realm, it will be fine. The magic boat has been sailing for more than half a month. Su Fan, who was sitting cross-legged in the cabin, heard the deep voice again. Come to the cabin door. Su Fan hurriedly stood up from the ground and pushed the door out to the cabin door of the magic boat. The evil bone demon king stood there and glanced at him expressionlessly. He opened the cabin door of the magic boat and saw a dark night sky outside the cabin. An extremely huge star domain magic boat was parked in the night sky not far away. Su Fan was stunned for a moment. Before he could react, his eyes went black again. When he opened his eyes, he was already standing in front of the cabin door of the huge magic boat. Greetings to the evil bone demon lord. Several giant and monks in front of the cabin door bowed and greeted the evil bone demon lord. The evil bone demon lord waved his hand slightly, then turned around and pointed at Su Fan behind him. Please help him settle down. After he finished speaking, he ignored Su Fan behind him and left directly. Junior brother, please come this way. At this time, a giant and disciple came over, smiled at Su Fan, and then led him to a nearby independent cabin. My senior brother, where's our magic boat going? The other party was also talkative and replied with a smile, our destination is the Kinglian heaven in the east region. The entire voyage will take 1 year and 4 months, and we will cross more than a dozen space nodes on the way. Su Fan had heard of Kinglian heaven, which is also a large plane that is no less than Kunlun heaven. Thank you for clearing up my doubts, senior brother. Nothing, I'm Li Song from the Kui Yin Demon sect. If you need anything in the future, just come to me, Li Song said, looking at Su Fan. and said with a smile, "Which sect are you from?" "I'm Fan Su from the Blood Demon Palace." "So you're from the Blood Demon Palace. I wonder if you're good." Senior brother Fang Kui. After hearing what the other party said, Su Fan didn't know how to answer, so he could only deal with it. "I'm not familiar with senior brother Fang Kui." Li Song looked at Su Fan in surprise, and then pushed open the cabin door. "Junior brother, this is your cabin. If you don't feel comfortable living here, just come to me and I'll help you change it." Su Fan thanked Li Song, and then watched him leave. He didn't walk into the cabin until Li Song's figure disappeared. The cabin was not big, only about 20 to 30 square meters, but the various facilities were good, and there was a large porthole, where you could see the scenery outside the magic boat. Su Fan took out an isolation talisman from his ring, activated it, and stuck it on the cabin door, and then sat down cross-legged. "After being away for so long, I finally set out on the journey back to Zuanluo realm. It was so difficult." Su Fan looked at the dark starry sky outside the porthole, and felt a little homesick for a while. "I don't know how the three of them are doing now. Nanan has grown up now, and I don't know if she still recognizes her father." Sigh. "I don't want to think about it." In the next few months, Su Fan stayed in the cabin. Occasionally, he went out a few times and found that the passengers on this magic boat were all disciples from various major sects in the Qingquang Star region. The process of traveling in the Star region is very boring, so the disciples of various sects on the magic boat often organize some gatherings and exchanges, and Su Fan has been invited several times. But he has no interest in these, and he declined every time. Su Fan is now eager to go home, and he is looking forward to returning to Zuanluo realm one day earlier and reuniting with the three of them immediately. So in the past few months, he has been living a life of year and can't sleep at night. And he always dreams, often waking up from his sleep, and then he has a sleepless night. Finally, just when Su Fan was about to lose his patience, he heard the deep voice again. "Wait for me at the hatch in an hour." After hearing what the other party said, Su Fan quickly got up from the ground, tidied himself up, and then began to anxiously wait for time to pass. He walked out of the cabin a moment earlier and came to the huge hatch next to the cabin. After a while, the demon lord of Evil Bone, accompanied by several unimaginable cultivators, walked to the hatch. "Everyone, don't see me off. When I come back, we'll get drunk together." After hearing this, several demon lords laughed and began to tease him. The scene of seeing him off was very relaxed and cheerful. Su Fan smiled bitterly to himself. It seemed that the demon lord of Evil Bone was not a dull person. The reason why he had been cold to him was probably because he was a little unhappy that the venerable Dong Ming sent him to send him back to Zuanluo realm. After all, the round-trip journey in the starry sky alone would take more than a year, and anyone would think it was a hard job. Bang! At this time, with a dull bang, the huge hatch opened. The Evil Bone Demon Lord bowed to several unimaginable cultivators, and then his figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. Su Fan's figure also disappeared. When he opened his eyes again, he appeared in the strange cabin again. After nearly 2 months of journey, the magic boat finally arrived at the airspace near Zuanluo realm after crossing a time and space node. The magic boat continued to travel for more than a month, and Su Fan almost lay in front of the porthole and looked out every day. He knew in his heart that the Zuanluo realm, which he had been away from for a long time, was about to arrive. Finally, Su Fan, who was lying in front of the porthole, saw a vast continent. At this moment, Su Fan was extremely excited, and he felt a bit like the feeling of going home for the holiday in his previous life and the high-speed train entering his hometown station. "Where are you going?" At this time, the voice of the Evil Bone Demon Lord came to his ears again. "Western Wilderness, Jiuiao Demon Palace." At noon, a morning rain in early summer washed away the turbid and stuffy heat between heaven and earth. After several days of rain, the weather was rare to be sunny. The sun broke through the haze and shone down. When it was on people, it was actually a lazy feeling. Senior sister sat cross-legged in the cave and let out a long sigh. "I don't know what happened today. It was like grass growing in my heart. I couldn't calm down no matter what I did." She simply stopped practicing and brewed a pot of spiritual tea for herself. Senior sister took the teacup and took a sip. She found that even the tea was tasteless today. What the hell is going on? At this time, Gu Qinghuan walked in from outside. Seeing the senior sister's anxious look, she couldn't help laughing. Senior sister glared and said, "What are you laughing at?" Gu Qinghuan ignored her. The two have been together for so many years and have long understood each other's temperament. As soon as she entered the room, she knew that the senior sister was angry again. She sat cross-legged next to her and poured herself a cup of spiritual tea. "What's wrong with you today? Since this morning, you have been like angry." Senior sister closed her eyes and took a deep breath. "I don't know either. I just feel lost in my heart." Gu Qinghun took a sip of tea and said with a smile, "You are not horny, are you?" Senior sister eyed her angrily and said with a sweet smile, "You are horny." After she finished speaking, she didn't know what happened. She suddenly remembered that person and couldn't help but sigh. Where did this guy go? He didn't run away with someone. Gu Qinghun rolled her eyes at her and said faintly, "It seems that you are really horny. Why do you mention him for no reason?" Then, both of them lost their mood and the cave fell into silence. Finally, it was the senior sister who broke the silence. She slapped the low table beside her, which scared Gu Qinghun. "Old Gu, let's forget about him in the future. Don't think about that stinky man anymore. One day, I will introduce you to a handsome guy and marry you off in a grand manner." Gu Qinghun laughed after hearing this. "You have a big mouth, you only know how to talk nonsense," she sighed and said with her head down, "I don't expect anything. I just want to live a good life with Nanan in the future." After hearing this, the senior sister asked, "Where is Nanan? Why didn't I see her today? That girl is not home all day long now. I don't know where she went. Her grandmother asked about her yesterday. She hasn't been here for several days." The senior sister immediately perked up and laughed. "Does that girl have someone she likes?" Gu Qinghun shook her head and said, "She doesn't look like it. With her appearance, who would like her?" The senior sister was immediately fed up and pouted, saying, "What's wrong with Nanan? She is not only beautiful, but also talented. Whoever likes this girl in the future will have to pass my test first." After she finished speaking, she laughed. "Nanan is not young anymore. I will help her arrange something tomorrow." Gu Qinghun smiled and said, "You, don't worry about it. Although this child is usually quiet, he has a lot of ideas." Senior sister nodded and said, "Isn't it true? He is just like his father, mean and mean." She regretted it as soon as she finished speaking. Why did she mention that stinky man again? The two of them fell silent again. They each held a teacup and sipped the tea silently, only to find that the tea became more and more bland. At this time, a female cultivator ran in from outside, panting. She was the disciple of the senior sister. Master, it's bad. Nanan had a fight with someone." Senior sister exploded when she heard it. She jumped up from the ground. "What? Who beat her up? He wants to rebel. I will kill him." She was about to rush out of the room after she finished speaking, but was immediately held down by Gu Qinghun. "Don't be impatient. Ask first." After Gu Qinghun finished speaking, she turned around and looked at the disciple of the senior sister. "Xiaojin, please tell me clearly, who did she beat up again?" Chapter 436 How did I become a big devil? The ghost demon fairy city not far from the gate of the 9 Nether Demon Palace is very prosperous and lively. The most lively place in the entire fairy city is the Gujing Lane in the north of the city. The street here is not wide, but there are all kinds of cultivation shops along the street. There are all kinds of shops related to cultivators, such as the Talisman Pavilion, the Refining Shop, the Pill Pavilion and the Grocery Shop. At this moment, two groups of people are confronting each other outside a shop, surrounded by cultivators who are watching the excitement. The law enforcement team of the 9 Nether Demon Palace in the city also rushed to the scene. In the middle of the confrontation between the two sides, there are still several injured cultivators lying. The people in the law enforcement team in the city are also scratching their heads, because both sides are disciples of the sect, and their backgrounds are quite strong. One side is the children of the Zhou family in the sect, that is a family of Yuanying cultivators. Although the ancestor of the Zhou family has just been promoted not long ago, the Zhou family has continued in the sect for more than 1,000 years and has a very rich foundation. The girl leading the other side was the granddaughter of the Yuanying cultivator in the sect. Although they were not direct relatives, the Yuanying cultivator had no descendants and treated the girl as his own. Anyway, no matter what, the people of the law enforcement team could not afford to offend anyone, so they could only mediate and smooth things over. "Gman, don't go too far. You hurt our Zhou family. If you don't give an explanation today, this matter will not end." A key training late-stage cultivator headed by the Zhou family pointed at the female cultivator opposite with a gloomy face and threatened. The female cultivator opposite, who was in the late stage of key training, looked to be in her early 20s. She was wearing a green robe and her hair was simply tied up in a bun. She was not wearing any makeup, her fair skin was moist and shiny, her cherry mouth was slightly pouting, her phoenix eyes were shining, and her gaze was full of light. At this time, there were more than a dozen fellow disciples standing beside Gu Man, protecting her tightly in the middle, and the little girl was not afraid at all. Zhou Fang, take care of your lackeys in the future. If I see them again, I will beat them up every time I see them. After hearing what Gu Man said, the Zhou family on the opposite side suddenly became angry and started to scold loudly. Some of the hot-tempered ones could no longer control their emotions and rushed forward, but were stopped by the disciples of the law enforcement team. The monks who were watching the excitement around them were immediately excited when they saw that the two sides were about to fight again. That girl is so wild. Which family is she from? She is not from any family, but no matter who sees her, they have to give her 3 points. Gu Man, you don't know, have you heard of Su Fan? That's his father. What the hell, she is the daughter of that big devil. No wonder. At this moment, Su Fan was sitting by the window in the restaurant across the street, watching his daughter with relish. He came to the Ghost Demon Fairy City and didn't know where the 3 women were, so he performed the blood transformation tracking technique of the Blood Dao. As a result, he found Gu Man in the city. He missed his daughter so much that he ran after her without thinking. Su Fan found his daughter and watched her play. He was very pleased to see the little girl scolding the Zhou family. This is his own child. At this time, the diners in the restaurant were also leaning against the windows and talking. The Zhou family is not easy to mess with. It is said that their children are usually quite domineering. That depends on who it is. The Zhou family offended a tough guy back then, and the mortals in the secular world were slaughtered by that demon, but in the end it was left unresolved. Do you know who did this? It was this girl's father who did it. There are tens of thousands of direct mortals in the Zhou family in the secular world. Fuck, this is a deadly feud between 2 lifetimes, and the Zhou family just endured it. What can I do if I can't endure it? This little girl is now the lifeblood of Zhenjin Guiyan. Who dares to touch her? Listening to the discussions of the cultivators around him, Su Fan couldn't help but smile bitterly. How did I become a big demon? Although my methods were a bit brutal back then, he killed people from the Zhou family and absolutely did not harm others. The Zhou family has always been a hidden danger. How could the Zhou family ancestor, who has been promoted to the nascent soul stage, tolerate himself to live comfortably? It seems that this time when I meet the 3 of them, I should sneak into the village. Anyway, he would not stay in the 9 Nether Demon Palace for too long. It would be best to pick up the person and leave, and try not to let others know. However, the Zhou family actually dared to mess with his daughter. It seems that he was not cruel enough to kill them back then. At this time, Gu Man and the Zhou family downstairs had already left under the persuasion of the law enforcement team. Su Fan thought for a while, got up to pay the bill and went downstairs. He followed a trace of blood mark and followed his daughter without leaving a trace. Su Fan walked to the door of a restaurant, looked up at the sign above, and then walked in. At this moment, Gu Man and a dozen disciples in the sect were toasting in a luxurious private room. She was born beautiful, talented, and thoughtful. She had a good relationship with the sect and made many friends over the years. Thank you all for your help today. Zio Man will drink this glass of wine first. After Gu Man finished speaking, she picked up a glass of spiritual wine and drank it down with her head tilted back. At the table were all fellow disciples who had known each other for many years, and they were all from the same clan, and they were not at all shy with her. Zio Man, I was the first one to drink today. 1 cup is not enough. Yes. I worked hard today, so I have to drink at least 3 cups. Gu Man smiled and said, okay, 3 cups is 3 cups. Today Before she finished speaking, a young disciple next to her stood up quickly. That's enough, you guys. What's the point of bullying a girl? Come at me if you dare. After hearing what he said, the others immediately stopped. He Shutong. Zio Man didn't say anything. Why are you so troubled, old he? You're going too far. You want to be a hero and save the beauty, right? The teasing of his fellow disciples made Yi Shutong's face red, and he slammed the table in anger. Stop talking nonsense. With this young master here, no one can bully Zio Man. The private room was full of fellow disciples who grew up together, and they had no sense of propriety when they started to make a fuss. After a while, the atmosphere in the private room became heated. Although He Shutong blocked most of the wine for her, Glue Man's face was still flushed from drinking. She patted her hot face and exhaled. At this time, Glue Man found that her fellow brothers in the private room suddenly stopped talking and sat there with dull faces. She suddenly felt a chill rising from her back and stood up suddenly. Before she could react, a person suddenly appeared across the table, standing there and looking at her with a smile. Glue Man thought she was dazzled and rubbed her eyes hard. At this time, she finally saw the appearance of the person clearly, and the memories of her childhood flooded into her mind like a tide, and tears flowed down uncontrollably. Although Glue Man and this person only spent a few days together, it left a deep impression in her young heart. She was still young at that time, and it was the first time she knew that the man was her father. Those days were also the happiest days for Glue Man. Her father took her out fishing, hunting, picnics, and shopping every day. After her father left, she looked forward to him coming to see her every day. She would chat with him for a long time every few days. She looked forward to it, but she waited for more than 10 years. Now Glue Man is almost building her foundation, but that person has never appeared again. Glue Man saw her mother and aunt secretly wiping tears behind her back more than once, and her grandmother often told her that the man was a heartless man. Not only did he cheat on her mother and aunt, but he also abandoned her. Later, as she grew older, that person was like a thorn, always leaving a shadow in her heart. Glue Man should have built her foundation a few years ago, but her grandmother kept stopping her, saying that her heart was flawed and asked her to settle down for a few more years. She knew in her heart that it was all because of that person. Unexpectedly, that person appeared in front of her today, which reminded her of many things in the past. Nanan, Dad is back to see you. Looking at his daughter, Su Fan couldn't help but feel a lot of emotion. He had a lot to say, but he didn't know where to start. After listening to Su Fan's words, Glue Man wiped her eyes. I don't know you, go away. Su Fan was stunned. His daughter's words were like a knife, stabbing his heart. Nanan, I'm your father, don't you remember me? Glue Man's tears flowed down after hearing this, and she kept shaking her head. My father is dead, I don't know you. After she finished speaking, she could no longer control her emotions, stood up and ran out of the private room. Su Fan stood there blankly. After a long time, he sighed and turned to walk out of the private room. Although his daughter's words made him feel like a knife, Su Fan did not blame her. He did not fulfill his responsibilities as a father. There was no way, the child was grown up. And many things that happened this year, Su Fan did not know how to explain to her. Su Fan followed the trace of blood and slowly followed his daughter. He did not catch up immediately. He appeared so suddenly, and he had to give the girl some time to slowly accept himself. Glue Man's tears had dried up long ago, and there were still traces of tears on her face. She walked on the street in a daze. She didn't know where to go, and she came to a busy alley. There were messy stalls on both sides of the street, and most of the people walking in this alley were some down-and-out casual cultivators. The stall owners were shouting loudly everywhere, and some squatted there and argued with the stall owners for 1 or 2 spirit stones, which made the alley particularly noisy and lively. Glue Man had never been to such a place before, and she walked in by chance today. Because everything made her feel new, her originally depressed mood also improved a lot. When passing by a stall, she was immediately attracted by a high-level ghost weapon on the ground. Glue Man walked over and squatted down. She picked up a small black banner, and felt that it was cold to the touch, and the rich ghost aura almost overflowed. Especially the runes on the small banner were very complicated and weird, and she had never seen them before, which also made her immediately interested. Boss, how many spirit stones does this ghost weapon cost? The boss was a middle-aged man. He had been hanging around in this alley for many years and recognized Glue Man's identity at a glance. Devours, this top-grade Fengdu Ghost Cave banner is really something special. I picked it up from the corpse of a Jinden's Henron in the 10,000 miles demon abyss. It is a magic domain ghost weapon. Glue Man curled her lips secretly. She was very thoughtful and obviously didn't believe it. She knew that the stall owner must be talking nonsense. The magic domain ghost weapon is not a piece of cabbage. Her mother only has one, and it is so precious that she won't let her touch it even if she wants to. In fact, it is the strange runes on this ghost weapon's small banner that aroused her interest. She wanted to buy it back to study it. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Just tell me how many spirit stones. The stall owner chuckled and said, if you like it, take 5,000 spirit stones. Glue Man was shocked by the stall owner's sky-high price. 500 spirit stones, will you sell it? The stall owner was immediately unhappy after hearing Guman's offer. Girl, how can you bargain like that? Go away. I won't sell it to you anymore. Guman didn't tolerate his bad habits at all. She stood up and was about to leave. She was stopped by the stall owner after taking only 2 steps. Devours, please stay. You can add another 100 spirit stones so that I can open a shop. Although she knew the stall owner's tricks, she didn't take it seriously. 600 spirit stones were not a lot, so she was about to pay the bill with spirit stones. But before she took out the spirit stones, a person appeared next to her. That small banner is a damaged magic weapon that was made old. It's not worth even 10 spirit stones. The stall owner was anxious when he heard it. The transaction was about to be completed, but he didn't expect this person to come out to disrupt the situation. He was about to curse. Who knew that the person turned his head and looked at him? He felt that his eyes went black and he felt like he fell into a bottomless abyss. The stall owner shuddered and finally came to his senses. He knew that he had met a ruthless person, so he quickly shut up and didn't say anything. Guman turned around and saw Su Fan coming to her side without knowing when. None of your business, she said in a huff, and was about to take out the spirit stones. At this time, Su Fan spoke again. Are you attracted by those runes? I just want to fool you because you are young and don't understand. These runes are pieced together from the Daluo heavenly demon formation. The stall owner knew that this deal could not be made, so he simply bowed his hand in a very bachelor-like manner. Senior, you have a keen eye. I'm sorry to make you laugh. After hearing what the stall owner said, Guman felt a little embarrassed, and she turned around and walked out. When your father was a casual cultivator, he set up a street stall for many years. Although she didn't want to pay attention to this person, Guman didn't know anything about Su Fan's past. She didn't expect that Su Fan had actually been a casual cultivator in the past. At that time, your father and I made dozens of spirit stones every day by selling talismans, just like the new year. At that time, your father offended your mother in Shaoyuan Market in Yangzhou, and was chased by her for more than 100,000 miles. He almost died in her hands. Later, he met your aunt in Yinluo sect, and came to Jiu'ai Demon Palace with her, offending the people of Zhou family. If it weren't for your mother and aunt, your father might have died in the 10,000-mile demon abyss. Su Fan followed behind his daughter, talking here and there, talking about the old things. This was the first time that Guman heard about these things, so she couldn't help but slow down her pace and listen to Su Fan's story about the past. The father and son walked slowly in the city, one talking and the other listening patiently. Before they knew it, they had walked for more than half an hour. Su Fan was dry-mouthed after talking, and he glanced at the restaurants on the street. You must be hungry, let's go have a meal there. He walked directly into the restaurant without caring whether his daughter could follow him in. Guman looked at the man's back. She knew in her heart that although she seemed to reject this man, she was actually looking forward to his return. Especially when she heard him talk about the past, she was very interested and wanted to continue listening. Thinking of this, Guman took a deep breath, stomped her feet, and followed him into the restaurant. Chapter 437 This is my own daughter. Su Fan walked into the restaurant, asked for a private room, pushed the door and sat down. He was not worried that his daughter would not come in with him. After all, the girl was still young, and her thoughts were all written on her face. Although she resented him in her heart, she was just angry. This was just an extremely ordinary restaurant, and the decoration of the private room was also simple, that is, a separate room was separated. But the business here was good, and the spiritual food was quite unique. Su Fan did not even look at the menu, and asked the waiter to bring all the signature dishes of the store. Anyway, these things were not a big deal for him. Guman walked into the restaurant. It was dinner time, and the lobby was almost full of diners, which seemed very lively and noisy. She rarely came to such a place, and looking at the noisy lobby, she was a little uncomfortable. At this time, Guman saw that person, walked out of a private room, and waved at her with a smile. She thought about it, and still walked over and followed the person into the private room. Guman had thought more than once before that if she saw that person again, she would never pay attention to him again. She thought so in her heart, but for some reason, she followed him into the restaurant, which made her secretly curse herself for being spineless. The dishes ordered by Su Fan had to wait for a while, so he took out a small red clay stove and a set of tea sets from his ring and brewed a pot of spiritual tea for his daughter. He put the teacup in front of his daughter and poured her a cup of spiritual tea. Try this tea. This was given to me by a Yuan demon lord in Kungsu heaven a few years ago. Daddy has never been willing to drink it. Guman was a little confused after hearing this. How could she know what Kungsu heaven was? Seeing his daughter's confused look, Su Fan smiled and said, Dad had to leave Zuanlo realm because he was coerced by a Yuan demon lord in Kungsu heaven. Daddy was just a small foundation building cultivator at that time. Next, Su Fan began to tell about his experience after leaving Kungsu heaven. The little girl listened with relish, and her eyes were full of brilliance. The vastness of the Kingquan star region and the colorfulness of each plane are extremely attractive to a little girl like Gu Man. She knows that the man in front of her is definitely notorious in the western wilderness. Later, in the war when Dalaotian invaded Zuanlo realm, he fought his way to the top of the record list and dominated the list for several months. No one could surpass him until the end of the war. Whenever Gu Man's friends in the sect mentioned this person, they all looked in awe and admired him from the bottom of their hearts. Every time at this time, her feelings in her heart were also very complicated. She was honored and felt extremely proud, but she subconsciously rejected it and didn't want to admit that this person had anything to do with her. Anyway, it's right to be twisted. Today, Gu Man finally realized that even if she was angry, this person was still her father. How could the blood relationship that broke bones and connected tendons be easily cut off? Why bother to stick to those broken things? And listening to his narration just now, there was indeed a last resort. After all, it was a father-daughter relationship. She had vowed to never talk to this person again. But after the two of them stayed together for a while, she convinced herself and overcame that hurdle psychologically. Not only that, the flaw in Gu Mandao's heart also disappeared naturally. After going through this heart tribulation, her future cultivation will be smooth, and she can easily break through the foundation building stage anytime and anywhere. Although her mentality has changed, she is still young after all, and she still can't get over it. At least on the surface, there can't be any changes all of a sudden. Su Fan is so cunning that he instantly felt the change in his daughter. He also breathed a long sigh of relief, and finally made this girl not reject him. In just a moment, Su Fan felt more tired than facing a demon elite, and his back was full of sweat. Su Fan thought about it, and he took out a small black banner from the ring. It was the 9 Yin Soul Locking Ghost Cave banner that the Chunjin Demon Sect rewarded him that year, a top-grade magic domain-type ghost weapon. Take this. When you break through the foundation building stage, you can use it. Anyway, he really didn't care about hurting his waist when he said this. This top-grade domain-type ghost weapon is a magic weapon that can only be used by Giantans Henrun. Not to mention in a place like Zuanlo realm where rabbits don't shit, even in Jiwaoshan it is a rare treasure. Even if Gu Man breaks through the foundation building stage, it is extremely difficult to use this 9 Yin Soul Locking Ghost Cave banner. It is already a smile to be able to exert 1/10 of its power. But Su Fan doesn't care about this. This is his own daughter. Let alone the 9 Yin Soul Locking Ghost Cave banner, it is like handing over his own life. He doesn't even blink an eye. Even if she can't control this ghost weapon now, can she use it to raise ghost slaves? Gu Man looked at the black small banner handed over by Su Fan. Even if she didn't have much knowledge, she knew that this thing was definitely a rare and precious treasure. No. I can't have it. Although the thing was very good, Gu Man still subconsciously refused. Su Fan said solemnly, "This is something my father gave you. Just take it." After hearing what her father said, Gu Man reached out and took the small banner. Although she didn't say anything, she was very happy in her heart. Even if she had never seen any magic weapon, she could see that the small banner in her hand was definitely much better than her mother's top-grade ghost weapon. "Have you signed the ghost slave?" Seeing Gu Man nod, Su Fan continued, "Then put your ghost slave in it." Gu Man nodded and said, "My ghost slave is a little naughty, you should be careful." She patted the ghost wooden sign on her waist, and a black shadow whooshed out, and the rich ghost energy instantly condensed into a hideous ghost. Seeing Su Fan, the ghost rushed up with its fangs and claws. But before it pounced in front of him, Su Fan blinked his eyes, and the ghost was stunned there as if it had been cast with a fixed body spell. Gu Man's eyes widened. This was the ghost general that the grandmother personally selected for her. This ghost general is very cruel. Sometimes when he goes crazy, even his master has to coax him. Ghost General, Su Fan was a little surprised. He didn't expect that his daughter in the key refining stage would actually sign a ghost general. Well, this is the ghost slave that my grandmother personally helped me choose. It must be said that although Luo Guan didn't treat him very well, she was really good to the girl. Su Fan waved his hand, and the imprisoned ghost general quickly floated over with a flattering face. The dog-licking look made Gu Man embarrassed. It's okay, it's talented, you take good care of it, and you can use it in the future. After he finished speaking, he pointed to the 9 yin soul locking ghost cave banner on the table, and the ghost general instantly turned into a black shadow and rushed into the black small banner. Su Fan thought for a while, took out an exquisite jade box engraved with a magic circle from the ring, and placed it in front of his daughter. Take this thing. When you break through the giant realm in the future, let the ghost devour this crystal core. Gu Man picked up the jade box and opened it. She felt an extremely cold ghost energy instantly overflowing from the box and spreading all over the room. The temperature in the room dropped suddenly. This cold breath made her shiver. All the pores on her body became strong, as if even her soul was frozen. Fortunately, Su Fan was quick-witted and focused his eyes. He closed the box with his mind. What is this again? Seeing his daughter's face full of tension and a creepy look, Su Fan secretly cursed himself for being confused. The little girl's realm was too low. She was only in the late stage of key training. How could she withstand the crystal core condensed by the ghost energy of Yin Yang Ghost Demon? He picked up the jade box, took out a 3rd-level magic talisman and slapped it up. Please keep the things. I just sealed the box. You can open it after you break through the golden elixir. Oh, Gu Man responded, and then carefully put the jade box into the ring. Su Fan was not rational when facing his daughter. He casually gave the crystal core of Yin Yang Ghost Demon to his daughter. If others knew about this, they would be so angry that they would spit out blood. This is Yin Yang Ghost Demon. Even in the demon clan, it is a dragon that can only be seen by its tail but not its head. If this thing is taken out, even the ghost demon kings of the super demon section Jiwai Ocean will be tempted to steal it. You are so good, you just threw it to little girl in the key refining stage. This is too much of a waste. But Su Fan doesn't care about those things. He doesn't care about those things in order to please his daughter. At this time, even if the girl smiled, he would be excited. Fortunately, Gu Man is delicate and the girl is much calmer than Su Fan. She knew very well that the 2 things her father gave her must be rare treasures that are hard to come by, and she must not show them to anyone easily in the future. Gu Man put away the jade box and glanced at Su Fan across from her. Do mother and aunt know you're back? Su Fan shook his head and smiled bitterly. I just arrived at the Ghost Demon Fairy City, and before I could contact them, I saw you. After he finished speaking, his face darkened and he said, by the way, who is the boy who blocked the wine for you in the hotel room just now? Although Su Fan had been outside the room just now, he had a clear view of everything in the room. That boy obviously had evil intentions towards my daughter, and he actually dared to have ideas about the girl. I'll break his legs. Gu Man didn't realize the murderous intent in her father's tone at all, because she didn't have any feelings for He Shutong at all, and only regarded him as a brother who had always protected her. She laughed and said, you are talking about He Shutong, right? He's the son of Uncle He Bin. We grew up together, and he has always protected me. Su Fan was stunned. It turned out to be the son of He Bin. That won't work either. With He Bin's scumbag, his kid won't have much of a future. Su Fan acted like an old father, and gave his daughter earnest advice. His father is not a good guy. Stay away from him in the future. Gu Man was smart. After hearing what her father said, she understood it instantly and laughed. Okay. I won't pay attention to him in the future. In fact, Gu Man was just saying it. Although she felt that her father was nosy, she felt warm in her heart because she had never felt much fatherly love. Her mother was usually cold, and even though she took care of her meticulously, she rarely showed it. The aunt was enthusiastic, but she was noisy all day long, making it difficult for Gu Man to feel the kind of delicate care from her. Although the grandmother doted on her, the old lady's nagging every day annoyed her. Although the old man in front of her didn't say anything intimate to her, and sometimes even expressed his emotions in a very clumsy way. But the way the old man looked at him, even every eyelash of his, was full of love. Gu Man could also clearly feel the heavy and silent care from her father. This made her unconsciously develop a little dependence on this old man whom she had never met. After hearing what his daughter said, Su Fan nodded with satisfaction. Now that he had dealt with a girl, It was time to contact his senior sister and Gu Qinghuan. He took out a jade talisman from his ring, stroked it gently with his hand, and then sent a message. I'm back. After sending this message, Su Fan suddenly felt nervous, fearing that they would blame him like his daughter. The little girl was easy to fool, and he had many ways to change her mindset. But Su Fan knew his senior sister and Gu Qinghuan too well. If these two women really hated him, it would not be easy to appease them overnight. And he owed them too much? Su Fan was nervously waiting for the two people's response, but who would have thought that after a long time, the communication jade talisman did not respond? Could it be that these two women don't want to pay attention to me? This is the end of the matter. When Su Fan was waiting for a response with a sad face, looking at his father's nervous appearance, Gu Man, who was across the table, suddenly covered her mouth and laughed. The communication jade talisman of mother and aunt was not carried with them, but was always placed in a place where they could see when they entered the cave. It is estimated that both of them are not on the cave, so of course they can't receive the message from father. Gu Man took a communication jade talisman from her waist, and after activating it, she sent a message to mother. Mom. It's me. Wait a minute, she said a few words and handed the communication jade talisman to the father across the table. Su Fan was stunned for a moment, and then took the communication jade talisman from his daughter. He took a deep breath and sent a message. I'm back. As soon as his message was sent, the communication jade talisman was instantly replied. You're back. Woo-woo. Senior sister's temperament hasn't changed at all, but she's rarely so fragile. She burst into tears before she could even say a word. Su Fan, where are you? Even Gu Qinghuan, who is always cold, was a little incoherent. Hearing the two people's voices, Su Fan's heart felt like it was pinched hard, and he felt so distressed. He took a deep breath and tried to suppress his excitement. I'm with Nanan. As soon as the message was sent, the anxious voice of senior sister came through the communication jade talisman. Where are you? We'll be there right away. Su Fan thought for a moment. He glanced at Gu Man opposite him, and handed the communication jade talisman to his daughter. Your father doesn't want others to know that I'm back this time. You arrange a place outside the city. Gu Man took the communication jade talisman, thought for a moment, and sent a message. Mother, you and the two of you should come to the Red Leaf Valley outside the Ghost Demon Fairy City. We will meet there. Don't make a sound when you come out. After Gu Man sent a message, she said, let's go to the Red Leaf Valley outside the city. There is a cave that my grandmother gave me. Su Fan nodded with satisfaction. His daughter performed well. Although she was young, she could distinguish the important and the unimportant, and she was also methodical in her work, like a general. The two left the restaurant and went out of the Ghost Demon Fairy City. Just as Gu Man was about to take out a flying magic weapon, she saw her father slap a beast bag on his waist. A palm-sized blackbird suddenly rushed out. It circled Su Fan several times, then stood on his shoulder and looked at Gu Man curiously. The ghost crow, whose bloodline was strengthened several times, was extremely sensitive to the breath. It instantly felt the same bloodline breath from the girl as Su Fan. It was clear without asking that this little girl must be the master's child. Su Fan sent a thought, and the ghost crow flew up and instantly turned into a big bird with a wingspan of more than 10 meters. During the year he waited for news in the Blood Demon Palace, he merged the blood essence of dozens of black-winged demons, dirty blood-winged demons and iron-winged mad demons into Ghost Crow. Now the image of Ghost Crow is no longer what it used to be. Its wingspan has reached 15 or 16 meters, and its body is still growing. It is covered with bone spurs and bone armor all over its body, and its originally black feathers are also glowing with scarlet blood. Not only has its physical strength and flying speed increased several times, it has also inherited several magical powers of dirty blood-winged demons and iron-winged mad demons, and its combat effectiveness has increased by more than 10 times. Gu Man was stunned. When had the little girl ever seen such a fierce bird of prey? It was just a palm-sized bird just now, but who knew it would become so big in the blink of an eye, and it looked so fierce. Go up. After hearing what his father said, Gu Man was shocked and recovered, and quickly followed him to jump on the back of Ghost Crow. The Ghost Crow flapped its wings, and its huge body instantly soared into the sky, and disappeared in an instant. What kind of magic beast is this? After hearing his daughter's words, Su Fan smiled and said, this is the unique magic beast Ghost Crow in the 10,000 miles demon abyss. It was snatched from the Zhou family by my father back then. It's very powerful, It can also be invisible. Not only can it be invisible, but now the ghost crow has inherited several magical powers. I dare not say anything else. Now it is facing several flying demons alone. That is no problem at all, and the worst result can be escaped unscathed. The invisible ghost crow is very fast. Under the guidance of Gu-man, it arrived at a valley covered with red leaves outside the city in a short while. Su Fan controlled the ghost crow to land outside the valley. Gu-man jumped down and took out a formation talisman from the ring and drew it. The dense forest of red leaves in front of him disappeared instantly, revealing a passage. Su Fan followed his daughter into the valley and found that the area here was very large and the facilities were very complete. At the end of the wide valley, there was a luxurious palace building. The gardens, spiritual springs, corridors and attics were all built with great craftsmanship. Luo Guiyin was really willing to give such a good cave to his daughter. This kind of place is good enough to accommodate Yuanying cultivators. At this time, the communication jade talisman on Gu-man's waist vibrated slightly, and Su Fan was immediately excited. Senior sister and Gu Qinghuan were here. Chapter 438. He must give an explanation. In the early morning, the mist in the valley has not yet dissipated, but the dewdrops hanging on the branches and leaves of the grass have already reflected the sunlight, which is crystal clear from afar. The golden sunlight sprinkled from the east and fell into the valley, and the red leaf forests looked particularly charming. Su Fan sat in the courtyard. There were several casseroles on the stoves in front of him, and the hot porridge in them was bubbling and steaming. He took a spoon, lifted the lid and stirred it in each casserole. Su Fan, his senior sister and Gu Qinghuan have been reunited in the Red Leaf Valley for 3 days. The family is happy and the days are full of flavor. Su Fan is not so leisurely. He has to cook 3 meals a day, especially in the morning. He really doesn't want to get up. The 2 women are picky. The senior sister wants to drink red bean and lotus seed porridge today, and Gu Qinghuan wants to drink longan and wolfberry porridge. In addition to them, the daughter also ordered hawthorn and snow pear porridge. Gu-man is a very sensible girl. She is not seen every day. She only comes to join in the fun at the 3 meals. Although he has to get up early every day, Su Fan is willing to do it for the sake of the 3 mothers to eat well. He came to the chopping board again and made a plate of stir-fried 3 shredded vegetables, a plate of spinach with vinegar, a plate of smashed cucumbers, and cut some refreshing pickles. There were several tall stacks of steamed steamers on the stove next to him, in which crab rosaya long bao, crystal shrimp dumplings, 3 fresh buns and sugar triangles were steamed. In addition to these, Su Fan also steamed a large bowl of egg paste, using the eggs of a demon bird, which is not only delicious, but also fresh and smooth. After a full hour of tossing, he finally finished today's breakfast and placed them on the dining table in the middle of the courtyard. At this time, Gu-man jumped into the yard. "Dad, what delicious food are you going to make today?" She came to the table and looked at the big table of rich breakfast. She was immediately tempted and reached out to pick up a steamed bun with 3 fresh fillings. This was a freshly made steamed bun, and she screamed because it was hot. "You should, let me get you greedy. I'll go call your mother and aunt, and you can help serve the porridge." Su Fan scolded her and turned to walk into the main room. He came to the big bed in the bedroom and pulled up the curtains. Looking at the 2 fragrant bodies lying on the bed, he chuckled. "Pa." He slapped the senior sister on the butt and said, "Don't sleep anymore, get up and have breakfast." The senior sister muttered, turned over and hugged Gu Qinghuan next to her, wanting to continue sleeping for a while. Gu Qinghuan was not as bold as the senior sister. Although they were already an old couple, she still felt embarrassed in front of Su Fan. She covered her body with a quilt, pushed her senior sister away, looked at Su Fan with a red face, and turned away, too embarrassed to look at him again. "You go first, we'll get up soon." Su Fan sat down with a slutty look on his face, and stretched out his hand to hold Gu Qinghuan's feet. She had never seen such a shameless person before, and hurriedly tried to retract her feet, but she couldn't escape Su Fan's clutches, so she could only let him do it. "I made your favorite longan wolfberry porridge and crystal shrimp dumplings, get up quickly." Gu Qinghuan turned her head away and nodded with a red face. Although she had been tossing and turning all night yesterday, she was still shaken by this lecture. Su Fan chuckled, looked at Gu Qinghuan with a slutty look, and then turned and left. Gu Qinghuan didn't breathe a sigh of relief until Su Fan walked out of the room. Her heartbeat was very fast just now, and her whole body was burning hot. She laughed putchy, looked down at her senior sister, and pushed her hard. "Get up, Don't sleep anymore. Su Fan came to the courtyard and saw Gu Man sitting there eating. You girl, you ate first, and didn't say anything about waiting for your mother and aunt. Gu Man stuffed a bun in her mouth, and ignored her father's scolding, and ate by herself. Su Fan smiled, and now his daughter was no longer distant with him, which made him very relieved. After a while, Gu Qinghuang dragged the yawning senior sister to the courtyard, and saw Gu Man eating heartily, and immediately glared at her. You are a big girl, sitting and standing without knowing how to sit. What kind of appearance is it? The senior sister yawned again, rubbed her eyes and sat down. You too, Nanan is so old, and you care about all the trivial things. Girl, don't listen to your mother, do whatever you want. Gu Man chuckled. She hugged the senior sister's arm and shook it. It's still the aunt who loves me the most. At this time, Su Fan would certainly not get involved. He stood up and served them 2 bowls of porridge, and placed the crab roe steamed buns and crystal shrimp dumplings that they both loved in front of them. Senior sister and Gu Man were chatting happily, and Su Fan took the opportunity to hold Gu Qinghuang's hand under the table. Gu Qinghuang struggled to break free but failed, so she had to lower her head to drink the porridge. Her face was red, but her heart was sweet. This breakfast was full of warmth, and the family of 4 ate happily, which also made Su Fan very happy. When everyone had almost finished eating, Su Fan thought for a while, and then told the purpose of this trip. I came back this time just to take you away. The family had just reunited these few days, and Su Fan didn't want to break this warm atmosphere, so he didn't tell the purpose of this trip until today. The time agreed by the evil bone demon lord and him was 1 year later. The time seemed very long, but once the yuanying old monsters of Zuanluo realm got involved, all kinds of troubles would definitely follow. After hearing his words, the 3 mothers were all stunned. Dad, where are you taking us? Su Fan glanced at his senior sister and Gu Qinghuang, both of whom were looking at him with puzzled expressions. We're going to Jiwaoshan. His senior sister frowned and asked, Jiwaoshan, where is Jiwaoshan? Zuanluo realm is, after all, an inconspicuous little plane, and it has not communicated with other planes for tens of thousands of years. Even the late yuanying great cultivator with the highest cultivation in Zuanluo realm does not know much about the situation in Qingquang Star region. There was no other way. Su Fan had to start from the beginning to popularize the situation in Qingquang Star region for this mother-in-law, and also told some of his experiences over the years, including his time in Biao Divine Sect, Chunjin Demon Sect, and later in the Blood Demon Palace, as well as the Yun's realm and Devours he had been to, and the time and space arena in Qingquang Star region that he had participated in once 100 years. If you don't say it, you won't know. Even Su Fan himself was a little surprised. Unexpectedly, he had experienced so many things after leaving Zuanluo realm. He talked for half an hour, until he was dry-mouthed, and only then did he give a general idea. The 3 women at the dinner table were all stunned after listening to Su Fan's narration. In their cognition, the Zuanluo realm was already very large, but they didn't expect that it was a small transparent and dispensable one in the Qingquang Star region. Moreover, the extremely vast Qingquang Star region, the countless human, demon and insect planes, and the tragic wars in the battlefields of each plane made them excited. These things are unimaginable for the cultivators of the Zuanluo realm. Although Daluotian often invades the Zuanluo realm, the plane wars that occur once every thousands or tens of thousands of years cannot be compared with the tragic wars of the 3 major races in the Qingquang Star region. What surprised them most was that Su Fan, wandering alone in a foreign land, actually created a great reputation in the Qingquang Star region with his own strength. Although Su Fan downplayed his experiences, the 3 women could clearly feel the bloody and thrilling atmosphere from just a few words. After all, he is our man. I didn't follow the wrong person. Senior sister looked at her man with a dazed look, her eyes were almost dripping with tears. If it weren't for Gu Man, she would have rushed over to hug Su Fan and kiss him hard. Gu Qinghuang was also very excited. Although he was not as enthusiastic as senior sister, Su Fan felt a small hand reaching out from under the table and holding him. Dad, you are so awesome. Gu Man also had a look of admiration on her face, with little stars in her eyes, which kept flashing. She had known that Dad was very cruel. Even those extremely cruel demon cultivators in the western wilderness had to call him a big devil when they mentioned him. But Gu Man never thought that Dad was so amazing. Su Fan felt a little uncomfortable when being looked at by the 3 mothers. He coughed lightly to cover up his embarrassment. I don't want to alarm other people when I come back this time. If you have no objection, we will leave in a few days." After hearing Su Fan's words, senior sister and Gu Qinghuan showed a trace of embarrassment on their faces. He couldn't help but sigh, knowing that he was thinking too simply. Senior sister and Gu Qinghuan were not like him. They had families and sects behind them, and they were all disciples of Luo Guiyan. How could they leave easily? "It's okay with the Yinluo sect and my family, just make some arrangements, but we can't be so careless with master." After hearing what senior sister said, Gu Qinghuan also nodded. "Even if we want to leave, I'm afraid it won't be that easy. Since you were forcibly taken away, those Zhenjin old monsters in Zuanluo realm have probably been waiting for news about you." She said this and smiled bitterly. "I guess those late Yuanying great monks have already known that you and that demon king had just entered Zuanluo realm." After hearing what Gu Qinghuan said, Su Fan frowned immediately. It has to be said that this is really possible. Although Zuanluo realm is not well known in the Qingquan Star region, there are still some late Yuanying great monks. The late Yuanying great monks have boundless magic power. Although the Zuanluo realm is very large, a star domain magic ship coming in from outside the domain should not escape their eyes. It is even possible that these late Yuanying great monks have already come into contact with the evil Bone Demon King. Thinking of this, Su Fan nodded and said, "In this case, we don't have to hide it. You will return to the sect to meet the Guiyan's Hunjin tomorrow." After hearing this, senior sister and Gu Qinghuan were all relieved. If they were asked to leave their master like this, the two of them would never be able to do it. "Dad, if we leave, will we never come back in the future?" Gu Man thought much more simply. She couldn't give up those friends in the sect and was afraid that she would never see them again in the future. Su Fan smiled and comforted her, "Of course you can come back. Dad is only in the Jiandin realm, but he still came back. If you wait until you reach the Yuanying realm, you can come back at any time." Gu Man felt much better after hearing what her father said. "Then I'll be relieved. When I break through to the nascent soul realm, I'll come back to pick up all my friends." Su Fan couldn't help but smile bitterly. This silly girl had a beautiful idea. When she breaks through to the nascent soul realm, it is estimated that there will be few of her friends in the Zuanluo realm left. The next morning, senior sister and Gu Qinghuan returned to the sect. Su Fan stayed in Hongai Valley. Only Gu Man accompanied his father to relieve his boredom. The two sat in the courtyard drinking tea and chatting. He also took the opportunity to test his daughter's cultivation. In the end, the little girl didn't need him to worry about it at all. Gu Man was originally talented, and she stayed with Luo Guiyan since she was a child. She was taught by a mid-nascent soul cultivator. Now the girl is practicing the Ghost Dao and Shadow Dao together, and her foundation is quite solid. If it weren't for the slight flaw in her Dao heart and Luo Guiyan's constant obstruction, she should have broken through the foundation establishment realm several years ago. Anyway, his daughter has a nascent soul cultivator to teach her personally, and Su Fan doesn't want to get involved and make things worse. The father and the son were chatting, and the communication jade talisman on Gu Man's waist began to vibrate slightly. She picked it up and took a look, then looked up at her father. Just as she was about to get up and go to the side, she was stopped by Su Fan. Su Fan frowned and said in a deep voice, "Whoever wants to see you, just reply to him here." He knew it clearly in his heart that it must be the boy from Hebin's family. Damn, he dared to have evil intentions towards his own daughter. He must be tired of living, right? Gu Man stuck out her tongue and activated the communication jade talisman. "What? I'm outside, don't come over, I'll find you tomorrow." "What the hell, you're outside the Red Leaf Valley, you should leave quickly." Before she could finish, Su Fan waved his hand and interrupted his daughter's words. "Let him in." Gu Man chuckled and said, "Dad, I don't have anything to do with him, I'll let him go now. Since you're here, let him in, I just have something to say to him." Seeing her father's gloomy face, Gu Man panicked immediately. "Dad, this is not good, don't scare people anymore, what's the point of talking, let him in quickly." Gu Man had no choice but to go out and lead a boy into the Red Leaf Valley. He Shutong followed Gu Man tremblingly and came to the courtyard. When he saw Su Fan looking at him with a playful look on his face, he couldn't help but shudder. This was a big devil who slaughtered tens of thousands of mortals overnight. He wouldn't kill him in anger. But he had a special liking for Gu Man since he was a child. Although he was trembling with fear, he still gritted his teeth and bowed to Su Fan. "Welcome. Junior He Shutong, pay homage to the real person." Su Fan nodded and said in a deep voice, "Well, sit down." He looked at this kid. He and his father looked like they were carved out of the same mold. He looked pretty handsome, and his temperament was more honest than his father. He couldn't even speak incompletely when he saw him. He was also a coward. Such a bastard dared to have ideas about his daughter. He doesn't deserve it. The reason why He Shutong was so scared was not because he was a coward, but because Su Fan underestimated his notorious reputation in the Western wilderness. The things he did in the Western wilderness back then, many people still feel scared when they mention them today. Otherwise, why do they call him the Big Devil? Seeing He Shutong trembling with fear, Gu Man quickly poured him a cup of spiritual tea, then came to Su Fan's side and hugged his arm affectionately. Dad, Su Fan was stunned by his daughter's voice, and his originally gloomy face seemed to have grown flowers. What's wrong, daughter? Gu Man laughed, shook the father's arm, and said, you should be nicer. Why do you always have a stern face? Okay, the daughter has spoken. Su Fan glanced at He Shutong again and forced a smile. Your father is He Bin, right? How is he now? He Shutong hurriedly and carefully replied, my father is doing well. When I was at home before, I often heard him mention you. Su Fan smiled and said, go ahead, tell your father when you go back, and tell him that I invited him to drink. He Shutong felt as if he had been pardoned. He hurriedly bowed respectfully, then slowly stepped back more than 10 steps before turning around and leaving the courtyard. In just a moment, the child was scared and sweated all over. Su Fan knew that he couldn't leave immediately, so he was not afraid of exposing his identity. Anyway, he was back, and he should meet some old friends. And this time when he returned to Jiwaoshan, in addition to Niang Sanai, he planned to bring a few more people back. First of all, his master Hong Zidong in Yinluo sect was the only one who really treated him as a disciple and laid a solid foundation for his body. This is the grace of teaching. No matter what, he has to repay it. The old man fell into a lower realm due to an injury in his early years, and his time is running out. This time, he was brought to Jiwaoshan to see if there was a chance to cure his injury. Then there was Old Yi, who was the only person Su Fan could call a friend in Zuanluo realm. This guy's talent and swordsmanship could be said to be outstanding, and it was a pity to let him stay in this small place of Zuanluo realm. This time, we will try to arrange Old Yi to a super sword sect in a large plane. As for whether he can make a name for himself in the future, it depends on him. In addition, there was another person he had to explain. That was Li Maiaxu. The two of them had a fleeting relationship by accident, and he couldn't just deny it. If the other party was willing to leave with him, he would help her arrange a super immortal sect in a large plane, which would also be considered to relieve some of the guilt in his heart. Anyway, the Dongming Venerable had already promised to help him arrange these people. These trivial matters were just a matter of a word for a big man like him, and the people below would definitely do their best to arrange the things he gave instructions. As for the others, like Zhuang Rui, Li Uhi and others, their talents and qualifications are average, and their future achievements are limited. For them, going to a place like Jiwaoshan may not be as comfortable as living in Zuanluo realm, so let them live happily in Zuanluo realm. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 439, Maybe I've encountered some difficulties. In the evening, He Bin came to Red Leaf Valley and saw Su Fan again. He was filled with emotion. Who would have thought that the man who was chased by the Zhou family like a stray dog would now come to the Nine Nether Demon Palace so openly? Now, all the great cultivators in the late Yuanying stage of Zuanluo realm are paying attention to Su Fan. If they stay in Zuanluo realm, their road will end. If they want to go further, they must go to a larger plane to have a chance. And whether Zuanluo realm can get in touch with other planes in the King Kwang Star region in the future will all depend on this kid. Although the ancestor of the Zhou family has successfully broken through the Yuanying realm, even if he knows that Su Fan is back, he can only watch. When he was chased by the Zhou family, He Bin helped him several times. If it weren't for him, Su Fan might have been trapped in Chixiao City. Once surrounded by the Zhou family, he would definitely be in danger. Su Fan is a nostalgic person, so today he specially prepared a table of dishes to entertain He Bin. The two sat at a table in the courtyard, chatting over cups. Although their identities and status have completely changed, He Bin's personality has not changed at all after so many years. Bin is still the same as before, not at all shy with Su Fan, chatting as he should, not treating him as a giant and senior. This also makes Su Fan very relieved. Friends should not care about these things, otherwise they will feel that there is such a layer between them, and they can't even say a few words from their hearts. How long do you plan to stay this time? After hearing what Bin said, Su Fan thought for a while and said, about a few months. My cousin is still single now. Su Fan heard and quickly waved his hand to interrupt the other party. He turned around and carefully looked at the main wife, then turned around and glared at Bin. Don't talk nonsense, okay? I already have a Taoist partner. Bin shrank his neck, also looked at the main wife, then came over and lowered his voice. Now you are a senior of Jiangdan. It's nothing to find 8 or 10 Taoist companions. You have seen my sister. I don't ask for anything else, just take her as a concubine, he said. If he dares to do this, senior sister and Gu Qinghun will die in front of him. Moreover, he felt that 2 Taoist companions were enough. If he took a few more, his backyard would still be as peaceful as it is now. Old He, we are not outsiders, don't mention this matter in the future. After hearing Su Fan's words, Bin sighed heavily. Back then, he underestimated Su Fan's future achievements, and now he regretted it. Now he wanted to hit his head against his head and die. Please do me a favor, help me pick up a few people from Yinluo sect. Bin nodded and said, no problem, leave it to me, I can take a few people with me this time. You choose someone at home and go back to Jiaoyao with me. After hearing Su Fan's words, Bin was stunned. He stood up quickly and bowed to Su Fan very seriously. Brother, thank you. Bin never thought that Su Fan would give him such a great gift. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. What are you doing? Hurry up and get up. Su Fan's face became serious after he finished speaking, and he said in a deep voice, I'll make it clear first. I'm only responsible for taking the person over. I can't take care of anything else. Bin laughed and took a sip of the wine glass. Brother, I don't need to thank you for your kindness. Su Fan raised the wine glass and clinked it with him, then raised his head and drank the wine in the glass. By the way, how long does it take to go from the western wasteland to the central plains at the fastest? Bin laughed and said, Brother, there is now a teleportation array between the western wasteland and the central plains. You can go directly to the central region of the central plains from the Ghost Demon Fairy City. Su Fan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief after hearing this. This saved him a lot of effort. Now the war between Xuanluo Realm and Dalo Ocean has just ended, and the immortals and demons are still in the honeymoon period. I just don't know if there will be any trouble again in a few years. How long will it take to go from the West Desert to the East China Sea? Bin thought for a while and said, then you have to go through the teleportation array several times. It will take at most a month, and you will get there. Su Fan took out a jade talisman from the ring and handed it to Bin. You arrange someone to go to Zhuyi Fairy Palace in the East China Sea and find someone named Chengzai to give this jade talisman to her. He also wanted to take away the 2 disciples that Su Fan accepted in Shuyan sect this time. Chengzai should have no objection, even those Yuanying old monsters in Zhuyi Fairy Palace would be happy to see it happen. Now everyone who left with Su Fan is a seed sown by Xuanluo Realm. As for whether it can bloom and bear fruit in other planes, it depends on the luck of these people. Bin nodded and agreed without even asking. Su Fan was also quite confident in him. This guy seemed unreliable, but he was actually quite reliable. Get me a fake identity, the sooner the better. Bin took out the communication jade talisman from his ring and contacted someone to tell him a few words. In 1 hour at most, the new identity jade talisman will be delivered. This identity is a foundation-building disciple of a lower sect of the 9 Nether Demon Palace. It can withstand investigation no matter where it goes. This guy, used to run a black ship smuggling business, and getting a fake identity is not a big deal. It is estimated that the old monsters of the 9 Nether Demon Palace will come to contact him tomorrow. Su Fan does not want to be entangled in these trivial matters every day. So he decided to leave for the Central Plains tomorrow to find Lao Yi and Li Mianxu, in fact, to avoid those messy disturbances. Su Fan knew very well that the person who really decided the future of Xuanluo Realm was not him, but the evil Bone Demon King who sent him here. The late Yuanying great monks of Xuanluo Realm had to seize this opportunity, even if they had to sell their pots and irons. But the Yuanying old monsters of other sects were not qualified to contact the evil Bone Demon King, so they could only put their hopes on him. As Su Fan expected, Luo Guian came to Red Leaf Valley the next morning. In fact, she came on behalf of the Nine Nether Demon Palace. Seeing this Yuanying's engine again, Su Fan was still very respectful. He took the initiative to wait outside the courtyard and bowed to her respectfully. Junior Su Fan, I pay my respects to Zhenjin. Looking at the guy in front of her who once disgusted her, Luo Guian's mood was extremely complicated. The other party was no longer the little key training cultivator who could be easily manipulated by her. Now that this guy's status is in a position, even she has to deal with him carefully. Well, get up. The senior sister and Gu Qinghu next to her hurriedly came over. One of them hugged the master's arm and led her into the courtyard. Gu Man followed behind, jumping and skipping. Only she dared to be so casual in front of Luo Guian. Several people entered the main room and sat cross-legged in the hall. The senior sister and Gu Qinghu were busy making tea, and Gu Man stayed by the side of the grandmother and acted coquettishly, making Luo Guian laugh. Su Fan looked at the scene in front of him and couldn't help but sigh secretly. If Luo Guian hadn't been taking care of the mother and three of them, they would definitely not have lived so easily in the Nine Nether Demon Palace. Brother Bilu from the sect has already gone to the Central Plains yesterday. He will go to meet fellow Taoist Zigu with several late Yuanying masters. Then the two talked about some things in other planes, and Luo Guian also conveyed the intentions of those old monsters in the Nine Nether Demon Palace to Su Fan. Su Fan had no intention of getting involved in the affairs of the Nine Nether Demon Palace. Since their late Yuanying master has already gone to contact the evil bone demon, it has nothing to do with him. After talking about these serious matters, Luo Guian picked up the teacup and took a sip, then glanced at Su Fan. You came back this time, you want to take all three of them away? Su Fan hurriedly stood up, and bowed again respectfully. Please help me, master. Luo Guian looked at Gu Man leaning on her with a doting face, and couldn't help but sigh. She had been with the mother and the three of them for many years and had already developed feelings for them. They were no different from a family. Especially for Gu Man, she really couldn't bear to leave. But for the future of the mother and the three of them, she couldn't stop them. Then go. You must not let them down again in the future. Su Fan bowed again and bowed respectfully. Please rest assured, master. At this time, a desolate atmosphere spread in the house, making people feel sad. Gu Man's eyes suddenly turned red. She hugged her grandmother's neck and sobbed softly. Senior sister and Gu Qinghu also had red eyes. At the same time, they crawled to the master's front and knelt down, crying sadly. Over the years, the master has taken care of the three of them meticulously. He is not a family member, but he is better than a family member. When they thought of this separation, they didn't know when they would meet again. They were all heartbroken. Even Luo Guian, a cultivator in the middle stage of the nascent soul, cried like a tearful man. Su Fan looked at the women in front of him who were crying and holding their heads in their arms, and he could not blame them. Although he did not have a good impression of this woman, if he were to do the same, he would not give her a good face. Thinking of this, Su Fan coughed lightly. Well, if it is convenient for you, why not follow us to leave? After hearing Su Fan's words, the women in the room were all stunned. Luo Guian took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, I want to follow you with my identity, but I am afraid that fellow Taoist Zigu will not agree. Su Fan smiled and said, please rest assured. As long as I want to take someone away, even the demon lord Zigu will not stop me. Dad, you are so kind. As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Man threw herself into her father's arms and hugged his neck tightly. Although his daughter had accepted him, she rarely had such an intimate time with him, which made Su Fan very pleased, and a fatherly smile appeared on his face. Senior sister and Gu Qinghu were also surprised. They were so excited that they burst into tears. They crawled over and grabbed Su Fan's hand tightly. Luo Guian took a deep breath and bowed to Su Fan. Guian. Thank you for your help. Although she had broken through the middle stage of the nascent soul, she was still like other nascent soul monsters in the Zuanluo realm, and she yearned for the Great Plains in the Qingquan Star region. She knew that with her identity, she could not convince the evil Bone Demon King at all. Seeing the mother and the three of them leave with Su Fan, she was only sad and envious. She originally thought that Su Fan did not have this ability, but she did not expect that this kid could not look at the face of the evil Bone Demon King. This was definitely a huge surprise for her, and she was even excited to lower herself and call Su Fan a fellow Taoist. How could Su Fan dare to accept this? He quickly hid aside and bowed to Luo Guian again. Senior, you are Embarrassing me. He knew in his heart that if he wanted to take Luo Guiyin away, he would definitely have to argue with the evil Bone Demon King. But with the promise of the Dongming Master, Su Fan believed that even if the evil Bone Demon Lord strongly opposed it, he would have to agree in the end. Senior, before we leave, this matter must be kept secret. After hearing Su Fan's words, Luo Guiyin certainly knew the importance of it. Well, don't worry, I know what to do. The next morning, Su Fan, with that fake identity, took the teleportation array alone to the Yaochi Fairy City in the Central Plains. Senior Sister and Gu Qinghun also left the Red Leaf Valley. They also had to deal with many things before leaving. Gu Man was taken away by Luo Guiyin. During this time, she will watch the little girl break through to the foundation building realm. And he Bin also sent several capable men to Yinluo Sect and Zhuyi Fairy Palace in Donghe to pick up Hong Zidan, Zhuang Rui, Liu He and others, as well as his two apprentices. After all, he had done the smuggling business, and Su Fan's current fake identity was no different from the real one. According to He Bin, the original body of his fake identity is real. It is a foundation-building disciple of the lower sect of the Nine Nether Demon Palace who is about to die. He spent a lot of spirit stones to get it. Not only is there no problem with this identity J talisman, but the blood and breath of the original body were extracted using the magic secret technique, so it can withstand investigation no matter where it goes. Su Fan rubbed his swollen and painful head and walked out of the teleportation hall. Although he is already a Jinden's Henren, his soul still feels a little uncomfortable when experiencing long-distance teleportation. Coming out of the teleportation hall, the first thing that caught his eyes was a huge square, which was full of dense crowds and noisy noises. Su Fan left the square, found an inn in the city to stay, and sat cross-legged in the guest room. For the sake of swordsmanship. That guy Old Yi crushed everyone's communication jade talismans, so he had to go to Linxiao Sword Sect in person. Thinking of this, he took out a communication jade talisman from his ring. Myaoxu, I'm back. Su Fan didn't know if Li Myaoxu could reply to his message. This girl seemed quiet, but she was actually very stubborn. After a while, the communication jade talisman in his hand vibrated slightly. Su Fan took a deep breath and used his spiritual power to activate the communication jade talisman. You're back, where have you been? Hearing the girl's familiar voice, Su Fan was filled with emotion for a moment, and the scenes of the two of them flashed through his mind. I went to other planes, what? Then you are now. Su Fan thought about it and didn't tell the truth. He was afraid that if this girl knew that he came to find her, she would deliberately avoid him. Are you still in Taixu Xianzong? Are you doing well now? Well, I'm in Taixu Xianzong. I'm doing well, what a fart. Su Fan could easily feel a trace of fatigue and helplessness from her voice. No, he had to go to Taixu Xianzong to see her immediately, otherwise he would not feel at ease even if he left. I'm relieved if you're doing well. If you have any difficulties, please tell me. Yes, I will. Su Fan said this, but he had already stood up and hurried out of the inn. For some reason, he had been inexplicably anxious since he heard Li Myaoxu's voice. It was easy to guess that the girl might have encountered some difficulties. Su Fan originally wanted to rest in Yaochi Fairy City for 2 days before leaving to relieve the discomfort caused by the transmission to his soul, but how could he stay here now? Chapter 440 let him give up. Taixu Immortal City is not far from Yaochi Immortal City, but even so, Su Fan, who was teleported twice in a row, was still dizzy when he came out of the teleportation hall. It was because of his strong spirit that no one else would have to mix in the teleportation formation. Su Fan rubbed his swollen and painful head and came to the square outside the teleportation hall, and couldn't help but smile bitterly. He didn't know where Li Myaoxu was yet, and he rushed here in such a hurry, which was indeed a bit impulsive. Su Fan thought about it. He knew a few people in Taixu Immortal Sect, but at this time, he didn't want to expose his whereabouts. It's better to go directly to the mountain gate of Taixu Immortal Sect no matter what. He had to ask where Li Myaoxu was first. Thinking of this, Su Fan came out of the square and wanted to go directly out of the city to Taixu Immortal Sect, who knew that before he took a few steps, his eyes suddenly condensed. He felt that the blood in his body suddenly became agitated, because Su Fan, who often practiced blood transformation magic skill, was very sensitive to blood. Su Fan frowned, pinched his fingers, and performed the secret technique of the blood dao, blood transformation and tracking technique. He immediately sensed a trace of blood not far away, which actually echoed with the blood in his body, which made him look confused. Could it be that there were people from his predecessor's family nearby? Since he came to this world of cultivation, he had never been to his predecessor's hometown once. Unexpectedly, he met people from the same clan as his predecessor in Takesum Immortal City. Su Fan hesitated for a while, and finally decided to go over and take a look. He followed a trace of blood breath and walked over. After crossing several streets, he came to an alley. The alley was very narrow, only more than 2 feet wide, but the street was very crowded. People came in and out of the shops on both sides, which seemed very lively. A young man and woman came out of a shop, one in front and one behind, and it was obvious that they had a conflict. The girl was about 17 or 18 years old, wearing a white robe, with a white complexion, a petite figure, and a look of flowing eyebrows. She walked in front with a stern face, and the boy followed her and kept coaxing her. "Xiaoyao, I will ask my mother for spiritual stones tomorrow, and I will definitely buy you that magic weapon, Li Jiao. Forget it, let's not meet again in the future." The girl turned around and left, leaving the boy alone behind. Looking at the girl's back as she left, the boy stood there in despair, with a look of despair on his face. At this moment, Su Fan was standing not far away, looking at the boy with a gloomy face. From the first time he saw the child, he felt something was wrong. How could this kid look so much like him? Su Fan could already conclude that this was his child. Li Maiaxo had kept it a secret from him, and she actually gave him such a big son without saying a word. Su Fan took a deep breath and walked over. He came to the boy's side, glanced at the girl's back, and turned his head to look at the boy. "She's angry with you." The boy, who was in a state of despair, was frightened by Su Fan's words. He took 2 steps back and looked at Su Fan with a wary face. Su Fan smiled and said, "I know your mother. I held you in my arms before." The boy was still young after all. He didn't remember anything about his childhood. Su Fan's words made him lose his guard. He quickly bowed and said, "Greetings, senior." For some reason, although this senior looked very strange, he felt very kind. He was raised by his mother alone. Since he was sensible, his fellow disciples have often laughed at him for being a fatherless child. Moreover, he only has the qualifications of 3 spiritual roots, and his temperament is soft. The disciples in the sect are very alienated from him, and even exclude him in front of him. From childhood to adulthood, except for his mother, few people care about him so much. Su Fan smiled, then turned and looked at the direction where the girl left. "You like her very much?" The boy lowered his head awkwardly, and nodded gently. "She said she won't talk to me anymore." Su Fan sighed. How come this kid's personality is nothing like his own, just like his mother's? This won't work. It's okay for a girl to be like this, but if a boy has this personality, he will be bullied to death in the future. The girl just now was obviously a white lotus, and the silly boy was played around by her. That girl was clearly trying to trick him, but this boy was like a licking dog, probably throwing a lot of spiritual stones at the girl. "If you like her, go after her." After hearing Su Fan's words, the boy's face was a little embarrassed, and he shook his head in a huff. "I won't go. I won't talk to her anymore." After hearing what this boy said, Su Fan almost laughed out loud. He only knows how to brag. When you see her again tomorrow, you have to stick to her like a licking dog. Boys of this age, if they are moved, they are all bears, so no one should laugh at each other. Boys must have such an experience at some point. The sooner they experience it, the sooner they will grow up. Okay, let him give up completely. "Do you want to find her?" The boy was stunned for a moment, then shook his head, but he was no longer as determined as before. "Let's go, I'll take you to find her." Su Fan didn't care about the boy's reaction, and walked towards the girl. The boy hesitated for a moment, but still trotted after him. Su Fan led the boy through several streets and came to the bottom of a tea house. He looked up at a window on the 2nd floor, then took out a bone talisman from his ring, activated it with spiritual power, and held it to the boy's ear. The boy was confused, and just as he was about to ask, he heard the voices of several people coming from the bone talisman. "Xiaoyao, didn't you go to see Li Jiao? How come you're here so soon?" "Yes, didn't you ask him to buy you that 7-colored phoenix hairpin?" "Don't mention it, he's a poor guy now, how can he afford it?" "Tell him to go back and ask his mother for spiritual stones." His mother can't be unable to take out even a few hundred spiritual stones. Forget it, his mother has already cut off his spiritual stones, and I don't want to bother with him anymore. After listening to the girl's words, Li Zhao's face was ashen, and his eyes were filled with a bleak look. At this time, the girls upstairs spoke again. What a pity. I was thinking of wearing the 7-colored phoenix hairpin to meet senior brother Fenyu tonight. That's enough. That silly boy spent so many spirit stones on you. You've already made enough money. When did you meet senior brother Fenyu? He is a member of the Feng family. How can that silly boy compare to him? With his poor talent, he wants to pursue Xiao Yao. He doesn't even pee and look in the mirror. Hearing this, Li Zhao couldn't help it anymore. He was about to rush into the tea house with red eyes. What did you say to them? Do you care about the spirit stones? Su Fan's words made Li Zhao stop. He panted and turned around and ran out. Looking at the boy's back, Su Fan sighed. The child suffered such a great injury, and he felt bad, but he couldn't be soft-hearted at this time. Boys need to be beaten more. When they have suffered enough losses, they can grow up slowly. Of course, if Nanan suffered such a great injustice, Su Fan would have scared the little bitches away long ago. Girls are different. No matter what time it is, girls have to be pampered. Su Fan turned his head and looked up at the window on the second floor. He sneered, and then followed a trace of blood mark and chased after it. Let's spare their lives for now, and let that kid take revenge with his own hands later. It seems that Li Maiaxu and her mother are not living a happy life in Taixu Xianzong. The child's temperament is like his mother, but his talent is like him. The talent of 3 spiritual roots is an embarrassing existence in the super-immortal sect. It would be fine if they were born in the family, but Li Maiaxu is just an outsider cultivator. Who would care about them? Although she is an elite disciple and has become a disciple of Yuan Yingzhenjian, it was because of what happened at night that she was won over. He has been gone for more than 10 years. Except for a few Yuan Yingzhenjian, the people below in Taixu Xianzong don't remember what happened back then. Li Zhao walked aimlessly. For a boy of his age, experiencing such a thing was like the sky falling. In order to please that woman, he asked his mother for spiritual stones again and again, and even went home to quarrel with her. His mother cried countless times because of this. He originally thought that Xiao liked him, but who would have thought that he was nothing in her heart? Because of his qualifications, he was already inferior to his peers and couldn't raise his head. This time, after listening to the words of a few girls, his whole world collapsed. Now he has no face to go back to see his mother. He has broken her heart in the past 2 years. His mother has raised him so much by herself, and she doesn't know how many grievances she has suffered. Li Zhao hated himself for being unfilial, and also hated the woman who played him in the palm of her hand. At this moment, Li Zhao was like a walking corpse, walking alone, not knowing where to go. He didn't know how long he had walked, and suddenly there was a person beside him. Are you hungry? Let's go to the front to eat. After listening to Su Fan's words, Li Zhao shook his head. At this time, he didn't have the heart to eat. Moreover, he was at an age where he cared about his face. He had just lost face in front of this person. Now he just wanted to stay away from this person. Seeing Li Zhao speed up his pace and try to get rid of him, Su Fan was so angry that he laughed. His eyes fixed, and Li Zhao felt his eyes go dark. When he regained his clarity, he found himself sitting in a private room. You, what are you? Li Zhao was a little scared, and he couldn't even speak clearly. He stood up and wanted to leave. Unexpectedly, as soon as he stood up, he was pressed down on the chair by an invisible force. He struggled for a few times but couldn't get up. You, who are you? I'm your mother's friend. Su Fan poured a cup of spiritual tea for Li Zhao and placed it in front of him. You've been walking for so long, aren't you tired? Have a cup of tea first, the food will be served soon. After hearing Su Fan's words, Li Zhao, who was frustrated, no longer had the mind to struggle. He just accepted his fate and sat there with a dead face. When all kinds of spiritual vegetables and spiritual food filled the table, Su Fan took out a jar of spiritual wine from the ring, broke the mud seal, and poured a bowl for Li Zhao. Have you ever drunk wine before? Li Zhao looked at the wine bowl in front of him and shook his head. How can a man not drink? Let's drink. Su Fan raised his wine bowl and clinked it with him, then raised his head and drank the spiritual wine in the bowl. Li Zhao had never drunk alcohol in his life. The great injury he suffered today also aroused his temper. He also risked his life and poured the wine into his mouth. Boom! As soon as the spicy wine entered his throat, it seemed as if a ball of fire exploded in his body. There seemed to be a majestic and pure spiritual power in his dancing roaring and crashing into his whole body, turning into a rolling hot current, flowing through his limbs and bones at once. The majestic spiritual power tide flowed in Li Zhao's body again and again, as if there was a fire burning again, and his blood seemed to be boiling. Li Zhao had never experienced such a purgatory-like torture. He just felt that his body was about to explode. Su Fan looked at him with a smile, and had no intention of helping him at all. This kid just needs to be tempered. If he continues like this, he will be useless. Su Fan had made up his mind. He would let this kid stay with him for a while and teach him a lesson. This was just the beginning. The good days were still to come. At this time, Li Zhao finally survived the torture of the spirit wine. He held the table with both hands and panted heavily. Although the experience just now made him feel miserable, the words of those people just now were like steel needles piercing his heart. Pour me another bowl, Su Fan laughed. This kid was not bad. He picked up the wine jar and poured him another bowl of spirit wine. Li Zhao also had a broken jar mentality and just wanted to harm himself as much as possible. Perhaps only the pain of being tortured by the spirit wine just now could make him forget the harm he suffered today. Li Zhao didn't think about it. He picked up the wine bowl and poured it into his stomach again. The feeling of purgatory came again, torturing him to death. Next, this kid drank 5 bowls of spirit wine. When the last bowl of spirit wine was poured into his mouth, it was like boiled water, and there was no spicy taste at all. After drinking so much, Li Zhao started to talk more. My father died early, and it was my mother who brought me up. Damn it, how can he talk like that? I'm alive and well, but this kid dared to curse him. At this time, Li Zhao didn't try to persuade him, and started to drink himself, talking while drinking. With Su Fan's deliberate guidance, it didn't take long for him to understand everything that had happened to the mother and daughter over the years. After hearing what the kid said, Su Fan sighed. But he immediately frowned. And a trace of pity appeared in his eyes. What kind of life did Li Maiaxu and her daughter live? He sneered. He had entrusted Chen Chang and He Guangying to take care of them. These 2 guys didn't even know how to help them. They deserved to die. No matter what, even if senior sister and Gu Qinghuan got angry with him, he would take the mother and daughter away from Taixi Xianzong. There was no way. This was his own fault, and he couldn't just let it go. If he hadn't come to take a look in person and happened to meet Li Zhao, this woman Li Maiaxu would definitely have kept it a secret from him for the rest of her life. Chapter 441 I knew you would say that. The next morning, Li Zhao slowly opened his eyes. He rubbed his head and sat up from the ground with a grin. He looked around and found himself lying in a guest room. Last night, he only remembered drinking a few bowls of spirit wine, and then he didn't know anything. Although a night of hangover made him temporarily forget the things of yesterday, when he woke up at this moment, Xia Oyo's figure appeared in his mind again. When he thought of her words yesterday, Li Zhao's heart felt like being stabbed by a needle. Li Zhao sighed, leaned back and lay on the couch again, his mind full of Xia Oyo's shadow. He secretly cursed himself for being useless. Why couldn't he forget that woman? She obviously treated him like a fool, but he just couldn't hate her. Li Zhao knew in his heart that if that woman came back to find him again, he believed that he might not even have the thought of resisting, and he would have to go with her. Alice. He sighed, sat cross-legged on the ground and practiced the exercises for several weeks. Li Zhao exhaled a long breath of alcohol, and suddenly felt refreshed. He stood up from the ground, pushed the door and walked out of the guest room. Outside was a small courtyard, and he saw the man from yesterday sitting in front of several stoves. Su Fan turned his head and said, "You're awake, go wash up, the meal will be ready soon." Li Zhao washed up, and then returned to the courtyard, and saw that the man had already set up the table with various breakfasts on it. Su Fan asked Li Zhao to sit down and served him a bowl of porridge. Seeing that the boy looked listless. "You missed that Xia Oyo again," Li Zhao was guessed, but he shook his head quickly to save face. You have already fallen in love with her, how can you forget her so easily? There is nothing to be ashamed of. Time is the best medicine, and it will be fine in a few months." After Su Fan finished speaking, he put a tray of buns in front of Li Zhao. "Eat, and we will go to see your mother after eating." Li Zhao shook his head repeatedly after hearing this. Now he felt that he had no face to go back to see her. "As long as you listen to her in the future, your mother won't bother with you." Su Fan thought about it. It was quite troublesome to enter the mountain gate of Taixi Xianzong. It would be better to let Li Maiaxu come to find them. Thinking of this, he stood up and walked to the edge of the courtyard, and took out a communication jade talisman from the ring. Su, I am Su Fan, I came to take Su Xiancheng. After a while, the communication jade talisman vibrated slightly, and Li Su sent back a message. You are here, I am not at the mountain gate, I am outside to perform the sex mission. Su Fan laughed, knowing that you would say that. I am with Li Jiao, you can come to the Dengxin Inn and take Su Xiancheng. After a long time, the communication jade talisman sent back a message. Su Fan, Xiao Zhao knows, don't worry, I won't tell him without your permission for the time being. Su Fan, are you going to take Xiao Zhao away? Isn't this nonsense? Of course I have to take my son away. If he is allowed to waste his time and take Su Xianzong, it will be difficult for him to build a foundation in the future. Su Fan, I beg you not to take Xiao Zhao away, okay, he is my son, look at what he has become now, woo woo. Su Fan, it's my fault, I shouldn't have kept it from you. Please don't take him away from me, what the hell is going on? I didn't just take my son away, I took both mother and daughter away. What are you talking about? When did I take your son away? Stop wasting time, come quickly. Su Fan cut off the communication jade talisman after he finished speaking, and then put it into the ring. He sat back at the table, picked up a steaming meat bun and stuffed it into his mouth. Eat quickly, your mother will come over later. Li Jiao was stunned when he heard this, hesitating. Mom, why is she coming here? Su Fan looked down on Li Jiao for this, he glared at him and said, speak like a man, don't be hesitant like a woman. Oh, Li Jiao was scolded, but he didn't say anything, he responded and continued to eat. After a while, they heard someone knocking on the door outside the courtyard. Su Fan turned his head and took a look. Your mother is here, go open the door. Li Jiao hesitated for a moment, then stood up and walked slowly to the gate of the courtyard. He opened the door and saw his mother. Before he could think of what to say, his mother hugged him and started crying. Xiao Zhao, are you okay? Li Jiao was a little confused by being hugged by his mother. What happened to his mother? Why are you crying? Come in. Li Su hurriedly walked into the courtyard and sat down in front of Su Fan. Xiao Zhao, you go into the house first. Although Li Jiao was a little confused, he still agreed and went into the house obediently. When Li Jiao entered the house, Li Su stared at Su Fan with a resolute look in her eyes. Su Fan, if you dare to snatch Xiao Zhao from me, I will die in front of you. Su Fan rolled his eyes and said helplessly, when did I want to snatch Xiao Zhao from you? This time I am here to take you two away. After hearing Su Fan's words, Li Su was stunned. Where are you taking us? Su Fan smiled and stared at Li Su's eyes. Of course I am taking you home. Li Su's face suddenly blushed and said, what nonsense are you talking about? Who wants to go home with you? In fact, Su Fan was just talking, how could he take Li Su home? Now senior sister and Gu Qinghun are as close as one person, plus their master Luo Guiyan. If they really take Li Su into the family, they will squeeze her to death. Although senior sister is generous, she is also a woman, and Gu Qinghun is just like a little woman in front of him, but don't forget that she used to be a witch with a great reputation. Don't even think about expecting them to be generous. Moreover, Li Su is a disciple of the immortal sect, so how could he let her join the demon sect? Su Fan had thought about it. Although he would take the mother and daughter home, it was only to confess everything that happened to his senior sister and Gu Qinghun, hoping that they would recognize the mother and daughter. After leaving Xuanluo realm, Su Fan planned to place the mother and daughter in a super immortal sect. Although he would have to run back and forth in the future, there was nothing he could do about it. Since it was his own fault, he should bear the price. I came back this time just to take you away from Xuanluo realm. Su Fan's words made Li Su's tears flow down. Since she gave birth to Li Jiao, she had no extravagant hopes. She only hoped to keep the secret from Su Fan and raise the child secretly. So after hearing Su Fan's words, the huge surprise made Li Su excited and she couldn't help herself. Su Fan's words sounded nice, but in fact, he didn't have this idea at first. But now there is no way. Someone gave birth to a son for him, so of course he has to take on the responsibility of being a father. Go back and prepare. Tomorrow we will take Li Jiao to the 9 Nether Demon Palace in the Western Wasteland. After hearing what Su Fan said, Li Su wiped her eyes. Do your two Taoist companions know about our mother-in-law relationship? Su Fan secretly sighed. If senior sister and Gu Qinghun knew that he had an extra son, who knows what would happen. Don't worry, leave everything to me. Su Fan, will never let you down. Chapter 442 I will meet this person in person tonight. Su Fan's promise also made Lee Myaoksu cry. She had a very difficult time in Taeksu Xianzong these years. Especially after Li Jiao grew up, he was originally poor in talent, and this child was not motivated. He had a bit of a broken jar spirit. Recently, he kept asking her for spiritual stones for a girl, and even quarreled with him, which also broke her heart. Fortunately, after all the hardships, Su Fan not only did not blame himself, but also accepted them. Looking at Lee Myaoksu crying, Su Fan was also full of emotion. The scenes of the two in Hao It and Xianchang flashed through his mind like a movie. It should be at that time that Lee Myaoksu might have been attracted to him. This silly girl never expressed her feelings to him until that night, when they were completely involved. In fact, Su Fan always had a question in his heart about what happened that night. Thinking of this, seeing that Lee Myaoksu's mood on the opposite side had stabilized, he said what he thought. That night, Lee Myaoksu interrupted Su Fan before he finished his question. It's not your fault that night, I asked for it. Then, Lee Myaoksu told Su Fan everything that happened that year. In fact, she regretted it the next day and felt guilty towards Su Fan. So from that day on, Lee Myaoksu decided not to see Su Fan again, and gave birth to Li Jiao without telling him, raising the child alone. After listening to Lee Myaoksu's narration, Su Fan was dumbfounded. He knew that he was plotted by Chen Shang and He Guangyan at night, but he didn't expect that there were so many things involved. The Yuanying old monsters in Taeksu Xianzong were so shameless that they could do such a despicable thing. Since you have made sacrifices for the sect, become an elite disciple, and worship under the Yuanying Zhenjin, how did you and Li Jiao end up in the current situation in Taeksu Xianzong? Not only that, before Su Fan left, he entrusted Chen Shang and He Guangyan to take care of Lee Myaoksu in Taeksu Xianzong. These things were simply a piece of cake for the two of them. With their character, they would never be so careless as they are now. From Li Jiao's situation in the sect, we can guess that the mother and daughter must be living in Taeksu Xianzong in a very embarrassing situation. At the beginning, he left a lot of evil spirit bones to Lee Myaoksu. Although these things can't let the mother and daughter live a luxurious life, they shouldn't be so destitute. This is also what Su Fan is most puzzled about. There must be something going on. Su Fan thought about it and asked tentatively. Someone in Taeksu Xianzong is targeting you too. His sudden words made Lee Myaoksu shudder, and she hurriedly shook her head to deny it. No. We are doing well in the sect. Su Fan didn't expect that he was just casually testing, and Lee Myaoksu would react so strongly. This time there is no escape, he must have guessed it. This silly woman didn't tell him about this, obviously because she was afraid of getting herself involved. Damn it, I want to see who dares to bully them. If you dare to touch my people, I will slaughter his entire family. Even if he is the nephew of Yuanying Zhenjin, don't even think about staying out of it. If you piss me off, he dares to kill Yuanying Zhenjin. Seeing Su Fan's gloomy face, Lee Myaoksu was afraid that Su Fan would think too much, so she quickly changed the subject. When are we leaving? She only had one thought now, that is, to leave Taeksu Xianzong with Su Fan as soon as possible. That person has been staring at her. If he knew that she was leaving, he might be desperate and do something. How about this? I will take Li Jiao to build a cave outside the city, and you go back to the sect to pack up, and we will leave tomorrow. After listening to Su Fan's words, Lee Myaoksu nodded. Okay, I will go back to the sect to report to the Internal Affairs Hall now, and I will meet you tomorrow morning. Lee Myaoksu still had some things to deal with in the sect, so she stayed for a while and left the inn. Looking at her back, Su Fan sneered. A chilling murderous aura whistled out from him and spread in the courtyard. Su Fan had deliberately arranged this. If someone targeted the mother and daughter, someone would come to the door at the latest in the evening. Just at this time, Li Jiao came out of the house. The murderous aura that had him made him shudder. He was so depressed that he couldn't move. Su Fan turned his head, looked at his son's useless appearance, and sighed. After finishing this part, he must train him severely. With his cowardly look, it might be too late if he didn't beat him up. Thinking of this, Su Fan restrained his aura. Let's go, rent a cave outside the city. He walked out of the courtyard after he finished speaking. Li Jiao was a little confused, but he didn't think about anything else and followed him happily. At this moment, in a cave deep in the Taeksu immortal sect, A middle-aged monk was sitting cross-legged in a luxurious residence. He was about 30 years old, wearing a black robe embroidered with gold, and his hair was tied up with a pine-pattern hairpin. His face was as white as cream, and the corners of his mouth seemed to be smiling, with a hint of unrestrained and romantic. There were also several beautiful female cultivators in the abode, surrounding him and serving him attentively. Reporting to Senior Brother Chanking, Xiao Feng wants to see you. At this time, a voice came from outside, and Senior Brother Chanking frowned. Let him in, Senior Brother Chanking said, and waved his hand to send the female cultivators in the abode away. After a while, a middle-aged giant and cultivator walked into the abode and bowed respectfully. Greetings, Senior Brother Chanking, sit down. After hearing what Senior Brother Chanking said, the other party sat cross-legged opposite him. Tell me, is there something going on with Li Mayaxu? Early this morning, junior sister Mayaxu went to the city alone to see someone. Senior Brother Chanking's eyes condensed and his face suddenly became gloomy. In the past few years, he had been training outside, and only returned to the sect after the war. By chance, he met Li Mayaxu, and was immediately shocked by her beauty, so he wanted to take her as his concubine. The family that Feng Chanking was born in has been operating in Taixu Xianzong for thousands of years, and its foundation is very rich. In addition, the ancestor of the family broke through the Yuanying realm 100 years ago, and its momentum is even greater than before. This person usually boasts of being romantic, and has several Taoist partners, and has taken in a lot of concubines. At least in Taixu Xianzong, as long as he beckons his fingers, there will be countless female cultivators throwing themselves into his arms. Who knows that Li Mayaxu simply disdains him and has no intention of giving in. This also aroused Feng Chanking's interest. He often went to harass Li Mayaxu, and even had the idea of using force. Who knew that he was immediately warned by the two Yuanying old monsters in the sect? If it weren't for the mediation of the ancestor of the family, the sect would definitely punish him severely. When has Feng Chanking ever suffered such humiliation? This also made him very angry, but facing the warning of the sect, he could only stop. But he never gave up, and always made things difficult for Li Mayaxu behind her back, and even spread the word in the sect to cut off Li Mayaxu's evil spirit bone business. Although Li Mayaxu became a disciple of Yuanying Zhenjin, the old monster did not regard her as a real disciple at all, but just a nominal one. Several other Yuanying Zhenjins in the sect were also elusive on weekdays. Although Li Mayaxu had a transcendent status, she had no way to deal with such things. Chen Cheng and He Guanggeun were afraid of being burdened by the Feng family because of Feng Chanking's warning, so they did not dare to come forward. Moreover, these things were manipulated by Feng Chanking behind the scenes, and Li Mayaxu could not catch the other party's handle at all, so she could only choose to swallow her anger. Later, Feng Chanking designed a trap for Li Jiao. In order to save her son, Li Mayaxu even handed over the evil spirit bone in her hand, which prevented her son from being expelled from the sect. So in the following years, because of Feng Chanking, the mother and daughter lived in Taixu Xianzong in a very embarrassing situation. Li Mayaxu was fine, after all, she was a disciple of Yuanying Zhenjin, but Li Jiao was miserable. Not only was he frequently targeted, but he was also alienated and excluded by his fellow disciples. Li Jiao was framed by Xiao Oyo, who was also the opponent's arm. He sent Feng Yu, a member of the family's side branch, to design this trap. Because of the sect's warning, Feng Chanking acted very cautiously. He just wanted to constantly frame Li Jiao and finally find an opportunity to frame him, so as to force Li Mayaxu to submit. If Su Fan hadn't appeared in time, Li Jiao, the stupid boy, would have been framed by them soon. Have you found out who she met? After hearing what Feng Chanking said, Xiao Feng quickly replied, I have found out. This person is from Western Wilderness. Feng Chanking frowned and said, he is a demon cultivator. Xiao Feng nodded and said, the other party is indeed a demon cultivator. He went to take some immortal city to find Li Jiao first, and then met Li Mayaxu. After he said that, he thought for a while and said, after Li Mayaxu met that person, she returned to the sect and reported to the Internal Affairs Hall, saying that she was leaving the sect. After hearing what Xiao Feng said, Feng Chanking sneered. He wants to run away. He suddenly remembered something and asked in a deep voice, Su Fan, who had an ambiguous relationship with her back then, is said to be from the Western Wasteland. Xiao Feng nodded and said, well, that's what people say outside. Feng Chanking smiled grimly and said, Go and prepare. I will meet this person in person tonight, Brother Chanking. You don't have to show up. I will take people to kill him tonight." Feng Chanking waved his hand and laughed. "He is a demon cultivator who came to our take Su Xianzong's territory alone. He still has to let us do whatever we want. Go and prepare. Find more good hands." At midnight, the night sky was gloomy and terrifying. The dark sky was surging with dark clouds. From time to time, lightning flashed through the sky and there were bursts of roars. Su Fan closed his eyes and sat cross-legged in the thatched hut in the cave. Li Zhao had already fallen asleep, but he had been sitting there, patiently waiting for the man to come. Crack! At this moment, a dazzling flash of lightning flashed across the sky and disappeared in an instant under the dark night sky, leaving the quiet cave with a cold and desolate color. Suddenly, Su Fan opened his eyes and sneered. "They are coming. There will be more later, probably around 1 o'clock. Chapter 443 Everyone who comes tonight must die." Boom! A deafening roar was heard again above the dark sky, and dazzling lightning flashed everywhere in an instant. Then, a violent wind swept in, blowing the dust on the ground into the sky. The trees around the cave swayed in the wind, blowing the leaves rustling. The dark clouds in the sky were like waves, the air was dull, and a rainstorm was about to come. Su Fan stood up from the ground, he glanced at Li Zhao's room, and then walked out of the thatched cottage. As soon as he walked out of the thatched cottage, the strong wind blew his hair upside down, and coupled with the murderous aura that permeated his body, he was like a demon descending on the earth. A lightning like a chain of fire instantly illuminated the dark night, followed by a thunderous sound like the collapse of the sky and the earth. As soon as the thunder blasted, bean-sized raindrops began to pour down. The rain was pouring down, the mountain wind was howling, and the mist and rain more hazy, as if countless thin veils covered the sky and the earth, and the naked eye could see a gray haze. Su Fan did not cast any magic, and let the heavy rain fall on him. He looked up at the night sky and wiped his face. Everyone who came tonight must die. Suddenly, a majestic aura suddenly appeared outside the cave, whistling and covering the entire cave. Su Fan smiled. This group of people was thoughtful and actually arranged a large formation outside the cave. This just solved his worries. After all, he was in the territory of Take Su Xianzong. If he killed too hard, he might attract the attention of those yawning old monsters. Su Fan slowly walked to the formation of the cave and waved his hand to dissolve the formation. He walked out of the cave and saw more than a dozen people standing in the rain curtain opposite. All of them were giant and realm cultivators. "Fellow Daoists, why did you come here in the rain late at night? I wonder what you are doing." After hearing Su Fan's words, the leading late giant and cultivator laughed. "I am Feng Chanking from Take Su Xianzong. I am sorry for coming here, fellow Daoists. This is the bad thing about Xianzong cultivators. No matter what they do, they always pretend to be something. Since you are here, if you have anything to say, just tell me." Feng Chanking laughed and said, "Okay, since you want to know, I will tell you directly. I wonder what your relationship with Li Mianxu is." Hearing that the other party was a demon cultivator, he was quite cautious and brought 10 people with him. Who knew that this kid was just an early giant? Feng Chanking felt relieved immediately. Even if the other party is very powerful, the huge gap in realm is not so easy to make up. He has more than a dozen Xianzong disciples above the middle giant stage under his command. It should be easy for him to deal with a demon cultivator in the early giant stage. Moreover, Feng Chanking had set up a large formation outside the cave, so this guy couldn't escape. Su Fan sneered and said, "Haha. It's none of your business." After hearing Su Fan's words, Feng Chanking was immediately angry, and he stared at Su Fan grimly. "Dao, you want to drink wine and then drink a forfeit." After he finished speaking, he said in a deep voice, "I am a man of my word. As long as you tell me the purpose of this trip, I will let you go. How about it? This bunch of immortal sect cultivators are really slow. You still want to let me go? If I let you walk out of here alive, I will lose." Over the years, Su Fan didn't know how many fierce battles he had experienced. How could he take a dozen immortal sect giant and cultivators seriously? "You talk too much nonsense, humph. Kill him for me." Feng Chanking was really angry this time. He snorted coldly and waved his hand at the people behind him. More than a dozen giant and cultivators behind him couldn't hold back for a long time. They took out magic weapons from their rings and surrounded Su Fan. Su Fan sneered, and his figure suddenly became ethereal and disappeared in the heavy rain. Feng Chanking and others on the opposite side were stunned. How could that person disappear in the blink of an eye? Be careful, he is invisible. Hearing Feng Chanking's shout, more than a dozen giant monks began to attack one after another, and magic weapons whizzed away, smashing the place where Su Fan was just now. But after a dozen magic weapons tossed for a long time, they did not find any trace of Su Fan. Hua hua, the atmosphere around them suddenly became tense, only the torrential rain rushed down, and more than a dozen giant monks began to slowly move closer. Then, a series of spiritual shields were propped up and protected them in front of them. At this time, a shrill scream came, which was extremely harsh in the dark rain. Suddenly, a sharp blade appeared in the air, easily penetrated the spiritual shield, and passed through the neck of a giant monk. The opponent's head flew up into the sky, blood splattered everywhere, but it was immediately washed away by the heavy rain. Everyone be careful, he is next to us. Seeing their companions being attacked, the rest of the people quickly took to the air, fearing that they would follow in the footsteps of that person. At this time, a rope suddenly appeared in the air, wrapped around the ankle of a giant monk, and pulled him down from the air. Another shrill scream, another giant monk had fallen in the dark rain curtain. 2 people died in such an unclear way in succession. Feng Chanking and others were so scared that their souls flew away. They controlled the magic weapons like crazy and smashed them to the ground, almost smashing the surroundings of the cave. But they didn't even touch a hair of that person, and everyone's heart had sunk to the bottom of the valley. Under the dark rain curtain, the layer of mist floating on the ground suddenly gathered together and floated away in an instant. Su Fan released his mist body in a dense forest in the distance and looked at the people in the air with a sneer. He didn't want to play with these people anymore, so he might as well kill them in one day. Feng Chanking knew that they had encountered a tough guy today. If they didn't find a way, they would all die at the hands of this guy. Even if they escaped now, they had already provoked this elusive killer. If they didn't deal with him, they would not be able to sleep well in the future. Thinking of this, he took out a 4th-level immortal talisman from his ring with a ruthless heart. This was a life-saving gift given to him by the ancestor of the family. But at this time, Feng Chanking couldn't care less. He swung it down fiercely, and the breath of the whole world stagnated. A series of dazzling lightning suddenly appeared out of thin air. At this time, a series of lightning as thick as an arm roared down one after another like a rainstorm. Seeing Feng Chanking activate a Kyankan Thunder Rain talisman, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. This is a 4th-level immortal talisman. Although it only has 30% to 40% of the attack power of a Yuan cultivator, it is more than enough to deal with an early giant cultivator, and it is even a bit wasteful. As dozens of dazzling lightning bolts roared down, the ground was already in a mess. Even the corpses of the 2 giant monks were charred by lightning. Su Fan, who was hiding in the dense forest in the distance, couldn't help but smack his lips. The 4th-level immortal talisman is rare in Zuanluo realm. This guy is really willing to give it up. Su Fan has no shortage of this thing. He must have hundreds of them in his ring. He doesn't want to waste the 4th-level talisman on them. At this moment, Feng Chanking and others released their spiritual senses and searched for the corpse of that person inch by inch on the ground. It is said that so many thunders of heaven and earth almost covered the surrounding area of nearly 100 feet. That person should have been struck to pieces long ago. At this time, a huge black shadow suddenly appeared in the air and whistled over their heads. Then, a large piece of scarlet blood rain, hidden in the pouring rain, fell all over the sky. The dense blood-colored raindrops easily corroded the spiritual shields and dripped on the bodies of these giant monks. Immediately, more than 10 giant monks from Taixu Xianzong fell from the air with screams. When they fell to the ground, they had become corpses, and their bodies had been corroded beyond recognition. The only 3 people left were also seriously injured by the magical power of the ghost crow. They all used their life-saving trump cards to avoid being killed on the spot. Feng Chanking was also badly injured. Only half of his right arm was left with white bones, and the other half of his body was completely rotten like a burnt candle. In the space-time arena held once 100 years in the King Kong Star region, the filthy blood-winged demon relied on this magical power to take the lives of countless human elites. The human elites of the major planes could not resist it, let alone the immortal sect monks of the Zuanluo realm. Feng Chanking didn't even think about it. He crushed a jade talisman, and the whole person disappeared from the sky in an instant. The remaining 2 people were not so lucky. Just as they were about to use their trump card to save their lives and escape, they were swept down from the sky by the ghost crow hiding nearby with the bone spurs on the wingtip. Seeing Feng Chanking, the leader, use his trump card to escape, Su Fan sneered, and a flash of blood appeared on his body, and he disappeared from the spot. Chapter 444. This is definitely a dimensionality reduction attack. Bang! Su Fan, who had launched the blood escape, was bounced back by an invisible barrier and fell heavily to the ground. Fuck, he forgot that a fairy formation had just been set up outside the cave. Feng Chanking could enter and exit freely, but he couldn't. Su Fan got up from the ground, slapped the top-grade ghost weapon on his waist, and summoned Yaksha. Go collect those corpses and look for Jade talismans for the formation one by one. These ghosts belong to you. After hearing Su Fan's words, Yaksha was very excited. These were all the souls of giant and cultivators. Since breaking through to the Ghost King, he only collected some low-level ghosts and ghost soldiers, and none of his subordinates could fight. Now, he finally has a few ghosts who can stand up to the table. Collect these giant and ghosts into the ghost weapon and refine them well. In a few years, he will have more than a dozen ghost generals under his command. The excited Yaksha circled around Su Fan for a few times and disappeared in a whoosh. After a while, Yaksha came back, holding a jade talisman in his hand and handed it to Su Fan. Su Fan took the formation jade talisman and said, "Go to the house and take that kid out. Let the ghost crow take you to a safe place to hide, and then rush over to meet me immediately." He sent Yaksha away, muttering strange spells to himself, and pinched his right hand to close it. Several condensed blood beads were sucked into his hand, and he performed the blood transformation tracking technique and then determined a direction. Su Fan's body flashed with blood, and his figure disappeared again. Bang! Feng Chanking fell to the ground. The 4th level 1000 miles escape light talisman that he had just activated made him escape hundreds of miles away. Now he was seriously injured and almost lost half of his life. In this stormy night, it was obviously realistic for him to control the magic weapon to escape back to the sect. Moreover, the 1000 miles escape light talisman can only allow him to escape instantly, but it is uncertain where he will escape to, so he does not know where he is. Feng Chanking sat up from the ground with a grin, activated a 3rd level amulet, and propped up a spiritual shield to cover him, which was considered to be shielding the torrential rain. He took out a firework for help from his ring and pulled it hard. A dazzling light instantly shot up into the sky, and a gorgeous firework exploded in the night sky hundreds of meters away. However, due to the heavy rain, the effect of the firework for help has been greatly reduced, and it is estimated that few people can see his call for help. His intuition told him that the guy would definitely not let him go easily. The family elites were all in the mountain gate of Taixu, and it was definitely too late to contact them now. Feng Chanking thought about it, gritted his teeth, took out another jade talisman from his ring, and crushed it fiercely. This is the blood jade talisman that only the direct descendants of the Feng family have. Once it is crushed, all the children of the Feng family within a radius of nearly 1000 miles will sense it. The main family is in trouble, and all the children of the Feng family must rush to rescue as soon as possible. After crushing the blood jade talisman, Feng Chanking finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although he didn't know where he was. It was not far from the mountain gate of Taixu Immortal Sect. The children of the main family and the side branches of the Feng family were almost all concentrated near Taixu Immortal City. It won't be long before the children of the Feng family, scattered around Taixu Immortal City, will rush over. Although most of them are side branches of the Feng family, there are also many cultivators in the Foundation Establishment realm and the Golden Core realm. This is the first time that Feng Chanking has suffered such a big loss since he grew up. If it weren't for the 1000 miles escape light talisman awarded to him by the ancestor of the family, he would have died at the hands of that demon cultivator today. Feng Chanking smiled grimly, and when the large group of Feng family arrived, he must catch that kid and give him a good beating. Let him be unable to live or die, and then he will relieve the hatred in his heart at this moment. At this time, the communication jade talisman on Feng Chanking's waist kept vibrating. He took off the jade talisman and sent out several messages, and instantly received a reply. Xiaosir, what's wrong with you? Why did you crush the blood jade talisman, Dad? I'm being chased, hurry up and bring people to save me. If you don't come, I'm afraid you won't see me again. Wait there, I'll bring people over soon, Dad. Contact the people from the Taixu Immortal City law enforcement team and ask them to guard the teleportation array. If they find a demon cultivator from the western wilderness, ask them to take him down immediately. Feng Chanking replied to several messages in succession, and then put away the communication jade talisman. Because he crushed the blood jade talisman, the Feng family is now in an uproar, and all the Feng family members around Tixum Immortal City are gathering here. Feng Chanking is now looking forward to that person catching up. If he escapes quietly, it will definitely take some effort to catch him. Crack! In the dark night sky, a flash of lightning tore through the dark and gloomy sky, and the sky and the earth instantly turned pale white. Boom! Then came a deafening explosion. The rain was getting heavier and heavier, and with the howling wind, the whole world seemed to be in turmoil. In just a moment, dozens of figures appeared in the dark night sky in the distance, rushing towards Feng Chanking's position. Feng Chanking let out a long breath, and he took out the fireworks for help and pulled them hard. Bang! A firework suddenly exploded in the air, emitting an extremely gorgeous red light. Although the effect of the fireworks for help was greatly reduced by the heavy rain, it was immediately seen by the Feng family rescuers in the distance at such a close distance. Dozens of monks driving magic weapons came to Feng Chanking's place with a roar. They landed on the ground one after another. The leading giant monk saw Feng Chanking lying on the ground and ran over in a few steps. Your Uncle Chanking. Feng Chanking was a direct descendant of the main family, and he had no impression of these people from the side branches. If he didn't pay attention to them normally. But at this time, it was the time to use people, so he was very polite. Uncle, you are in trouble today, and you have come to rescue us in the rain. Thank you for your hard work. After hearing Feng Chanking's words, the foundation building cultivator was like a chicken blood, excited and couldn't help himself. Uncle, you are so embarrassed. Uncle is seriously injured. You should return to the clan with us as soon as possible to heal your wounds. Feng Chanking smiled and shook his head, saying, wait a little longer, there will be more clan members coming here soon. As soon as he finished speaking, another team of rescuers came from a distance. Next, teams of Feng family members came here from all directions, and the number of people was nearly 1,000. These people were all from the side branches of the Feng family. Most of them were key training cultivators, and there were more than 100 foundation building disciples, and more than 10 giant cultivators. And the number of people was still increasing. From time to time, a team of Feng family members came roaring in from the dark night. Looking at the densely packed Feng family members around him, Feng Chanking frowned. The fighting power of that demon cultivator was very strong, and the strength of the Feng family's side branch disciples around him was obviously not enough. Feng Chanking's intuition told him that the demon cultivator should be not far away. He thought about it, took off the communication jade talisman from his waist, and sent a message to his father. Dad, when will the main family's troops arrive? We will be able to reach you in 2 quarters. After hearing his father's words, Feng Chanking was relieved. More than 1,000 side branch disciples were cannon fodder, and more than a dozen giant cultivators. These cannon fodders should be able to hold out for 2 quarters. Anyway, they are all side branch disciples, so what if more die? Suddenly, a sharp sword light instantly passed through the dark rain curtain in the distance. At this moment, even the torrential rain that was pouring down seemed to have stopped, and the whole world gave people the illusion of being split in half. Not good. Everyone be careful, Feng Chanking shouted, but it was too late. The sword light came with an extremely terrifying murderous aura. He quickly took out a 4th level bone talisman from his ring and crushed it, instantly propping up an invisible barrier. Several Feng family giant monks who had been guarding Feng Chanking also used their magic weapons and talismans in time to block them. Boom! With a loud noise that shook the earth, the sword light had already slashed down. Feng Chanking felt like he was hit by a heavy hammer and was knocked into the air by an extremely huge force. He flew dozens of meters away before falling heavily to the ground. Puff! Feng Chanking spit out a mouthful of blood. He struggled to get up, but after trying several times, he was still helpless and fell to the ground. At this moment, a gully hundreds of meters long appeared beside him, and the deepest part was several meters wide. The area around this gully was filled with scattered corpses, and everywhere were broken limbs and arms cut off by crazy sword intent. The ground had become a pool of blood, but it was immediately washed away by the heavy rain. Sufan's reverse wind slash was no longer as powerful as before. Now his 9 extremes continuous slash has been brought close to the evolution realm. In the 100 years of space and time arena in the blue sky star domain, Even the one-horned beetle of the Golden Zerg, which was known for its invincible defense, had its shell shattered by his sword. His whirlwind slash wiped out dozens of powerful elites on the top 100 of the demon-killing list. Although there were many descendants of the Feng family in Xuanluo realm, most of them were key training and foundation-building disciples, so how could they withstand the destruction of his sword? This was definitely a dimensionality reduction attack. Even more than a dozen giant and cultivators from the Feng family's side branches, nearly half of them died on the spot, and the rest were seriously injured and lay on the ground, barely surviving. The Feng family members who were standing on the periphery and not affected by the sword were already scared to death, and they fled without thinking. Quack, quack. At this time, a piercing cry came from the dark night sky, and a huge figure suddenly appeared. The ghost crow swooped down with a roar, chasing the remaining Feng family's side branch disciples frantically, and no one could escape its pursuit. Almost at the same time, a thick demonic smoke also spread around, gradually gathering into a hideous ghost face, rushing towards the Feng family's frantically fleeing children. At this time, Su Fan's figure walked out of the dark rain curtain. He looked at the broken limbs and arms all over the ground, as well as several giant and cultivators who survived by chance, and couldn't help frowning. No way, so weak. Over the years, Su Fan had experienced the worst playing battlefields, all of which were places like Yun's realm and Devours. Not to mention the space-time arena in the King Kong Star region that takes place once every 100 years, and the top 100 arena of the killing list of the human and demon races. Anyone who is qualified to go there can beat all the opponents in Xuanluo realm. He was used to playing high-end games, and it was obviously a little uncomfortable to return to Xuanluo realm. There were only 1,000 or so Feng family members who were practicing key and building foundation, plus more than a dozen giant and cultivators from the Feng family's side branches. How could they withstand his full-strength attack? Su Fan's eyes condensed, and the thunder sword wrapped in purple thunder and lightning whistled out of his body. The thunder sword flew away, instantly killing several giant and cultivators lying on the ground, and then with a whoosh, it hovered above Feng Changqing's head. He is a sword cultivator. Feng Changqing was already dying. He looked at the flying sword wrapped in thunder and lightning above his head and said with difficulty. He laughed at himself. He originally wanted to hold this person back before his father arrived. Now it seems that he was a little overconfident. Although his combat power is average, he still has some knowledge. The man in front of him is a demon who kills without blinking an eye. Looking at the entire Xuanluo world, he has never heard of such a number one person. Feng Changqing racked his brains, but he couldn't guess the background of this person. It's a pity that he doesn't even have the ability to activate the communication jade talisman now, otherwise he would definitely let his father and take the elite of the main family back to the sect. Don't look at the Feng family's great power. There are thousands of children in the whole family, and there are more than 100 giant and cultivators alone. But he has seen that even the elite of the main family will only die in front of this demon. Feng Changqing's heart surged with a deep regret. Why did he provoke him in the first place? Now it seems that only the ancestor of the entire Feng family can take him down. But what would it matter if he was captured? The nascent sole patriarch of the Feng family had been in seclusion deep underground in the sect for many years. By the time he received the news and rushed over, it was too late. At least half of the Feng family's children had been killed. With a whoosh, the flying sword wrapped in thunder and lightning had been taken into Su Fan's body. Su Fan walked in front of Feng Changqing and looked at him with a playful look on his face. Now he really wanted to know who gave this guy the courage to dare to come and provoke him. Why are you targeting Li Mianxu? Feng Changqing was almost exhausted. He did not answer Su Fan's words, but shouted with all his strength. Who the hell are you? Su Fan chuckled and said, okay, then I'll let you die now, Ingli. Listen carefully, he paused and said expressionlessly. My name is Su Fan. Chapter 445. This guy must pay the price. After hearing Su Fan's words, Feng Changqing was shocked. He had heard this name from the ancestor of his family once. Feng Changqing never dreamed that the person standing in front of him was Su Fan. It was because of this person that he harassed Li Mianxu and was almost driven out of the sect by several Yuanying old monsters. Now more than 10 years have passed, and no one in Taixu Xianzong mentioned this name anymore, and no one knew when he would come back. Who would have thought that this person would come back and appear in front of him? If I die, the Feng family will not let you go. Feng Changqing used up his last bit of strength and roared loudly. After he finished speaking, He felt that his spirit was fading away little by little, and he knew that he was about to leave this world. At this time, the man opposite suddenly came over, took out a pill from the ring, and stuffed it into his mouth. As soon as the pill entered his throat, he felt a cool breath spreading through his limbs and bones, as if he was pulled back from the gates of hell in an instant. The best healing pills in the world of cultivation all have very magical effects. Even if they cannot bring the dead back to life, they can stabilize the injuries of the cultivators, at least they can keep them alive. Feng Chanking breathed a sigh of relief. He finally didn't have to die. He sneered secretly. Although this man was a demon who killed people without blinking an eye, he didn't dare to kill him after all. Those Feng family's side branch children died. As long as he, the main family's direct descendant, was still alive, there was room for compromise. After all, the ancestor of the Feng family was a Yuanyingshenjin. If he dared to kill himself, he would definitely face the wrath of the family ancestor. Su Fan smiled and glanced at Feng Chanking. From the emotion in his eyes, he could guess what the other party was thinking. Don't think too much. I have no other intention to save you. Even if you die, you have to die in my hands. Feng Chanking listened, and he looked at a mentally ill man in front of him with fear. In fact, he had just accepted his fate, and there was nothing to be afraid of even if he was about to die. But Su Fan's pill pulled him back from the gates of hell, which also gave him hope of survival. Who would have thought that the other party was so perverted that he didn't want to let him go even though he had saved him? Let me go. Feng Chanking used all his strength and wailed at the top of his lungs. At this time, he was extremely afraid of death. He had been living a life of luxury since he was a child, with many wives and concubines, and had enjoyed all the glory and wealth in the world. How could he be willing to die like this? Your physical body is good, and it is a good material for zombies. Your spirit is also good. If you train it well, it is not impossible for you to become a ghost king in the future. As soon as Su Fan finished speaking, a cloud of thick black smoke appeared beside him, and slowly turned into a hideous and terrifying ghost. Hey! Master is right. As long as you give me his living soul, I will definitely not disappoint the master's expectations. Su Fan turned around and saw that Yaksha had come over at some point. Hey! It's really ugly. This guy is really suitable for the occasion. He appeared at the right time. Yaksha, did you extract his soul directly? Or did you kill him and then collect his soul? Yaksha chuckled and said, of course, I extracted his soul first, let him retain his consciousness before his death, and roast him with a nether fire for 49 days, let him suffer inhuman suffering, full of endless resentment, and then wipe out his spiritual consciousness. This is also a trick commonly used by the demon sect ghost monks. This is child's play in the demon sect. There are many more brutal spells and secrets than this. Su Fan frowned and said, it's too cruel, isn't it too cruel? Hehe. The more resentment and unwillingness the soul accumulates, the more brutal it will be in the future. Listening to the conversation between the two, Feng Chanking, who was lying on the ground, was almost scared to pee, and he cried desperately. Please let me go. My ancestor is the Yuanyingshenjin. He will not let you go. Don't kill me. Woo woo. Looking at Feng Chanking with a horrified face, Su Fan couldn't help but sneer. This guy has been targeting Li Maiaksu and her mother in Taixu Xianzong. His son is now in such a cowardly state because of this guy. How can he be killed so easily if he dares to bully my family? Is he called a devil for nothing? Okay. I'll give his soul to you. If you mess up, I'll make your soul fly away. Thank you for the reward, master. Just wait and see. The Ghost King waved his hand after saying this. Feng Chanking, who was struggling desperately on the ground, suddenly became motionless as if he had been cast with a spell. A human-shaped phantom was seen being pulled out from the top of Feng Chanking's head. This soul still retained his consciousness, wailing miserably, and his voice was full of endless fear and resentment. The Ghost King held Feng Chanking's soul in his hand, and his ferocious ghost eyes were full of excitement, as if he was appreciating a perfect work of art. His screams are too ugly, quickly collect him. The Ghost King smiled at Su Fan flatteringly, and then collected Feng Chanking's soul. Su Fan waved his hand and drove the Ghost King to a place where he could not see, and then he used his mind to collect Feng Chanking's ring. Although the things of the people in Xuanluo realm were no longer in his eyes. But after all, they could still be exchanged for some spirit stones, and grasshoppers are also meat. Suddenly, Su Fan turned his head sharply, his eyes fixed on the dark night sky in the distance. The people from the Feng family should be here. Thinking of this, Su Fan's body flashed with blood, and he disappeared from the spot. Facing the main force of the Feng family, he had no idea of escaping. The direct descendants were all killed, and the two sides were already fighting to the death. Since he knew that Feng Changqing bullied Li Maiaxu and her son, this guy must pay the price. If he came back a few years later, who knows what he would do to Li Maiaxu and her son. And that night, this guy brought people to the door, clearly not wanting to let him go. Even if he didn't resist at the time, and knelt on the ground and kowtowed to these people, would they let him go? Su Fan is not so naive. Once you provoke a narrow-minded villain like Feng Changqing, he will never stop until you are killed. Su Fan never thought of compromising with the Feng family. Even though the Feng family has a Yuanying ancestor, he is really not afraid. He didn't believe that the evil Bone Demon King would dare to watch him die without helping. After all, it was the venerable Dongming who asked him to escort him back to the Zuanluo realm. If he had any problems, how would the evil Bone Demon King explain to the venerable Dongming when he returned? And he dared to conclude that his every move was under the attention of this old devil. There are not many times when the fox pretends to be the tiger's power. If you miss this village, you will never have this shop again. Anyway, he is not going to return to the Zuanluo realm. In the dark night sky, a flying boat of the immortal sect roared through the heavy rain and was speeding towards Feng Changqing's location. Second brother, Changqing's breath has disappeared. After hearing the cry of a nephew, Feng Zhang's body shook, and his heart seemed to be tugged hard. My son is dead. Feng Zhang took a deep breath, and his face became gloomy. No matter who killed his son, he would die without a burial place. Not only that, but his entire 9 clans would be exterminated. Don't think that the disciples of the immortal sect are gentle and humble. That's only compared to the demon cultivators. For the cultivators in the world of cultivation, there are few people who are kind and soft-hearted. Carrying a sharp blade, the killing intention arises. With a long lifespan and powerful magic, how could he let go of the blood feud? Boom! At this time, there was a loud noise, and the huge flying boat shook violently. Everyone be careful, someone is attacking. Although the defense formation of the flying boat just blocked the opponent's attack, the flying boat temporarily lost control and fell from the air. Fortunately, the direction was quickly adjusted and the flying boat finally returned to its normal height. Open the hatch, go down and find that guy. At this time, of course, we can't stay in the flying boat and wait for death, we must find the person who attacked. Bang! With a loud noise, several hatches on both sides of the flying boat opened one after another, and dozens of Feng family giant and monks sacrificed their defensive magic weapons and jumped out of the flying boat one by one. At this time, a huge figure appeared from the dark rain curtain. Then, the heavy rain suddenly mixed with countless scarlet blood, which fell all over the sky. The Feng family monk who had just escaped from the flying boat was drenched. The scarlet raindrops easily penetrated the spiritual shield, or corroded the protective magic weapon to lose its spirituality, and then fell on the Feng family monk. With screams, more than 10 Feng family giant and monks fell from the sky. Although others used magic to save their lives and block the bloody rain, they were also in a very embarrassing situation, giving the ghost crow an opportunity. The huge figure swept past several Feng family giant and monks, and dense and sharp black bone spurs burst out. Several more Feng family giant and monks were pierced by the bone spurs shot by the ghost crow in the air. The ghost crow, which succeeded in the sneak attack, flapped its flesh wings fiercely, and its figure instantly soared into the sky. It was incredibly fast, and cleverly dodged the attacks of several magic weapons, and disappeared in the dark night sky in an instant. After integrating the blood essence of dozens of flying demons such as the Dirty Blood-Winged Demon and the Iron-Winged Demon, its combat power is now several times stronger than before. Especially the several magical powers inherited from Filthy Blood-Winged Demon and Iron-Winged Mad Demon, the power is extremely brutal. The magical powers of the demons are specifically designed to defeat the human race's aura shield, and are also extremely corrosive to magic weapons. Not to mention these Zuanluo world cultivators who have never seen the world, even those human elites in the superplanes can't withstand these powerful magical powers of the demons. Everyone be careful, quickly land on the ground, don't entangle in the air. After hearing Feng Zhang's shout, the remaining dozens of Feng family giant and cultivators rushed to the ground. Back then in the time and space arena, the human cultivators didn't dare to fly in the air easily because they lost the air control. Once they were besieged by flying magic beasts and insects, they were basically in danger. There was no way. The human cultivators flying with magic weapons could not compete with flying magic beasts in the air. The Feng family cultivators didn't expect that there was such a ferocious magic beast hidden outside the flying boat. They were attacked by the ghost crow in a hurry, and lost more than 20 people at once. A giant cultivator was riding a magic weapon and had just rushed to the ground, but he hadn't jumped off the magic weapon yet. Suddenly, a sharp blade condensed in the heavy rain, swept across his neck, and his head soared into the sky. The blade disappeared in an instant, turning into thin mist, hidden in the pouring rain. Then another giant cultivator of the Feng family was cut in the throat by a sharp blade that suddenly appeared, and his body fell to the ground. Hearing the screams of their fellows, the other giant cultivators of the Feng family suddenly became panicked and uneasy. They controlled their magic weapons and attacked the ground indiscriminately without any regard. One magic weapon after another whistled and smashed down, making the ground a mess. Until they landed on the ground, they all activated their spiritual senses to scan around, and found no trace of the enemy, so they all breathed a sigh of relief. Second brother, in such a rainy day, the enemy is good at stealth, should we? Yes, Changqing is dead. Even if we rush over now, it will be useless. Why not temporarily withdraw to Xiancheng and gather more people tomorrow, then we will definitely catch the murderer. After hearing the words of several Feng family monks, Feng Zheng's heart suddenly surged with anger. But he suppressed his anger and said in a deep voice, "We were attacked by the enemy just now. Now that everyone is prepared, he will not succeed easily." Seeing that none of the brothers and sisters of the same clan spoke, Feng Zheng sighed secretly. The enemy's sneak attack just now killed 30% of the Feng family's horses, and these people had already been scared. How about this? We just need to go over and find Changqing's body, and then return to Xiancheng immediately. After hearing what Feng Zheng said, the others reluctantly agreed. "Everyone follow me, be careful," Feng Zheng roared, and then walked towards the place where his son was in trouble. Before they had walked far, a ferocious demon claw suddenly appeared in the rain behind the team and smashed the spiritual shield of a Feng family cultivator. With a bang, the demon claw smashed the spiritual shield, and then smashed it on the opponent's body, piercing the Feng family cultivator through. Hearing the screams behind the team, everyone turned around and saw a demon beast several feet tall appear behind them. On the ferocious demon claw of the demon boat, there was a person wearing a shrill scream. "Everyone, hurry up and kill him!" Following Feng Zheng's shouting, the Feng family cultivators took action one after another, and all kinds of magic weapons, talismans and spells smash over, not caring about the safety of the fellow who was still alive. Facing a group of combat scum, Su Fan, who had transformed into a beast, no longer had the idea of continuing to sneak attack, and simply transformed into the strongest state of the beast body. Su Fan, who had transformed into a beast, roared to the sky. Facing the overwhelming attacks of magic weapons, talismans and spells, he had no intention of dodging. He kicked the ground with his sturdy lower limbs and rushed forward frantically. Integrating the blood essence of the 5th level wild beast, Su Fan's defense after the transformation has reached an extremely heaven-defying existence. The magic weapons of ordinary giant cultivators can't break his defense at all. Su Fan took on the attacks of the magic weapons, talismans and spells of the Feng family cultivators, and his huge beast body rushed into the Feng family cultivators team in the blink of an eye. Bang! Bang! The beast body several feet high rushed through the crowd unreasonably, knocking the Feng family cultivators everywhere. Moreover, his sharp teeth, ferocious claws, and the more than 10-meter-long tail behind him were constantly harvesting the lives of the Feng family cultivators. The Feng family monks, who had already been frightened, fled in all directions. However, as soon as they left the team, they were killed by the ghost crows that descended from the sky. Seeing his fellow tribesmen being killed, Feng Zheng's eyes turned red. He made up his mind and took out 2 4th-level immortal talismans from his ring and threw them over. The immortal talismans instantly turned into 2 buckets of thunder and lightning, which roared down from the sky and hit Su Fan's thick shell fiercely. Even though the wild beast had a strong immunity to spells, the 2 thick thunders still burned Su Fan, who had transformed into a beast, all over his body. But he did not turn around and flee, but rushed towards Feng Zheng frantically. Feng Zheng quickly sacrificed a defensive magic weapon and blocked him in front of him, and took out 2 talismans and slapped them on himself. But Su Fan, who had transformed into a beast, was too fast. As soon as he sacrificed his magic weapon, the huge beast body several feet high had already crashed into him. Bang! Feng Zheng's tortoise shield magic weapon was knocked away, and the two spiritual shields that had just been propped up were also smashed, and he was knocked flying. Su Fan took advantage of the situation and leaped fiercely, opened his ferocious beast mouth, and fiercely bit Feng Zheng's body. Several sharp teeth more than 1 meter long pierced deeply into his body. Su Fan exerted his strength fiercely and bit Feng Zheng into 2 pieces. Awoo! He raised his head and roared, and rushed towards other Feng family monks frantically. Don't look at Su Fan after the beast transformation. The beast body is several feet tall, but it is very agile and extremely fast. Coupled with the abnormal defense, the Feng family monks can't do anything to him, and can only flee in all directions. But the ghost crows that have been hidden in the air and the night demons hidden in the rain curtain also began to kill the Feng family monks. After a while, the surrounding area was full of the corpses of Feng family monks. Of the 70 or 80 giant and cultivators of the Feng family, only a few managed to escape, and the rest all died here. Su Fan released his beastly body and looked around at the corpses scattered all over the ground. He saw the ghost of Yaksha floating around, excitedly collecting the ghosts of these people. This time, this guy got a good deal, as he collected the souls of so many giant and cultivators. It's a pity that Sister Zhen is sleeping, otherwise Yaksha wouldn't have anything to do. Well, this guy is really dedicated and has worked hard even if he has no credit. Let him collect some powerful ghosts, which will be helpful in the future. Yaksha, don't just collect souls, collect the bodies of these people. After hearing what Su Fan said, Yaksha hurriedly collected the bodies of these people. After a while, Yaksha finally cleaned up the battlefield. Su Fan thought about it and decided to find a secluded place to hide tonight. With so many people from the Feng family dead, that Yuanying old monster will definitely go crazy. It's better to avoid a sharp edge for the time being. If it doesn't work, contact the evil bone demon lord. At this time, Su Fan's eyes condensed, and suddenly he felt an extremely intimidating pressure spreading towards him from a distance. Fuck, the Yuanying ancestor of the Feng family is here. How come he came so quickly? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 446 Am I a human or a demon now? Su Fan did not expect that the Yuanying's engine of the Feng family would come so quickly. Without thinking, he took out a communication array talisman from the ring, and after activating it, a human-shaped phantom popped out instantly. Senior Zigu, a Yuanying's engine wants to kill me. I am only responsible for sending you back to the Zuanluo realm. Your life or death has nothing to do with me, Senior. Before Su Fan finished speaking, the demon lord Zigu cut off the communication array talisman. Su Fan was stupid at the time. This is fucking. He put away the communication array talisman, and a flash of blood flashed on his body, and the person had disappeared from the spot. At this time, it's better to run. That's the Yuanying demon lord, he can blow him to pieces with a breath. Su Fan's idea was beautiful, but who would have thought that when he opened his eyes again, he found that the blood escape magic he had just activated did not escape very far. At this moment, the extremely powerful aura in the distance was rolling towards him. Moreover, Su Fan felt that he was locked by a stream of energy, and the area within a radius of dozens of miles was covered by the domain of the Yuanying's engine. At this moment, he could not escape. Su Fan waved his hand and put the trembling Yaksha into the top-grade ghost weapon on his waist. Even the ghost crow, which had always been unruly, now rushed into the beast bag like a frightened little animal. Did you kill all the people in the Feng family? At this time, a faint voice came out, and the lingering sound slowly floated from a distance. But to Su Fan, it seemed as if a thunder exploded in his ears. What followed was a vast and boundless sense of oppression that went straight to the heart, like a substance that crushed him layer by layer, and made him breathless. In the dark night sky in the distance, a figure appeared. Who gave you the courage? As soon as the other party finished speaking, an unprecedented terrifying momentum suddenly erupted, and in an instant it turned into an endless tsunami, bursting out with a terrifying momentum like a tsunami. At this moment, Su Fan felt as if the whole world was pressing down on him, making him deeply experience an incomparable horror. Su Fan felt like a lone boat in a storm, and would soon be swallowed up by the tsunami that swept over the world. That endless terror directly pressed on his heart, and Su Fan felt as if he had fallen into an endless abyss. Su Fan laughed at himself. In front of the terrifying Yuaning's engine, he was so small. He didn't need to make a move, just a wisp of thought, and he couldn't breathe, and he couldn't even stand up straight. In his perception, the void around him seemed to have turned into an endless, rolling and roaring ocean. Facing the unfathomable terrifying momentum like the abyss, and the endless sense of oppression, Su Fan felt a little worshipful in his heart, and subconsciously wanted to kneel down. Boom! Suddenly, the Tao seed in his body spun loudly, and countless manic thunders, cold winds, hot Yangsha and gloomy Zuanshu rushed wildly in his body. I can't kneel down. If I kneel down, I'm afraid I will never be able to stand up again in this life. Su Fan raised his head suddenly, staring at the figure in the dark night sky in the distance, and tried his best to straighten his waist. Ka. Ka. His joints all over his body were oppressed and made a caw-caw sound, as if they would break at the next moment, but he still held his head high. Even if I die, I have to die standing up. Yuaning's engine, don't you dare. Su Fan touched the ring, and there was a jade bottle in his hand. He stuffed the remaining few Lianbaoxidan into his mouth. Boom! As soon as the pill entered his throat, it was as if a stream of hot magma exploded violently. The surging hot magma and lava were like a tsunami, raising waves of tides in his body. Su Fan's aura began to rise continuously, and his realm also soared by one level in a short period of time. The figure in the dark night sky in the distance couldn't help but reveal a trace of surprise. I didn't expect that this kid would straighten his waist under his own thoughts, and his aura became stronger and stronger. But then he smiled playfully and retracted his thoughts. He wanted to see what tricks this kid could play. He smiled and looked at Su Fan in the distance, with contempt and disdain in his eyes. Below the nascent soul, everyone is an ant. Su Fan knew in his heart that this alone was far from enough. His eyes condensed, and countless corpses were piled up around him. They were all the more than 1,000 disciples of the Feng family who practiced Qi and built their foundation, as well as more than 100 giant and cultivators. Su Fan pinched his fingers and chanted a spell, muttering to himself, saying eerie and strange spells, and countless bloodlines were sucked into his body. In the blink of an eye, the corpses of the Feng family monks, which were originally as big as a hill, turned into pale white skeletons. Not enough, still not enough. Su Fan was determined, his eyes were fixed, and there were jars and pots piled up around him. These jars and pots were the spoils he collected in the time and space arena, and they were the essence of thousands of high-level demons. Bang! He stomped his feet fiercely, and the jars and pots around him were shattered, and countless dark demon blood flowed everywhere. The surroundings were suddenly filled with a strong bloody smell. Although it was raining heavily at this time, the heavy raindrops could not wash away the thick and sticky black blood on the ground. Su Fan knew in his heart that he was courting death. Although the blood transformation demonic art was extremely evil, what he had devoured before were all the blood and Qi of human monks. This was his first time to devour the essence of a high-level demon. As for the effect, and whether it would incur an irreversible terrible price, he had no idea. But at this point, he didn't care about that. He had to survive first. Ah! Su Fan roared to the sky, and the dark demon blood on the ground around him turned into a thread of blood and whistled towards him. An endless dark blood mist filled the area dozens of feet, circling around him and constantly being sucked into his body. At this moment, his eyes were as red as blood, and there was an evil breath in his eyes, like a demon descending to the world. Su Fan's whole body was steaming with rich blood light, and the surface of his skin was like a crawling earthworm, constantly wriggling. Su Fan's body also suddenly increased by nearly 1 time. With his neck as the core, thick black veins like chopsticks suddenly overflowed from under the cortex, wriggling like earthworms and spreading all over his body. Pieces of fish scale-like carapaces grew densely on his body, and bone spurs popped out from his shoulders, elbows, etc. Anyway, no matter how you look at it now, Su Fan can no longer be considered a human being. However, after swallowing the blood and essence of thousands of demons, he felt that his physical strength had increased by more than 10 times. Moreover, his body size and physical strength were still growing. In just a short while, his body was almost 2 feet tall. Su Fan gently clenched his fists, feeling the extremely powerful force. He had the illusion that he could soar into the sky with a stomp of his feet. He glanced at his hands and couldn't help but smile bitterly. At this time, his hands were tangled with dense earthworm-like black tendons, and the 5 nails extended several inches, looking hideous and terrifying. Am I a human or a demon now? Boom. At this moment, Su Fan felt an irrepressible manic emotion in his chest, and he had the urge to destroy everything in front of him. The long-lost trace of evil thoughts has slowly risen from the bottom of his heart. The countless despair, fear, anger and resentment of 2 lifetimes combined, and the unwilling scenes flashed in his mind one by one. These dark negative emotions, even if it is just a little bit of grievance, can be magnified and distorted to the extreme. Endless resentment slowly brewed in his chest, and an extremely terrifying breath spread around. The fierce and violent momentum suddenly rushed into the sky, and a mighty force that could destroy the world was slowly brewing. Boom! A thick black blood mist exploded. The endless black blood mist spun wildly around Su Fan, gradually forming a violent blood-colored storm. At this moment, in a void thousands of miles away, the evil Bone Demon Lord was standing there with his hands behind his back. Such a strong evil thought, this kid is going to die. In fact, he had been standing here since the Feng family Yuaning's engine came. Although he said that, he really didn't dare to stand by and watch the boy die. After all, Master Dongming asked him to protect the boy's safety. But even so, as a Yuaning demon lord, he would not be ordered around by this boy. He deserves it. Who asked this boy to provoke Yuaning's engine? Let him suffer a little more. Anyway, as long as he can keep a breath and take him back to report, it will be fine. However, Su Fan's current state made him sweat. This boy is too bold. He actually merged the blood of so many high-level demons. Doesn't he want to live? But Xigu Demon Lord is a demon cultivator after all. He has seen all kinds of mental illnesses. He was just stunned for a moment, and then he began to watch the show with a mentality, wanting to see what this boy would become after swallowing the high-level demon blood. The ancestor of the Feng family opposite Su Fan also frowned. Although he is a Yuaning's engine, the Zuanluo realm has been closed for a long time after all, and he has never seen Su Fan like this. Could this boy be a demon? He could clearly feel the breath of a demon from the Daluotian alien world, from Su Fan's demonized body. Although this breath was still very weak at this time, the boy's breath was still growing. After just a while, he already had the momentum close to that of a demon from an alien world. No, this boy must not be left alive. Boom! At this moment, an extremely terrifying and overwhelming momentum made Su Fan feel suffocated in his chest and almost unable to breathe. Ripples vibrated in the dark void in the distance, and a big hand with the rhyme of Taoism like the stirring of clear water slowly pressed towards Su Fan. This virtual big hand seemed ordinary, but it was like an undercurrent under the deep sea, containing the mighty power of destroying the world. Ouch! Su Fan raised his head and roared, and an extremely violent breath rushed into the sky, directly breaking through the dark sky. Countless hideous and terrifying phantoms of the demon clan continued to appear beside him, and they kept making shrill wails, and their voices were full of mania, violence and resentment. The auras of the two collided with a bang, and the powerful aura burst out, and the space seemed to roll up a visible tide. The dark clouds that were rolling in the sky were blown away in an instant, revealing a vast starry sky. At this moment, even the Take-Some Immortal Sect Mountain Gate hundreds of miles away, and the cultivators in Take-Some Immortal City, were all alarmed by the sudden surge of majestic aura. Countless cultivators followed suit and flew into the sky, casting horrified eyes here. Especially the monstrous demonic thoughts inspired by Su Fan, making everyone think that the foreign evil demons of Daluotian have come back again. The figures of more than a dozen Yuaning's engine in the Take-Some Immortal Sect Mountain Gate also instantly appeared where the two fought. However, a figure blocked their way. A Yuaning late great cultivator headed by Take-Some Immortal Sect, he bowed to the evil Bone Demon Lord. Dao Iao Zigu, this is, Zigu Demon Lord chuckled and said, Dao Iao Kang He, this is a personal grudge between Su Fan and Heo Guang. Take Su Xianzong will not be involved in it. Kang He's Henjin's face changed, and he turned his head to look at this Henjin behind him. A Henjin from Take Su Xianzong hurried over and said in a low voice. I just asked, and the children of the Feng family in the sect came out in full force, and were all killed by a demon cultivator. Brother Heo Guang rushed over. Kang He's Henjin listened and pondered for a moment. This boy is really Su Fan, it should be. He came to pick up the mother and daughter this time. Kang He's Henjin has lived for more than 2,000 years, and he guessed the cause and effect of the matter in an instant. It seems that the child of the Feng family is still thief. He was secretly angry in his heart. The Feng family deserved to die. Why did they provoke that kid at this critical moment? However, Kang He's Henjin also felt a little regretful. The sect had indeed treated Li Maiaxu poorly over the years. It was estimated that the Feng family had bullied the mother and daughter a lot. But there was nothing they could do about it. The Yuanying's were in seclusion all year round, so how could they care about a foundation-building disciple? Although Li Maiaxu became a disciple of a Yuanying's in the sect, it was just a name. It was precisely because of this that the child of the Feng family had evil thoughts again. Thinking of this, Kang Hei's bowed to Zhigu Majin again. Since it is a personal grudge between the two, Taixu Xianzong will certainly not get involved. Zhigu Majin nodded with satisfaction after hearing this. He smiled and said, That kid overestimates his own abilities. He is just an early Jinden, but he dares to challenge a Yuanying cultivator. It would be good to let him suffer a little." After hearing this, the Yuanying's of Taixu Xianzong couldn't help but murmur in their hearts. From the words of this demon, they all heard a hint of protection. It seems that the identity of that kid is not that simple. Kang Hei's Hunjin also frowned. With the protection of Zhigu Demon Lord, even if that kid suffers, his life will definitely not be in danger. In recent years, the mother and the two have been targeted by the Feng family in Taixu Xianzong. This kid must have been full of resentment. Fortunately, the people have not been taken away yet, and the sect may still have the chance to make amends. This kid is angry and it is probably not so easy to talk, but we can think of a way to deal with the mother and the two. He turned his head and called over a Yuanying's Henjin. He whispered a few words in his ear. The other party nodded and turned away. Boom! At this time, a sword light that destroyed the world suddenly pierced the sky. Zhigu Daojin, Kang Hei's Henjin and a bunch of Yuanying old monsters couldn't help but frown. The artistic conception of this sword light has already aroused the great momentum of heaven and earth, and it also has a hint of evolution. Sword beams pierced the sky, and piercing sonic booms sounded one after another. The spiritual energy of the heaven and earth here has become chaotic. All the sword cultivators within a radius of 10,000 miles sensed something at this time, and their flying swords were trembling slightly. At this time, one sword cultivator after another suddenly took off into the air. Even thousands of miles away, they could see the sword beams rising into the sky. They all drove their flying swords to fly there from all directions. Moreover, there were figures that instantly appeared at the place where the two fought. This group of Yuanying old monsters saw the evil bone demon monarch and the Taixu Xianzong's true monarchs, and they all bowed to them and watched the excitement curiously. At this time, the area of 1,000 miles around Taixu Xianchang suddenly became strangely quiet, without even a trace of sound, as if a needle drop could be heard clearly. Everyone was holding their breath, staring at the sword beam that pierced the sky. At this moment, Su Fan, the endless resentment and sorrow accumulated in his chest, had reached its peak. He held the magic sword tightly with both hands, and then slowly raised it. The air suddenly became extremely oppressive, and the cultivators in Taixu Immortal City were instantly replaced by that sad atmosphere of demonic thoughts. Everyone couldn't help but feel a little restless, as if they were inexplicably resentful and had the urge to completely destroy everything in front of them. Some low-level Kigan cultivators had their eyes turned red as blood, and the pervasive demons in their hearts arose spontaneously. Inside the mountain gate of Taixu Immortal Sect, many Jinden cultivators began to shout loudly, awakening many foundation-building and Kigan disciples who were trapped in the demonic atmosphere from their confusion. Fortunately, Kang Hei's Henjin waved his hand, and an invisible barrier blocked this powerful demonic thought, pulling all the low-level cultivators around Taixu Immortal Sect out of the demonic thought in time. Rage slash, Su Fan slashed down with a fierce sword, facing the big hand that was destroying the world, and slashed down fiercely with a sword. Boom boom. The terrifying sword intent with monstrous demonic thoughts slashed on the big hand. The two monstrous momentums collided violently, and the powerful impact made everything within a radius of dozens of miles seem to be crushed by an invisible huge force, and turned into dust and disappeared in an instant. The collision between the sword intent and the big hand rolled up a majestic momentum of destroying the world, and set off a violent hurricane, which raged wildly around. There was flying sand and rocks between the sky and the earth, and several surrounding mountain tops had become bare. Although Su Fan realized a trace of the meaning of the evolution of the sword under endless pressure, he also took the Liang violent blood pill and boldly swallowed the heart essence and blood of countless high-level demons, making his breath infinitely close to the foreign demon. But no matter how he tossed it, he was facing a genuine Yuanying early-stage cultivator. When Su Fan's sword slashed at the big hand, he felt that he was twisted by an incomprehensible force, and the terrifying sword intent also collapsed layer by layer. At this moment, he seemed to be hit hard by an overwhelming force, and was immediately smashed out like a cannonball. Chapter 447, The Great Disintegration Technique. The magic sword in Su Fan's hand flew out of his hand, and his body fell hundreds of meters and landed heavily on the ground. Puff, being knocked so far by an extremely huge force, he spit out a mouthful of blood, and his whole body seemed to fall apart. If it weren't for the fact that he had previously merged with so many high-level demons' heart essence and blood, and his physical strength increased by more than 10 times in a short period of time, his body would have been torn into pieces at this moment. Although he was seriously injured, Su Fan had merged too much demon blood, and his physical strength and blood were still rising until this moment. The increase in physical strength and blood was also repairing his injuries, which made Su Fan struggle to get up from the ground. Even so, Su Fan no longer had the momentum that was almost like a foreign demon just now, and he was completely out of the battle. In this world of cultivation, the foundation building stage is the first watershed. Only when a cultivator breaks through the foundation building stage can he be said to have truly embarked on the path of cultivation. The nascent soul stage is the second watershed, and this stage is more cruel. Everyone below the nascent soul stage is an ant. This is not a casual statement. If dozens of foundation-building cultivators besiege a giant's henron, if they work together and are not afraid of casualties, they can definitely kill him across levels. Even several elite disciples of super sects besieged a low-rank giant and cultivator and killed the enemy across levels. But at the nascent soul stage, even if they were besieged by more giant and cultivators, they still had no chance of winning. The nascent soul's engine did not need to make a move. With just a trace of thought, he could make all the giant and cultivators lose their ability to resist. The difference between them was completely like heaven and earth. Many nascent souls engines who were watching outside the battlefield smiled when they saw Su Fan being blown hundreds of meters away. For them, this battle was a pleasure. A cultivator in the giant stage actually dared to challenge the nascent soul's engine. It was a compliment to say that he was overestimating his own abilities. They also envied the boy's luck. With the evil bone demon lord protecting him, even though he would suffer some hardships, at least he would not be worried about his life. It was absolutely a unique experience for him to have the experience of fighting with the Yuanying True Lord in the giant realm and survive. It would even be of immeasurable help to his future cultivation. Therefore, these Yuanying True Lords were in a joking state of mind, just watching a monkey show. As for Su Fan defeating the Haoguang True Lord, they had no such concept in their minds. In their view, it was simply impossible and simply ridiculous. At least in the Xuanlo realm, there has never been such a precedent. Let's put it this way, even if the Yuanying True Lord did not fight back and stood there to let the giant and cultivators beat him at will, they might not be able to hurt the Yuanying True Lord at all. Seeing that Su Fan was only seriously injured and struggled to get up from the ground, the Feng family's Haoguang True Lord had a gloomy face. He glanced at the slate on the sleeve of his robe. The opponent's sword just now actually cut through his robe. In his opinion, this was already a great shame and humiliation. Haoguang's henjin knew that it would be impossible to kill this kid today. Not to mention the evil bone demon, even the several late Yuanying great monks next to him had to stop him. This kid killed so many people in the Feng family, is he just going to let it go? Impossible, the people of the Feng family must not die in vain. He gritted his teeth fiercely. No matter what, this kid must die today. Haoguang's henjin knew very well that if he couldn't kill this kid today, he would never have another chance in the future. Now this kid's injuries are very serious. He no longer has the breath that was close to the foreign demon just now. He can only stand there and wait to die. This is the only chance, and Haoguang's henjin will certainly not give up. Haoguang's henjin is very clear about the consequences of killing this kid. It will definitely anger those late Yuanying great monks in Xuanlo realm. His situation in the future should be miserable, but he doesn't care anymore. Thinking of this, Haoguang's henjin showed a hint of madness on his face. His eyes condensed, and he made a spell with his left hand. He raised his right hand slightly, and then pressed it down gently. His 5 fingers seemed to have moved the entire void, leaving a piece of visible ripples, and the boundless and vast power vibrated in the layers of space. Then, Haoguang's henjin gently flipped his right hand. When his palm turned over, it was like a giant hand covering the sky and the sun descended from the sky. This vast power seemed to come from outside the sky, as if it had twisted the entire world. The majestic momentum rose up, The clear sound vibrated the sky, and the entire sky was dimmed. At this moment, the sky within a radius of dozens of miles was surging, and the terrifying momentum was like a vast ocean, as if the void had collapsed. The vast and mighty power swept across the sky, and instantly formed a huge vortex that swept across a radius of dozens of miles, and even caused tiny cracks in the space. Under the terrifying momentum, even the surrounding space became dim and flickering, as if it was also affected by this crazy spinning vortex. This huge vortex that seemed to be able to swallow everything made the yawning old monsters watching the battle around feel a little bit like a thorn in their backs. The eyes of the evil bone demon lord condensed. He sensed a sense of danger. The secret technique of this immortal sex magic was not simple. He couldn't help but get nervous, and the demonic energy spread all over his body. If he found something wrong, he would rush over to rescue the kid. Not good. That's the secret technique of the magic path, the great splitting technique of reversing the universe. Kang He-Zhenjin of Taixu Xianzhuang finally saw the origin of this secret technique and shouted out anxiously. The secret technique of the magic path of the immortal sect, the great splitting technique of reversing the universe, is extremely powerful, and once the secret technique is formed, it is almost impossible to stop. But the casting conditions of this secret technique are extremely harsh. Even for him, a great cultivator in the late nascent soul stage, it is very difficult to cast it. Xianjun Heodong, who is in the early nascent soul stage, must have paid a lot of price. As soon as Xianjun Heodong finished speaking, the terrifying huge vortex, with an irresistible mighty force, crushed down like a towering mountain. Boom! With a loud noise that shook the earth, the space covered with cracks exploded, and countless sharp and boundless space fragments rushed wildly, turning everything within a radius of dozens of miles into dust. The figure of the evil bone demon lord suddenly disappeared from the spot, but unfortunately, he was blocked by countless sharp space fragments as soon as he came to the edge of the vortex. The figures of several late-stage Yuanying masters around him also appeared at the edge of the vortex one after another, but no one took another step forward. The power of space is very fierce, and even Yuanying masters dare not easily test its sharpness. The face of Heodong's Henjin, who was suspended in the air in the distance, was extremely pale at this moment. In order to perform this powerful secret method, he even spent a lot of his vitality. But he could not care so much, because only this powerful secret method of the immortal sect could kill this kid under the eyes of the evil bone demon lord and several late-stage Yuanying masters. All the Yuanying Xianjins watching the battle around shook their heads. The kid was dead, and he was afraid that he had been cut into pieces of meat by the power of space at this moment. The evil bone demon lord turned his head and looked at the Kang He-Zhenjin next to him with grim eyes. Let me be frank. If that guy dies, Yuzuanluo realm will never be able to go to other planes in the future. At this moment, Kang He-Zhenjin wanted to slap Feng Heodong to death. This guy was to blame for his death. Zuanluo realm had waited for tens of thousands of years and finally got the chance to go to the upper realm, but it was destroyed by this damn guy. Look, what is that? At this time, a Yuanying Zhenjin from Taixu Xianzhuang pointed to the front and exclaimed. The group of Zhenjins around heard it and hurriedly looked in the direction of his finger. They saw that in the raging space debris, an invisible barrier seemed to be propped up. Seeing the invisible barrier, Zigumajin couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The only thing that can so easily resist the attack of the inverted heaven and earth splitting technique is the 5th level protective bone talisman. Even he himself doesn't have such a rare treasure as the 5th level bone talisman. It seems that this kid has a lot of cards to save his life. Kang He-Zhenjin of Taixu Xianzhuang and many Yuanying cultivators of Zuanluo realm were all stunned looking at the invisible barrier. What kind of life-saving trump card did this kid use to resist the attack of inverted heaven and earth great splitting technique? Even if they were facing such a powerful secret method, they had to use all their means and dared not be careless at all. The highest level of cultivators in Zuanluo realm was the Yuanying realm. They had never seen the 5th level talisman, so they were all shocked. Seeing Su Fan, who was at the center of the terrifying vortex, resisted the destruction of the violent and raging space fragments, the face of Heodong's Henjin suddenly became gloomy. He never thought that the secret method he paid such a great price to perform was easily cracked by this kid. Heodong's Henjin gritted his teeth and killed this kid today no matter what. As the violent vortex turned slower and slower, the space fragments that were originally raging wildly gradually calmed down. Heodong's Henjin's eyes condensed. And just as he was about to continue to cast spells to attack, he found that an invisible divine pressure was coming down from the sky. It was as if there was a mysterious and unfathomable Deo essence that descended from the 9 heavens to the human world. With this majestic momentum falling from the sky, the world suddenly became quiet, and time almost stopped at this moment. Then, an indescribable great terror and ominous aura poured down like an overwhelming force, causing a huge fear in the hearts of every nascent soul cultivator nearby. This vast and boundless terrifying pressure swept across the entire void like a tsunami, and the sky suddenly dimmed. The void was filled with a pressure that frightened the world and made everyone tremble. Not only the nascent souls engine present, but also the nascent soul cultivators of the entire Xuanluo realm felt this terrifying aura. Even the nascent soul cultivators in the East China Sea, the West Wilderness, and the South Barbarians, hundreds of thousands of miles away, cast horrified eyes here. Suddenly, a dark vortex as black as ink appeared above the dark sky. A pair of deep eyes like the starry sky vaguely appeared in the vortex, and the scarlet pupils burst into brilliance. The sight seemed to penetrate the void and look at the distant Heodong's Henjin. Heodong's Henjin was stared at by that sharp gaze. In an instant, he felt that the whole world was turning upside down, and time and space seemed to be intertwined and chaotic, as if he fell into a desperate dark abyss. The blood in his body seemed to be solidified, as if he fell into an ice cave in the dead of winter. A chill surged from the soles of his feet, freezing to the bone, and he couldn't move at all. With a pop, a jade pendant on Heodong's Henjin's chest suddenly exploded and turned into powder in an instant. He spent a life-saving jade pendant to pull him back from the illusion, but even so, his soul was still greatly damaged. Not good. This is definitely not the method of Yuanying's Henjin. Could it be Huishan Xianzan? Thinking of this, Master Heodong was immediately frightened out of his wits. He was about to turn around and run away, but it was too late. He saw the eye in the black vortex blinking gently. At this moment, Master Heodong felt an extremely sharp sense locked on him. He felt an inexplicable tingling sensation all over his body, as if he was about to be pierced. He quickly sacrificed several protective Taoist instruments to block himself, and slapped a few fairy talismans on his body to support several spiritual shields. At this time, a dazzling stream of light instantly broke through the sky and shot towards Master Heodong in the distance. Bang! Several Taoist instruments blocking Master Heodong were pierced by the dazzling stream of light and turned into powder in an instant. Those spiritual shields were also easily penetrated and shattered one after another. Bang! Master Heodong gritted his teeth and used his secret technique to save his life and die in his place. One of his right arms exploded, and the blood mist in the sky scattered. A blood-colored clone condensed around him, but was instantly pierced by the dazzling stream of light. The dazzling stream of light was not affected by the blood-colored clone at all, and it pierced through the body of Master Heodong in an instant. Pa! Pa! Several death replacement instruments on Master Heodong's body exploded one after another. And only then did he escape the attack of the dazzling stream of light. Boom! The dazzling stream of light also exhausted its last power and exploded. Although several death replacement instruments helped him bear most of the damage, Master Heodong only had half of his life left. Especially the last explosion of the dazzling stream of light, the huge shock wave blew him up, fell more than 100 meters away, and fell heavily to the ground. Master Heodong was injured very badly, half of his body was almost blown away, and blood was dripping all over his body, like a bloody man. He heaved a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had prepared so many death-replacing instruments, which allowed him to step half a foot into the gates of hell, but he pulled himself back alive. Heodong's Henjin stuffed a few healing pills into his mouth, stabilized his injuries, and was about to get up from the ground. No, where is that kid? Just as he reacted, a tall figure suddenly appeared in front of him, and then a thick demon arm swept across his neck. Puff! Heodong's Henjin's head instantly soared into the sky, and a lot of blood splattered everywhere. Swoosh! A few inches tall little man suddenly jumped out of his body. Just as he was about to escape to a distance, he was pierced by a flying sword wrapped in thunder and lightning. At this time, the world seemed to return to silence in an instant, and even the heartbeats of the Yuanying's Henjins who were watching the battle seemed to stop at this time. Seeing that Su Fan did not even let go of Heodong's Henjin's Yuanying, everyone couldn't help but shudder. This kid is too cruel. They never dreamed that this little cultivator at the Jinden level could actually kill a Yuanying's Henjin. Moreover, the 2 5th level bone talismans that Su Fan had just activated made them feel a little terrified. Especially the 5th level attack bone talisman, which was obviously the means of the god transforming heavenly venerable. The power was so strong that even they did not dare to guarantee that they could withstand it. Chapter 448. You are really capable. Su Fan waved his hand and put the corpse of Master Heodong and the several-inch-sized nascent soul into the ring. At this time, he didn't know that there were at least 100 nascent soul masters watching the battle within a radius of hundreds of miles. The battle between the two just now was seen clearly by a group of people. Su Fan let out a long breath, and finally killed this nascent soul master. It was really not easy. In fact, from the beginning, he wanted to activate the 5th level bone talisman in his hand, but in the end he hesitated. Because when a cultivator reaches the nascent soul realm, it is difficult to kill them completely unless they are absolutely crushed by their strength. In many cases, even if the physical body of the nascent soul cultivator is destroyed, the opponent's nascent soul can easily escape and recover the strength of the nascent soul realm in a few years. Although the 5th level bone talisman is equivalent to blood from a divine transformation cultivator, it is good if the real power can reach 30%. Moreover, the talisman is not his own power after all. Although it is very powerful, it cannot be controlled after being activated. Facing a powerful nascent soul cultivator, it is difficult to cause a crushing and fatal blow to the opponent. Su Fan only had one 5th level attack bone talisman, so the timing of his attack was very important, and he had to make it fatal with one strike. Fortunately, the result was good. He seized an opportunity and decisively attacked, severely injuring the opponent with one strike, and then rushed over to kill the opponent. Moreover, he also destroyed the opponent's nascent soul, which was considered to have completely killed this nascent soul master, saving a lot of unnecessary trouble. This was the first time that Su Fan faced the threat of the nascent soul master since he traveled to this world of cultivation. He also deeply felt his own insignificance, and the gap in strength between the two sides was simply too big. In the future, he still had to work hard and strive to break through the nascent soul realm as soon as possible. In front of him, a giant in-stage cultivator was as powerless as a child of a few years old. Su Fan looked at his demon exorcist again and couldn't help sighing. It was too shabby. What should I do? Will I always look like a ghost in the future? Not only that, the demon thoughts in his body were becoming more and more manic at this moment. If he hadn't suppressed it by himself, he would have been possessed by the devil long ago. Moreover, he had devoured the essence and blood of so many high-level demons, and now they have rebelled in his body. If he doesn't find a way, even if Su Fan doesn't become a demon, he will become a half-demon who only knows how to kill and acts completely on instinct. Su Fan raised his head. At this moment, the dark sky was surging with dark clouds, and heavy rain was pouring down. The rain curtain covered the entire sky and the earth. Let's fight. Su Fan made up his mind, sat cross-legged on the ground, and took out several jade bottles from the ring. They were all 9 mysterious cleansing heart treasure pills and Mingwang Kinksin pills and other elixirs, which he stuffed into his mouth all at once. He began to practice the heavenly demon saint body art. As the skills continued to operate, the Tao seeds in his body produced a ki, which resonated with the entire world. Ka. Thunder exploded in the dark night sky, and a dazzling lightning flashed through the rain curtain. The incandescent light dyed the surroundings into a piece of snow white. Then, a thick lightning bolt roared down from the sky and fiercely struck Su Fan's demon. Then, in the dark night sky, lightning bolts from heaven and earth continued to pierce the ground, completely covering him in heavy lightning bolts. The many Yuanying's engines who were watching nearby were all dumbfounded. What is this kid doing? He invites lightning bolts to strike him. How stupid he is. Even these Yuanying's engines, facing such dense lightning bolts, dare not use their own bodies to block them. Zigu Demon Lord saw the doorway in it. He is also a demon cultivator, so of course he understands the troubles of Su Fan. This kid not only swallowed the essence and blood of countless high-level demons, but also took the initiative to evoke the demon thoughts in his heart. He is absolutely daring. Now the demon thoughts can no longer be suppressed, and the demon blood he swallowed has also begun to riot in his body. If it were someone else, he would have been possessed by the devil long ago. The evil bone demon lord originally wanted to help him, but he didn't expect that this kid was so cruel that he actually took the initiative to draw the thunder of heaven and earth into his body to fight against the violent demon blood in his body. He couldn't help but sigh that this kid was too fierce. There are many mentally ill people among the demon sect monks, but there are really few ruthless people like this kid. At this time, this kid is already a half-demon body, and the violent thunder of heaven and earth is specifically for the body of the demon clan. What he did is no different from seeking death. In fact, the evil bone demon lord didn't know that Su Fan not only had a strong body, but also a thunder body. Being struck by lightning has long become a part of his life. Ever since he practiced this set of unlucky skills, he has been constantly struck by lightning. Moreover, the blood transformation demon mist performed by Su Fan is a complete evil method. The cultivators who practice this evil method have the highest level of cultivation at the foundation establishment realm. I have never seen any cultivator who has practiced this evil method break through the golden core realm. Even the evil cultivator who created this evil method was only a poor foundation building cultivator. Until the day he died, his cultivation level had not improved any further. Su Fan, this cheater, was definitely an outlier among the outliers, even among the evil cultivators. If there was no blood transforming magic mist evil method, with his poor qualifications, if he followed a normal cultivation progress, he might still be hovering in the early stage of foundation building. Moreover, the blood transforming magic art evil method was also a rough art that only rode about the foundation building stage, which was very immature and unstable. Therefore, no one had ever devoured the blood essence of the demon race, and Su Fan was definitely the first. As violent thunders fell from the sky one after another, Su Fan was in a miserable state at this moment. He was almost torn to pieces by the thunders. Because he had devoured too much blood essence of the demon race, he was already a half-demon body at this time. The violent thunders of heaven and earth were very sensitive to the breath of the demon race, so today's thunders were several times more violent than before. Fortunately, Su Fan had rich experience in being struck by thunder. Moreover, the Dao seed in his body also helped him absorb a lot of damage from the thunder, which allowed him to survive this wave of violent thunder and lightning. It was unknown how long it took, until the last thunder ended, Su Fan finally woke up from his confused state. At this moment, his condition was extremely miserable. The netherworld demon suppressing treasure clothes on his body had turned into pieces, and his whole body was torn apart, bleeding like a blood gourd. Fortunately, he had recovered his human body, which also made him feel relieved. If he became a half-demon body, how could he face people in the future? He would probably have to hide in the deep mountains and old forests for the rest of his life. Su Fan took out several healing pills from the ring and stuffed them into his mouth. He also took out a rope to replace the broken netherworld demon suppressing treasure clothes. He stood up from the ground and was about to leave here, but found that someone stood beside him at some point. Su Fan was frightened and was about to use the blood escape magic to escape from here, but found that the person who came was the evil bone Taoist. "Greetings, Lord Demon," he bowed and saluted the other party. It seemed that the Lord Demon had come a long time ago, and he would not necessarily watch him die as he said. "Well, you are really capable." Su Fan smiled and said nothing. "Even if you don't care, I will still kill that Yuanying's engine." Lord Zigu knew that this kid must be dissatisfied with him. In fact, he was not happy when he received the decree of the Dongming Master. After all, it would take at least 1 or 2 years to go through so much trouble. It was a hard job for anyone. But when Su Fan killed a Yuanying's engine alone with his Jinden realm cultivation, his mentality changed completely. Even in Jiwai Ocean, there is a rare precedent of a Jinden cultivator crossing the level to kill a Yuanying's engine. Although Su Fan used the 5th level bone talismans, it was not easy. If someone else could destroy the body of a Yuanying cultivator, it would be good. Moreover, this kid is ruthless enough. As a demon cultivator, he admires this point very much. He clearly holds 2 5th level bone talismans in his hands, but he has been hiding them. This alone shows how cautious this kid is. You don't need to guess that this kid has been aiming to kill the opponent from the beginning. For this reason, he actually swallowed a large amount of high-level demon blood, and took elixirs that overdrafted his own potential, and fought with the Yuanying's engine without dying. Later, he seized an opportunity and made a decisive move, killing the opponent in one fell swoop. At first, he was dismissive of Su Fan's performance in the King Kong Star Domain's 100 Years of Space-Time Arena, but now he feels that he is wrong. Such a ruthless person will sooner or later take advantage of the situation. In addition to killing him, no matter how you suppress him, he will emerge sooner or later. But this kid is now extraordinary. It is said that he is in existence, that a group of human race masters are paying attention to. At least in the King Kong Star Domain, who dares to touch him without a second thought? So it is better not to offend such people if you can, and make friends with them as much as possible. The eyes of the evil bone demon lord condensed, and he used his spiritual sense to scan Su Fan, and found that this kid actually suppressed his own evil thoughts. The demon blood in his body, which was almost violent, has now completely calmed down, and it has perfectly merged with his blood. It must be said that this kid is indeed an outlier. If someone else were as fierce as him, he would have become an irrational half-demon long ago. You find a place to rest for a few days, and leave the next thing to me. After the evil bone demon lord finished speaking, his figure disappeared in an instant. It was not until then that Su Fan felt that the powerful auras around him were constantly leaving. It turned out that there were so many Yuaning's engines watching the battle nearby just now, and he didn't know anything about it. Now he was quite scared when he thought about it. Although these Yuaning old monsters all stayed dozens of miles away, everything that happened on the battlefield was still in his sight. At this time, Su Fan suddenly felt a burst of fatigue, and his condition became worse and worse. He knew in his heart that the side effects of the Liang violent blood pill had come. Su Fan patted the beast bag on his waist, summoned the ghost crow, and then rode the ghost crow to leave here. He didn't want to change places, and still return to the cave he had just rented outside Takesum Immortal City. The current situation is very clear. With the support of the evil bone demon, not to mention the Takesum Immortal sect, the Yuaning's engine of the entire Zuanluo realm would not dare to do anything to him. After returning to the cave, Su Fan first asked the ghost crow to take Li Jiao back, and then set up several large formations outside the cave, and asked the Yaksha to guard outside. He entered the Jingsh and fell asleep. The next day, the news that Su Fan killed the Takesum Immortal sect Taodong's engine spread throughout the Zuanluo realm. Of course, the people who knew this news were the Yuaning's engine and a few giant and cultivators, and the other low-level cultivators still knew nothing. Hearing this news, all the Yuaning's engines in the Zuanluo realm felt incredible, and later after repeated confirmation, they finally believed it. This also made all the Yuaning's engines in the Zuanluo realm feel extremely shocked. A giant and cultivator killed Yuaning's engine all by himself. To the people of Zuanluo realm, it was just like a myth. Yuaning's engine of Zuanluo realm was more yearning for other planes outside the domain. Su Fan had only been away from Zuanluo realm for more than 10 years, but his strength had already reached a level that defied the heavens. More than 100 giant and cultivators of the Feng family of Taixu Xianzong and more than 1,000 foundation-building key training disciples were like a group of chickens and dogs in front of him, and were slaughtered by him like a bunch of chickens and dogs. Even the ancestor of the Feng family, who was in the Yuaning realm, died in his hands, and even the Yuaning did not escape. In fact, they thought too much. Even in the Nine Netherworld outside the domain. In a superplane like Kunlun Heaven, it was rare for a giant and cultivator to kill a Yuaning's engine. It was just that the cultivators of Zuanluo realm had no knowledge. And Su Fan also gave them an illusion that the outside world was full of people like him. Below the Yuaning, everyone is an ant. Even in the entire King Kwang Star region, it is still an unbreakable iron law. In the middle of the western wilderness, in a cave deep in the mountain gate of the Nine Nether Demon Palace, Luo Guiyan closed her eyes and sat cross-legged on the futon. She had just received the news from the Central Plains, and at this moment, her heart was already in turmoil. Although Feng Haodong was only an early nascent soul who had just broken through the realm for a few decades, he still shocked Luo Guiyan. At this moment, her worldview was shattered like all the nascent soul true lords in the Zuanluo realm. The iron law that everyone below the nascent soul is an ant has become loose for the first time in Luo Guiyan's world. And she feels that as a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator, she will no longer be as high and mighty in front of that kid as before. However, Luo Guiyan is becoming more and more looking forward to the upcoming trip to the outer Nine Nether Heaven. The news of Su Fan's feud with the Feng family was also spread. Unexpectedly, this kid actually secretly raised a concubine in the Takesum Immortal sect, and that female cultivator even gave birth to a son for him. These things are nothing to her. There are many high-level cultivators in Zuanluo realm who have many wives and concubines. She doesn't expect Su Fan to be pure and free from desires. But her two precious disciples may not think so. And whether Nanan can accept this matter is also a troublesome matter. As the master of the two, Luo Guiyan has to help the boy to persuade them to accept it. She gets angry when she thinks about this. This boy is really capable. Wherever he goes, he is full of trouble. At this time, Senior Sister and Gu Qinghuan walked into the cave. They were called by the master to tell them something. Master, why did you call us here in a hurry? After hearing what senior sister said, Luo Guiyan took a deep breath. She didn't want to help cover up. These things couldn't be concealed for long. It would be better to tell the two of them directly. Thinking of this, Luo Guiyan told them everything about Su Fan and Take Zong. After hearing what the master said, the two of them looked unhappy. The elder sister didn't say a word. She wiped her eyes, got up from the ground, and rushed out of the cave crying. Gu Qinghuan was better, but her eyes were also red, and her face was as pale as paper. Master, I'll go see her. After she finished speaking, she stood up from the ground, turned around and walked out of the cave. Looking at the backs of the two precious disciples, Luo Guiyan couldn't help but sigh. This matter was really difficult to deal with. In the past, if that kid dared to do this, she would definitely go over and beat him up, and even kill the mother and daughter of the concubine. But now it's different from the past. Su Fan is no longer an ordinary giant and cultivator. This kid is now extraordinary. He is a ruthless person who dares to kill even Yuanying's engine when he goes crazy. And whether he can go to the 9th netherworld outside the domain depends on him. Thinking of this, Luo Guiyan sighed and decided to persuade the two girls. When Luo Guiyan thought about that boy fooling around outside and how he, a Yuanying's engine, had to clean up his mess, he felt so angry that his liver ached. Chapter 449 I would like to be friends with this kind of rich man. In the early morning, a brilliant light suddenly appeared in the distant sky, revealing a large area of white. The whole earth was awakened from its slumber, and the trees in the mountains swayed in the morning breeze, as if yawning and waking up from their sleep. Su Fan stood there with his hands behind his back, holding a bamboo stick, and a gloomy face, watching Li Zhao performing Zhangaiquan. Li Zhao was shirtless, punching over and over again, and his whole body was sweating profusely, and beads of sweat fell to the ground one by one. Pa! Su Fan next to him suddenly swung the bamboo stick and hit Li Zhao's back hard, causing him to twitch in pain, but he didn't even dare to fart, and still performed Zhangaiquan seriously. Since Li Zhao fell into Su Fan's hands, he was unlucky. Li Zhao was not very diligent before, and later because of his qualifications, he was often ridiculed and excluded by his peers. Years of inferiority complex also made him develop a broken jar mentality. So he was already a teenager, but his cultivation level was only at the 6th level of key training. In a super sect like Take Zong, he was simply the worst. Su Fan had no choice but to keep this kid by his side and urge him to practice from morning to night every day. If this child continues like this, his life will probably be ruined. Every day before dawn, Li Zhao would be pulled out of bed by Su Fan and asked to practice in the courtyard of the cave. Su Fan was willing to invest resources in his son. In the morning and evening, he would let Li Zhao take 2 top-grade elixirs and let him practice on a high-level spirit-gathering array. In addition to the basic exercises, Li Zhao also practiced the ghost demon forging god technique before going to bed every day. Every day, a large number of spirit stones were scattered, and the effect was very obvious. Now Li Zhao's progress in practice can be said to be 1,000 miles a day. In addition, he was taught to draw talismans, make instruments, and cast various spells. Anyway, he had no time to rest from morning to night, and he would never let him sleep until late at night. Su Fan also found time to teach him Zhangaiquan, not because he expected him to major in physical training, but mainly because his body was too weak, and he learned Zhangaiquan only for physical training. The worst thing was that he used the thunder in his Dao seed to cleanse Li Zhao's body several times a day, and each time he tortured the boy to death. If it was a rainy day, Su Fan would take Li Zhao to the mountains, and the father and son would sit cross-legged on the top of the mountain to practice the heavenly demon holy body art to draw the thunder into the body. Every time the thunder entered his body, Li Zhao would be struck by the thunder and suffer from it. But after a period of thunder body training, it also helped him cleanse his body and meridians again and again, and cleared the poison and impurities in his body. Now not only has his body been strengthened a lot, but he has also made Li Zhao grow a soybean-sized thunder Dao seed in his body. Like Su Fan's 2 disciples, the thunder Dao seed in his body is actually a simplified version, which Su Fan obtained purely through cheating. In the future, he can use the heavenly thunder to cleanse his body, but he will definitely not be able to cultivate the heavenly demon body training technique, let alone the thunder body. These days, Su Fan has not been polite. He does not tolerate his bad habits at all. As long as he makes a mistake, he will beat him, and he is always cruel. In just a few days, Li Zhao's body is covered with dense scars. Although it will not hurt his bones, it is still very painful. Li Zhao, let alone resist, even if he frowns, Su Fan will teach him a lesson in a minute. In fact, he is also distressed. After all, he is his son. But a man must be beaten, and it is better to beat himself than to go out and let others beat him. Moreover, this is a world of cultivation. If you are not strong enough, it is not as simple as being beaten by others. Maybe you will even lose your life. Now Su Fan is just laying the foundation for Li Zhao. He has missed too many lessons in these years, and it will take some time to make up for it. After a while, Su Fan would take Li Maiaxu and her mother back to the western wilderness. He was going to throw this kid into the 10,000 miles demon abyss and let him fight those monsters and foreign demons every day. Anyway, he would never let him out unless he was beaten into shape. Okay, take a break. Only after Su Fan said this did Li Zhao collapse on the ground, panting heavily. Looking at the cowardly look of this kid, Su Fan wanted to kick him to death. This damn thing, he just practiced for a while, and it looked like he was going to die. Su Fan shook his head, turned around and came to the stove next to him, lifted the lid of a pot, and the rich aroma immediately hid him. Li Zhao, who was lying in the yard, smelled the tempting meat aroma, and his stomach growled. This was the 5th level wild beast meat that Su Fan had stewed all night, and Li Zhao had eaten this stuff almost every meal these days. Although eating the meat of a 5th level wild beast is no different from seeking death at his current level, with Su Fan guarding him, he would only suffer a little, but his life would not be in danger. But every time he ate this thing, the taste was indeed very sour and refreshing, and it was simply worse than death. There were more than a dozen steamers stacked on the stove next to him, and they were steaming big buns stuffed with monster meat. Su Fan's appetite was not small. Now that Li Zhao practiced so hard every day, his appetite has increased several times compared to before. Su Fan stirred the pot with a spoon for a few times, then covered the pot and turned back to Li Zhao. Get up, use each of the spells you master 5 times. If you dare to make a mistake once, I will whip you 10 times. After hearing Su Fan's words, Li Zhao quickly got up from the ground and began to use the spells he mastered. Anyway, there are all kinds of top-grade key replenishing pills. If Li Zhao's mana is exhausted, he can take the pills to replenish his mana. If he doesn't finish these tasks, he can't think of having breakfast. Since the last time he killed Heodong's Henjin, Su Fan returned to this cave. Li Maiaxu rushed over the next day. Seeing that Su Fan and Li Zhao were fine, she was relieved. She wanted to let them recognize each other, but Su Fan did not agree. He was afraid that if the boy knew about their relationship, he would feel that he had someone to rely on, and it would be difficult to control him. Su Fan originally wanted Li Maiaxu to stay in the cave, but she was shy and left without agreeing. This also made him a little depressed. What kind of family life together? The girls of the immortal sect are not as bold as the women of the demon sect. After that, Su Fan hardly left the house, and urged Li Zhao to practice in the cave every day. During this period, the demon lord of Evil Bone came once, but he just chatted with him for a few words and left. Although his attitude was still quite cold, Su Fan still felt that the demon lord of Evil Bone's attitude towards him had changed a lot. At least he didn't ignore him like before. In addition, Kang Hei's engine of Take Su Xianzong also showed up once, and he came with Li Maiaxu and her chief master. Su Fan didn't give him any good face, but Kang Hei's engine, the old fox, pretended not to see it. He also sincerely apologized to Su Fan, saying that he had not taken good care of Li Maiaxu and her mother over the years. After all, you can't hide a smiling person, which made Su Fan lose his temper. From Li Maiaxu's attitude, it can be seen that this old guy probably did her work. Anyway, this girl didn't have any tricks, and she was coaxed into smiling. Okay, as long as Li Maiaxu is happy. Before leaving, Kang Hei's engine also deliberately left a storage ring, which contained a lot of precious cultivation resources. Although Su Fan's vision is not low now, he couldn't help but be a little surprised after seeing the things in the storage ring. In order to make up for the relationship with Su Fan, Take Su Xianzong was quite willing to spend money, and the things they took out were all the best of the best. These included hundreds of top-grade spiritual stones, various rare materials, top-grade elixirs, talismans, and a lot of other things. At least in the Xuanluo world, these things are definitely rare. After Su Fan and Li Zhao finished their breakfast, he asked the boy to practice making talismans. Because Li Maiaxu majored in talismans, she taught Li Zhao various talisman-making skills since he was a child, so he had a good foundation in talismans, but later he gave up and had not practiced making talismans for several years. These days, Su Fan asked him to pick up the talisman again, and asked him to make talismans in the house every morning. If he made a mistake, he would be punished. Li Zhao sat at the table and drew talismans seriously, not daring to be careless. Su Fan watched for a while, then came to the side and brewed a pot of spiritual tea for himself. He took a sip of the spiritual tea and then stretched out his right hand. As soon as he thought of it, he saw a finger on his right hand suddenly pop out a several-inch-long black nail. Su Fan waved his hand lightly, and the black nail scratched the table in front of him, instantly cutting off the corner of the table. The black nails had a slight arc, and the cold light flickered slightly, which looked magnificent and strange, revealing a sharp edge that could cut through anything. Su Fan flicked the nail lightly with his fingertips, and a pleasant clanging sound came out. The blade was sharp and cold, and the cold light seemed to cut people's eyes at a glance. He had tested the strength of this nail, and it was no less than the best magic weapon. Su Fan retracted the black nail, and the idea came to his mind again. The whole right hand was instantly demonized and turned into a ferocious demon claw. Su Fan sighed, not knowing whether this situation was a good thing or a bad thing for him. Since he swallowed so many high-level demons' heart essence and blood last time, Su Fan would use his power to draw the thunder into his body whenever it was rainy. After being struck by thunder so many times, the often restless demon blood in his body has been tempered to be extremely pure, with almost no impurities, and has been completely integrated with his blood. Not only did his physical strength increase several times, but he also gained some inexplicable abilities. As long as Su Fan had a thought, he would instantly transform into a half-demon body 2 meters tall. In this state, his physical strength increased several times again, and his speed and defense capabilities also increased a lot. After several days of practice and trial, he figured out a lot of tricks. Now as long as he had a thought, any part of Su Fan's body could instantly become a demon, which was very magical. The physical strength and defense strength of the demonized body parts would be several times higher than other parts of the body. Of course, swallowing the essence and blood of high-level demons also brought him certain side effects. First of all, his temper was much more irritable than before, and he often had to suppress his temper to stabilize his emotions. Then, some desires became stronger and stronger, and he often tossed and turned at night and couldn't sleep, thinking about those bad things. Su Fan knew in his heart that these changes were obviously affected by the essence and blood of the demons, because the demons had a bad temper and got angry at every turn. And it was said that the demons were extremely lustful and sadistic. When they were not fighting, they were mating almost all day long. These changes also made Su Fan very upset. Anyway, it was quite worrying. Fortunately, they were all natural reactions of the body. At least his rationality was still there, and he would suppress the changes in his body in time. At this time, the formation outside the cave was triggered by someone. Su Fan frowned and walked out of the art and came to the formation. "Who is it? Report to the senior. Yihua Zhenjin and Hong Da Zhenjin of Hyundai Palace are here and want to see you." The one who spoke was a foundation-building disciple of Taixu Xianzong. He and several junior brothers were arranged here by the sect to wait outside day and night. After hearing the other party's words, Su Fan couldn't help but smile bitterly. He really had to meet the people of Hyundai Palace. After all, before he went to Conceals, he was a disciple of Hyundai Palace with a red seedling. "Please come in, two Zhenjins." Su Fan opened the formation after he finished speaking, and saw 2 Yuanying Zhenjins walked in from outside. The leader was Yihua Zhenjin of Hyundai Palace, and the one behind was Su Fan's chief master. Su Fan bowed and made a great respectful salute. "Disciple Su Fan, I pay my respects to Master Yihua." Master Yihua waved his hand and looked around. "Why did the Taixu immortal sect arrange you to live in such a simple place? They really don't take our disciples of Hyundai Palace seriously. Well, the rich are the rich. In the eyes of Hyundai Palace, except for Taidan sect, other sects are poor." Master Kang He wanted to change a cave for the disciple, but he gave up because the disciple asked to live here. Master Yihua curled his lips and said, "Even if the place is not changed, can't you arrange a few female cultivators to take care of your life? I am not incapable of taking care of myself, so why should I ask someone to take care of me? I like quietness, so I didn't let them arrange it." Su Fan welcomed the two masters into his cave and sat cross-legged in a room. As a disciple of our Hoyandeo Palace, you didn't even go to the sect to take a look after you came back. You are so stupid. Ever since he entered Hoyandeo Palace, you have never treated me as your own, and he never wanted to go back. I went to the Western Wasteland to pick up my Taoist partner and child first, and then came to the Central Plains. I planned to return to the sect in a few days. Su Fan's lies came out of his mouth. Regardless of whether others believed it or not, he believed it anyway. Master Yehu laughed, without any intention of blaming him. When are you going to leave? When you come back this time? If you don't come again, I might have returned to the Western Wasteland and tortured you to death. I don't know, it's up to Master Zigu to decide. After hearing Su Fan's words, Master Yehu frowned. He has lived for nearly 2,000 years, and of course he can see that Su Fan is perfunctory. He knows this kid too well. No matter what time it is, he will not release the eagle until he sees the rabbit. Thinking of this, Master Yehu didn't want to waste time anymore. He took out a store drink from his arms and placed it in front of Su Fan. After all, you are a disciple of our Hoyandeo Palace. Try to say a few good words for the sect in front of the evil bone demon lord. Su Fan's eyes condensed, and his consciousness swept over the ring. This is too polite. Hoyandeo Palace is still as rich as ever. Although he was very excited, Su Fan did not show it, but frowned and looked like he was thinking hard. He sighed and said, Alice. Who made me a disciple of the Deo Palace? Su Fan glanced at Master Yehu and smiled bitterly. No matter what, I am also a disciple of Hoyandeo Palace. It is my duty to contribute to the sect. You go back and choose someone. As long as they are below the Golden Core realm, I will find a way to take them away. Master Yehu laughed and took out another ring and placed it in front of Su Fan. Think of a way to take two people away. Su Fan's consciousness swept over the ring in front of him again, and his heart skipped a beat. Hoyandeo Palace was going all out. Hoyandeo Palace really hasn't changed at all. He frowned tightly and lowered his head to think for a while. After a long while, Su Fan raised his head, took a deep look at the ring in front of him, and then pushed the ring back to Master Yehu. Let's do this. I will definitely try my best, but I can't guarantee it now. Master Yehu laughed and sent the ring to Su Fan again. No matter what the result is, as long as you try your best, you can keep this ring. Su Fan smiled bitterly and said, Master, this is difficult for me. After he said that, he put away the two rings and said in a deep voice, I can only take people there and try to arrange a relatively good sect for them, but they will have to rely on themselves in the future. After sending off the two masters of Hoyandeo Palace, Su Fan couldn't help but sigh. For tens of thousands of years, Zuanluo realm has cut off the passage to those large plains, which has also made all Yuanying masters lose the step to enter. In order to open this road, the Yuanying old monsters of various sects also fought hard. Every time a disciple is sent out, there will be one more seed outside the domain. If they succeed hundreds of years later, there will be hope for the future of the sect anyway. These Yuanying old monsters have a long lifespan, and they can wait. At this time, the formation outside the cave was triggered again, and Su Fan frowned and came to the formation. Senior, Su Ping's engine from Taiyi Danzong is here. Su Fan almost laughed out loud. Hoyandeo Palace and Taiyi Danzong are really inseparable, and they have come together. Please come. Taiyi Danzong treated him well in the past, so he must meet him. The main reason is that they are rich and generous. In the evening, Su Fan sat cross-legged in the jingsh, playing with a stored ring in his hand, feeling extremely comfortable. The things given to him by Taiyi Danzong are not much worse than those of Hoyandeo Palace. He was given several bottles of Jiuxuanzixin Baodan, Kinglian Zushin Xiandan, Taiyi Dechin Xiandan and Turtle Zijimi Baodan. These pills represent the highest level of top-grade precious pills in Zuanluo realm. Even if they are taken to places like Jiawaoshan and Kunlunshan outside the domain, they can be used. There are also various top-grade auxiliary pills such as Amethyst Nourishing Yuan Pill, Fiery Sun Violent Blood Pill, Resurrection Pill, Poria Coco's Intermittent Pill, Purple Night Nourishing Spirit Pill, Taishang Induction Pill and Mingwang Kingxin Pill, which were also given to him in large quantities. In addition, he was too lazy to look at various top-grade cultivation materials such as 4th-level talismans, 4th-level puppets, top-grade formations, rare spiritual materials, etc. Su Fan is most willing to make friends with such local tyrants. And the price he paid was almost no cost, just bringing two people. Su Fan came back once with great difficulty, and it was a big deal to bring dozens of people back. Chapter 450. It should be him. Su Fan put away several rings and calmed down his excitement. Huangdao Palace and Taiyidan sect were really generous. They gave him so many rare cultivation resources. The price he paid was just to help them bring 2 people. This deal was too cost-effective. Su Fan would definitely agree. He was not lacking in brains. At this time, the communication jade talisman on Su Fan's waist vibrated. He took it off and saw that it was a message from He Bin. Brother, when will you come back? I have done everything you asked me to do. I didn't expect this guy to be so fast. It only took a few days to get everything done. So fast, thank you. Now Jiu'ai Demon Palace and all the lower sects have built teleportation arrays. You asked me to help you find 3 people in Yinluo sect, but I didn't go there. I just asked someone to tell them, and they came here by teleportation array. In the past, it took at least 3 months for Yinluo sect to come to the upper sect. I didn't expect that a teleportation array has been built now, which is much more convenient. The swordsman you asked me to find in the Central Plains is not on this sect. It is said that he has gone out to perform a mission, but I have contacted him and he will come in a few days. Old Ju must be very busy now. I didn't expect He Bin to be able to contact him. His many connections can be regarded as great. The 2 people I asked you to find in the East China Sea, they are the ones who are more troublesome. The couple went out to sea to hunt sea beasts. It will take at least 2 months for them to come back, but I have left a message for them. I didn't expect that after so many years, his 2 disciples have become Taoist couples. Su Fan was very relieved. In the future, he will arrange the couple and Li Maiaxu and her mother in the same sect so that they can take care of each other. Brother, thank you for your hard work. I have to go back in a few days. Please take good care of them for me. No problem, I will definitely arrange it for you. Before Su Fan could reply, He Bin sent another message. Brother, I heard about what you did in Taixu Xianzong. You are so awesome that you even killed Yuan Ying's Henjin. What the hell? Did this shit spread so fast? Would senior sister and Gu Qinghuan know about it too? How did you know about this, brother? How can such a big thing be kept secret? The whole Western wilderness probably knows about it now. I heard that the ancestor of the Zhou family in the sect has been in seclusion. He definitely won't dare to come out unless you leave. Haha, damn, it's only been a few days, and the whole Xuanluo world probably knows about it. What he didn't expect was that the Yuanying old monster of the Zhou family must have been scared and actually went into seclusion. In fact, it's no wonder that the ancestor of the Zhou family was afraid. It's really too creepy for a giant and cultivator to kill Yuan Ying's Henjin. Besides the fact that I killed Yuan Ying's Henjin, what else have you heard? I also heard that you secretly raised a mistress in Taixu Xianzong, and she gave birth to a son for you. Damn, how could Li Maiaxu become a mistress? And it was so secretive. Who spread this nonsense? Who is talking nonsense? That's my Taoist partner. Okay, haha. Brother, I heard that your 2 Taoist partners have been in a bad mood recently. You just wish yourself good luck. Su Fan covered his face after hearing this. He was worried about this matter now. Okay, no more. Let's talk about it in detail when I get back. Su Fan cut off the communication jade talisman, and then sent several messages to his senior sister and Gu Qinghuan in succession, but there was still no response. He put away the communication jade talisman, smiled bitterly and shook his head, thinking that he would have to spend some time to persuade them when he returned to Jiu'ai Demon Palace. Senior sister and Gu Qinghuan are not so easy to coax. No matter what, Su Fan had to take Li Maiaxu and her mother back. He had to bear the consequences of his own sins. He didn't want to hide it from them, and he would explain the matter to them from beginning to end. They could beat him or scold him as they pleased, because he couldn't control his subordinates. At this time, Li Zhao, who was drawing talismans nearby, was a little distracted. Su Fan flicked his finger, and the boy's forehead was immediately hit by a stream of qi. Ah! Li Zhao screamed, covered his forehead with a grin, and then continued to draw talismans seriously. Su Fan glared at him and said, "Your task today is to draw 10 medium-grade talismans. If you are short of one, you can't even think about having lunch." Li Zhao drew talismans with a bitter face, and rubbed his forehead secretly. When will this kind of life end? Since he fell into the hands of this big devil, his life has become dire. But Li Zhao really didn't dare to disobey him in the slightest, because this big devil was too cruel when he dealt with him. Moreover, This was his mother who specifically asked others to urge him to practice, and he didn't have the confidence to resist at all. At this time, the formation outside the cave was triggered again. Who is this? Is it that some sect took the initiative to come here and let him cut leaks? Su Fan came to the big formation outside the cave, took out a jade talisman and wiped it on the formation, and a passage suddenly appeared. Lee Myaoxu walked in from outside, and Su Fan hurriedly walked over excitedly. Why are you here today? After hearing Su Fan's words, Lee Myaoxu blushed. I missed Xiaochao and wanted to see him. Su Fan laughed and said, I thought you missed me. Lee Myaoxu's face turned red. She had never seen such a shameless person. She stood there for a while and was a little at a loss. Su Fan couldn't bear to see his sister like this. He suddenly had an evil fire in his heart, and it was difficult to suppress it. Xiaochao is drawing talismans. This kid is very promising now. He is practicing very hard. After he finished speaking, he walked over with a smile, took Lee Myaoxu's hand and walked inside. Before Lee Myaoxu could react, her hand was already caught by Su Fan. She struggled hard for a few times, but Su Fan's body was like a monster, so she couldn't get away. Lee Myaoxu's body suddenly stiffened, and her heartbeat became rapid. Su Fan held her hand and walked into the cave. It was not until she entered the courtyard that she found a chance to break free, and then ran into the house. Li Jiao stood up excitedly when he saw his mother coming, but he saw Su Fan again, and sat down quickly to continue drawing talismans. Your mother is here, take a break before drawing, Su Fan said, glanced at Li Myaoxu, turned around and left the house. Seeing that the big devil was gone, Li Jiao was as if he had been pardoned. He was so excited that he almost jumped up, ran to Li Myaoxu and started to complain. After hearing what Li Jiao had been through these days, and even lifted his clothes to let his mother see the scars on his body, Li Myaoxu felt distressed and almost hated Su Fan in her heart. This guy is too cruel. This is your son, and you can do that to him. Li Myaoxu comforted Li Jiao, then walked out of the house angrily and came to Su Fan. How can you hit the child? He has grown up so big, and I didn't even dare to move a finger. Look at his back being beaten by you. Are you still the child's biological father? Women are weak by nature, but they are strong as mothers. Li Myaoxu, who is usually quiet and gentle, saw her son's miserable condition and immediately started to yell at Su Fan like an old hen protecting her cubs. Su Fan didn't respond until Li Myaoxu had yelled almost enough, then he spoke. Li Jiao's aptitude is poor to begin with, and he is still so careless in cultivation. If this continues, this child will be useless, then you can't hide him either. Look at how you beat Xiao Jiao, Li Myaoxu yelled, then turned around and walked into the house. I don't need you to take care of the child anymore. I'll take him back now. Su Fan followed and pulled Li Myaoxu's arm, but Li Myaoxu shook it off violently. He had to hug her from behind and put his face next to her ear. Okay, I was wrong, don't be angry. Li Myaoxu didn't expect Su Fan to be like this. The masculine breath in her ears made her body soften all of a sudden. Then, you can't hide him, except for the absurd night after drinking. This was the first time for the two of them to have such close contact. Li Myaoxu couldn't even speak clearly. Su Fan let go of Li Myaoxu, took her hand and sat down at the stone table in the courtyard. Xiao Jiao is my son. I feel bad for hitting him, but I would rather hide him myself than let him go out and be bullied by others in the future. Seeing that Li Myaoxu didn't say anything, Su Fan continued to counsel her. Li Jiao can't go on like this. It's right that you feel sorry for your child, but if you don't care about this kid anymore, I'm afraid he won't have any future in this life. Hearing Su Fan say this, Li Myaoxu finally calmed down. She is also a cultivator and knows the cruelty of the world of cultivation, especially the fact that Xiao Jiao has been bullied and excluded in the sect in the past few years. In the final analysis, it is not because of his poor cultivation. Su Fan sighed and said, I couldn't do anything when I was away before, but now that I'm back, I have to fulfill my responsibilities as a father. Li Myaoxu thought of the scars on Li Jiao's back, and tears flowed down. Then you don't have to be so cruel, you can say something about him. After hearing what Li Myaoxu said, Su Fan's patience was finally gone, and the anger in his heart was also aroused. The old saying is true, it is true that a loving mother has many spoiled children. Okay, then you take him away, I won't care about him anymore. If he loses his life outside one day, you will cry. Su Fan stood up and walked out after he finished speaking, and Li Maiaxa panicked. She hurriedly ran up and grabbed Su Fan's arm. She said weakly, "I'm just talking, you can do whatever you want in the future." Su Fan took a deep breath. Since he swallowed so much of the demon's blood, his temper has become more and more irritable, and he would not get angry in the past. I don't know what happened, he just couldn't suppress the evil fire in his heart. Su Fan turned around and looked at Li Maiaxu with a smile. "Okay, let's go inside and see the child." He took Li Maiaxu's hand and led her into the house, and saw Li Zhao standing there blankly. Li Zhao heard the quarrel between the two people just now. He never thought that this big devil was actually his father. Li Maiaxu was a little panicked. He was afraid that his son would not be able to accept it all at once. "Xiao Zhao, Before his mother finished speaking, Li Zhao returned to the table and sat down in a huff, and began to draw talismans seriously, ignoring the two of them. Li Maiaxu wanted to say more, but was pulled by Su Fan and shook his head at her. "You go out first, I'll talk to him." After hearing what Su Fan said, Li Maiaxu looked at Li Zhao worriedly, then turned and walked out of the house. Su Fan walked to the table, looked at the talisman his son had just drawn, picked it up and examined it. Seeing that Li Zhao turned his head away and ignored him, he chuckled. "When I was a casual cultivator, I made a living by drawing talismans. No one taught me, I had to learn by myself." He took the talisman paper and the talisman pen, spread out the talisman paper, dipped the talisman pen half full of talisman ink, calmed down, and began to draw talismans. Now Su Fan's talisman-making skills have long been brushed to the subtle realm, and drawing this kind of first-level medium-quality talisman is just like playing. After a while, a diamond talisman with complicated runes appeared on the paper. The surface of the talisman paper suddenly lit up, then dimmed and returned to normal. Su Fan put the two talismans in front of Li Zhao and smiled. "Can you see the difference between the two talismans? When I was your age, I hadn't even started learning talismans. In order to earn those few spirit stones, I practiced day and night. You have a good foundation in making talismans, but you are not serious. You are already in the golden core realm. How can I, a key training cultivator, compare with you? This brat, you are still excited, right?" Su Fan raised his hand to hide him, but his hand was raised in the air and did not fall. He thought for a moment, sat opposite Li Zhao, and said with a smile, "You have a day off today, let's chat? If you have anything to ask, just ask." Li Zhao lowered his head and said nothing. After a long while, he raised his head and stared at Su Fan with sharp eyes. "Why didn't you come back to see us all these years?" Su Fan sighed and said, "I was kidnapped and taken to the outer realm for more than 10 years. It was not until recently that I had the opportunity to return to Zuanluo realm. This time I came back just to take you and your mother away." After hearing what Su Fan said, Li Zhao did not speak for a long time, and then he suddenly roared. "You have not cared about us for so many years. Why do you come back to hit me?" This little bastard actually dared to roar at your father. "Why? Just because I'm your father?" Li Zhao exploded when he heard it, and said angrily with red eyes, "Do you know how I have been through these years? They called me a bastard, my fellow brothers bullied me and excluded me, and even the junior sister I liked treated me like a fool." Then, Li Zhao finally exploded. He began to roar out the grievances that he had been holding in his heart for these years. Su Fan didn't say anything, just listened quietly. Since the child was aggrieved, let him vent. This child was also very aggrieved. These words may have been held in his heart for a long time. I don't know how long he talked. Li Zhao finally stopped, sitting there panting. He was at the age of saving face, and he couldn't tell these words to others. Even his mother didn't know that he had so many grievances in his heart. Maybe it was because of anger or grievance today, he seemed to have suddenly found someone to talk to, and said all the words that had been accumulated in his heart for these years. I don't know why, after saying these words that were held in his heart, he felt extremely relieved. Don't be fooled by his unreliable appearance every day. In fact, he is just giving up and having a broken jar mentality. He just wants to live one day at a time. Su Fan laughed and said, "That's all." Seeing Li Zhao turned his head away and ignored him, Su Fan laughed. "The people who bullied you are mainly the one called Feng Yu?" Seeing Li Zhao nod, Su Fan's face suddenly became gloomy. "I have already sought justice for you. More than 1,000 people from the Feng family were killed, including more than 100 giant and realm cultivators." Li Zhao stood up immediately after hearing this, his eyes widened. The ancestor of the Feng family is Yuan Ying's Henjin. How could you? Li Zhao has been staying in the cave these days, and he knows nothing about what is happening outside. Su Fan snorted coldly, and said in a cold tone, Yuan Ying's Henjin is nothing. If he dares to bully my son, I will kill him anyway. You are bragging. You are only in the Giant realm? After hearing what Li Zhao said, Su Fan laughed and took out a lifeless Yuan Ying several inches in size from his ring. Feng's Haodong's Henjin, it should be him. Looking at the Yuan Ying that had long lost its vitality in Su Fan's hand, Li Zhao was frightened and stepped back several steps, knocking over the chair behind him. Su Fan weighed the dead baby in his hand and smiled grimly. If you still feel unsatisfied, I will go and slaughter all 9 clans of the Feng family now. Don't worry, Take Su Xianzong will not dare to fart. Li Zhao looked at the man opposite with a dull face. He was almost stunned by the shock. No need. After he said that, he walked up and helped the chair to sit on it, but his mind was full of mud at this moment, and he sat on the ground with his butt. Li Zhao got up from the ground and sat on the chair. Until now, he has not recovered from the shock. He took a deep breath and said, You really killed the Yuan Ying's Henjin of the Feng family. Su Fan smiled and said, Why would I lie to you? If you don't believe me, you can go back to the mountain gate and ask. Those fellow brothers who bullied you in the past probably can't even sleep well. After he finished speaking, he glanced at his son and said, Who else has bullied you? You can tell me, Laozi. Before Su Fan finished speaking, Li Zhao hurriedly shook his hand. No more. Really no more. He felt that his father was a little evil, and he was really afraid that he would go crazy and kill people and make a river of blood. Li Zhao glanced at Su Fan and asked weakly. You are a demon cultivator? Su Fan nodded, and he suddenly remembered something and said, Oh. By the way. I almost forgot. After he finished speaking, he snapped his fingers, and a black mist suddenly appeared in the air, and Yaksha appeared from nowhere. Li Zhao was startled. The aura of the Ghost King was too terrifying. It was a great pressure on him, a young cultivator. Yaksha showed Li Zhao a smile that was uglier than crying, and then looked at Su Fan with a flattering face. Master, you are looking for me. Where's the person I asked you to find? Master, I caught her a long time ago, and she has been with me. After Yaksha finished speaking, he waved his hand, and a young female cultivator suddenly appeared in the room. It was Xiaoyao who deceived Li Zhao. She closed her eyes tightly as if she was asleep. Li Zhao was stunned immediately. He stared at Xiaoyao with a complicated expression on his face. You still know her, right? I helped you catch her back. This girl hurt you so badly. You can take revenge now. After Su Fan finished speaking, he nodded to Yaksha. Yaksha waved his hand, and Xiaoyao slowly opened her eyes. When she woke up, she looked around with a confused face, until she saw Li Zhao. She exclaimed. Li Zhao, where is this? Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and save me. At this point, Xiaoyao saw Su Fan and Yaksha, and she instantly realized something, and immediately burst into tears. Woo-woo. Li Zhao, Feng, you forced me to do that. I like you. You won't hurt me, right? Li Zhao looked at his once beloved junior sister. His face was full of entanglement, although he wanted to forget her countless times, but her shadow always appeared in his dreams. Although this woman hurt him and treated him like a fool, he couldn't hurt Xiaoyao. He sighed and said, Forget it, let her go. Xiaoyao was secretly happy when she heard this. She knew that Su Fan seemed to have the final say here, so she looked at him nervously, her eyes full of pleading and flattery. Su Fan looked at Li Zhao calmly, sneered, and then waved his hand gently. Puff! Xiaoyao's head instantly flew into the sky, blood splattered everywhere, and Li Zhao, who was caught off guard, was drenched in the face. Seeing Xiaoyao's headless body fall to the ground, Li Zhao was stunned. It took him a long time to react, and he rushed to Xiaoyao's body, tears streaming down his face. Li Zhao turned his head and yelled at Su Fan, Why did you kill Xiaoyao? Su Fan was amused. I have killed tens of thousands of people, and few of them are innocent. If I come back a few years later, this girl and the boy from the Feng family will definitely set a trap for Li Zhao. If that happens, it's hard to say whether you will still be alive. Su Fan looked at Li Zhao coldly and said grimly, Are you still a man? End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone, see you in the next video.